Right Radio Hour. I am Tyler, and I'm here with Mr. Bill Adams himself.
How are you doing tonight, Tyler?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Have a good day?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Things are pretty busy at the shop, getting everything going, rentals, and have some people coming in looking at mowers.
Tell me about your front display room. You've been working on that?
Yeah.
Getting ready for spring?
Absolutely. Trying to get everything to look its best, set up right. We've got generators in there. We've got a new display for all the DeWalt stuff that we're carrying and the Crest. And then once you go to the front counter, we've also got some pocket knives and honey, believe it or not, with local honey. We got that.
That's right. Isn't that fun?
It is. It is.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, the store looks really good. New lighting, new Crest display, DeWalt, of course, Hustler mowers displayed really nice there. And we're going to talk about that today, I hope.
That we are. That's on the agenda, as it were. So we've got all those kind of things, trying to get it spiffy and looking. We've got some mowers on the front porch. We're going to get some more of those out once the rain quits. If it'll eventually dry up a little bit, we'll get some more mowers and everything out there. So we are your Hustler, Turf, and Kawasaki engine dealer. Carry, it's like we've said, DeWalt and Crest as well. We've got everything that you need for servicing your mower, parts, warranty, everything right there in RentRight. And so the first thing we want to talk about is Crest. Best kept secret in town, wouldn't you say?
Crest is handheld equipment, battery powered, quick charge is their claim to fame. And just excellent equipment, reasonably priced. Grass trimmers, electric saws, which are fabulous. You got hedge trimmers, different battery amperage that we can show you, and we've got those in stock. And also, they're coming out and do have available a manless lawnmower. And we want to talk about that a little bit today.
Absolutely. So they're robot mower.
Robot.
So a lot of different companies have them as far as in that market for, you can think of it like a Roomba in your house. But most of them you have to put in a wire around your property so that it knows not to go too far. This one is set up completely with GPS. And so what we would do is if you wanted one, purchased it, we would come out to your site and map it. So that's basically, it looks like a wheel tape, and you walk around all around your different areas, the places where you don't want it to cut. Map everything out. There's an app on your phone how you control it. It cuts anytime, cuts every day. And whenever, if it starts raining, it goes back to its charging station.
That's right.
If there's a stick that falls in the yard or something like that, it can learn and it will go around it and keep on going. It's not just cutting haphazardly. It does cut the stripes and all that kind of stuff. It cuts in a very intelligent way, and that's something we're really excited about. It's a really good piece of equipment.
Some people are asking why we would invest in robot mowers and that technology. I believe in years to come that'll be the wave of the future. And you know, we're already seeing mowing patterns. People don't mow on Fridays and Saturdays as much. They're at the soccer field. They're at the ball field. Or they want to go to the beach. So during the week is mainly your mowing time for our customers, is what we see.
Right.
So things are changing, and how we change, our lifestyle patterns are changing. And it's a really cool concept. It's very functional. The warranty is great. And so we are looking into the future a little bit, want to invest in new things, new products. So I'd like to talk to you about that if you want to swing by.
Do you operate that
Crest
with an app on your phone?
Yeah, so the app on your phone, you can tell it when to cut, when to stop cutting. And because it's battery, there's no engine that's running.
So it's not
electric
loud?
Motors. No, it's not loud.
So
it's
you
quiet.
could do it early in the morning or at midnight or whatever?
You would preset it, and it would, and again, if it knows it's raining or too wet, it goes back to its docking station.
So you could set it to mow at like midnight, and you could wake up to a fresh cut yard?
So the thing with that is it's more of a maintainer.
Yeah.
So you're never letting your grass get up that tall.
Yeah. Right.
Because it's cutting every day. It's like, the fellows that go to the barber shop every week.
Yes.
And it looks like their hair never gets cut.
So technically, this operates every day, is what it's used
Basically,
for.
yes. Yeah. So you never be like, man, I think I need to set that thing to cut the grass because it's already done.
Yeah, they're still on the cutting edge of technology with those things. Next couple of years, you're going to see 54 and 60-inch robot mowers, and it's going to revolutionize how you maintain ball fields.
Yeah.
Yes.
The ninth inning's over, or the fourth quarter's over. Everybody goes home. The Crest mower goes to work. And it might mow a ball field that night before everybody's in bed. So.
Absolutely. And a lot of municipalities, manpower is always a thing you've got to worry with. And if you've got like the Parks Department, they're going through and you've got a bunch of guys going to cut all this, when you could just have one guy that's watching all these others so the other guys can be freed up to take care of the things that still need to be done.
We're already seeing larger, heavily or dense residential areas where they have I call it a postage stamp yard. And, you might have one commercial guy that would turn 5 or 6 of these things loose. And he could be mowing 5 or 6 yards at a time. Some of the technology that we're hearing that's coming along with it is sidewalk edgers, blowers that are robot driven, that you run off your 5G on your phone. So super cool stuff, and it's here now. I'd like to talk to you about it. So stop by and see us.
Yeah, come on down to Rent Right at 721 Buffalo Road. And so whenever we took on Crest, we start studying it. And before we go in, if we're going to invest, we want to know the company that we're going to be going with. And so we did a little bit of digging. Crest is originally a German company. They've been around since 1928.
Yep.
So they've been around near 100 years.
Made a lot of products.
Yes, they have. They started in car electronics even way back then, and then moved into building AC and DC electric motors. So they've been working in those kind of motors for a really long time and keeping up with the cutting edge and all those different things. In the 60s, they decided to expand to those different markets, a wider range of things. And that's the thing about Crest is they're really new to the American market. They just launched to the Americas, again, because over there, in 2023. When it comes to their product and their testing, I was skeptical.
Right.
I've always had a steel weed eater. My dad always run a steel chainsaw. That's just what there was. There was nothing else. And they come in and they bring us the product, and we look at it, and I'm speechless. It's just they're that good. You wouldn't think a battery would be that good.
Right.
And would hold up that long. And again, their claim to fame being their battery is how quickly it charges. So on the professional side, they advertise an 8-minute recharge.
Right.
And if you've got a couple of batteries, 8 minutes to recharge it up, you don't have any downtime. Even with the residential or prosumer that they call it, if a battery's completely dead, you'll get a recharge about 15-20 minutes.
Right. It's going to revolutionize. Mixed gas in the back of the trailer, and you'll have a battery recharge system in your trailer. That's for your commercial guys.
Oh yeah.
And you're constantly changing batteries every 45 to 50 minutes. The power on the chainsaws, I wanted to mention that. It's equal to a gas-powered saw, like a 3 or cc or so. I mean, they're phenomenal. And weed eaters are fantastic. The weed eater heads are good quality.
Yeah.
And just come by and try. I think we've got correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got a demo program.
Yeah.
That for commercial cutters, we can put one in your hands and let you try it for a few days.
Absolutely.
And we know you'll like it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a chainsaw and a weed eater. And even if you just come in the store and be like, I want to see it and see it in use and see what it is, we're more than happy to go to a patch of grass and show you what it'll do.
Yeah. One of the things, too, that we look at when we take on a line of products is the warranty, and also being able to get service with that warranty product. Having warranty is one thing, but it following through, the company following through, or your dealer following through is something else. So we pride ourselves in that, taking care of those issues for you. And we've got a really good system in place that we track with computers and file everything online. So come by and check us out on those things.
Yeah, absolutely. Cress has been very good to us. Mark Martin, the rep that comes through, that dude, I like him.
Yep, we need to have him on the radio.
Yeah, we do.
One week. Yep.
We'll have to have him come on.
Yep.
Now also, we have started to carry DeWalt.
DeWalt. Yep.
We've brought them in, and so we also have their weed eaters, their chainsaws, all those different kind of things, little hedge clippers that are really neat. And the reason we bring on that is, one, again, DeWalt is a trusted name. It's what I've used when I worked in construction. We used DeWalt. Everything was yellow, which looks good with the Hustlers, by the way, side by side.
That's right.
Just throw that out there. But it's my favorite color, so
Yeah.
I might be a bit
Yellow is your favorite
prejudiced.
color?
It is.
That's mine too. I
Yeah.
like
It's
yellow.
mine.
Wow, we've got something in
I'm
common.
telling you.
There you go.
Yeah, Hustler yellow.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
a little different yellow.
I've owned a Hustler
That,
lawnmower.
Uh-huh.
sure. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, and the big reason is all of these DeWalt products, a lot of you already have their batteries. So, as you know, the most expensive thing about any kind of battery tool is the battery itself. And so if you've already got those batteries and you just want a piece of equipment, you don't need to buy the batteries, you can get that. And we've got all those different options for you, from the weed eaters to cutting grass. One of the string trimmers that I really like is you can change out the head on it. So it's in the shaft, it breaks in the middle. And you can put on a hedge clipper. You can put on a saw, so you can have a shorter pole saw. They've got a bunch of different attachments that you can put on it so that you don't have to buy a totally new product. You can just buy a different head to go on that string trimmer, which is really handy and really innovative on their part. So
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You were mentioning this week about some promotions and buy a mower, and then customers get a voucher or a little shopping spree inside of a store.
yes.
Can you talk about
So from halfway through March to halfway through April, so it'll be a month right there, there will be a certain amount, depending on which mower you get,
Okay.
is going to be how much of a shopping spree that you get.
Okay.
So even if you get the Raptor residential model, you're still probably going to be able to get it with maybe a blower or a string trimmer and a little
Wow.
saw and all those kind of things with your purchase that just comes with
Free.
that.
I mean, you
Absolutely.
can. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of like a little a bonus.
Right.
A bonus purchase.
Just
right?
sweeten the pot, right?
Sweeten the pot, yeah. Also, one thing that excites me is the 0% financing through Sheffield.
That's it.
We offer that. We do all the applications in house. It's online. It's very easy. It's not cumbersome to go through. We sit down with you. Go into a private office, and we can take care of those financial needs for you immediately. And several ways you can pay. You can send in a check. You can do it automatic draft. Any of those common ways of payment that Sheffield can take care of those things for you. So
Yeah, absolutely. They have the 0% interest if you have qualifying credit.
Yeah.
And you can get from 12 months all the way to 48 and in
right.
between. So
Yeah.
whatever is best for you, whatever time frame is going to be most convenient, that's what we're looking to do.
sure, you can pre-approve.
Yeah.
You can go to SheffieldFinancial.com and get pre-approved, and bring that PIN number
Yep.
into our store, and you're pre-approved. We can get you going really quick. So I think in some of those situations we can do it even over the phone, and have them sign the documents after, when we deliver equipment to them. So
Yeah. All of that's
it's
really
really-
easy to do. It's really quick and painless as far as that goes.
painless.
That's it. That's it.
That's right. I like pain-free.
Yeah, but I don't like pain. It hurts.
Yeah. What about You don't know pain yet. You're too young. What about? Let's don't get into that. Let's talk about warranty on Hustler mowers.
Yeah.
By the way, we see a lot of Hustler mowers around town on trailers.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes that's even some of our entertainment is counting the Hustler mowers that we see around town with our fabulous customers that we see going from job to job. Let's talk about warranty just for a few minutes on Hustler.
Absolutely. So with your Dash XD, which is going to be the smallest one that we carry, residential, rated for up to a couple acres, smaller yards, it's got a 2-year, 200-hour warranty. Mm-hmm. Once you jump into the Raptor series, you've got the Raptor X, XD, and XDX. And those warranties, it's going to be a 3-year, 300-hour. Whenever you step up from an X to an XD to an XDX, what you're looking at is going to be your hydraulic pumps. Those are going to be heavier as you go on up the line. Mm-hmm. The frames are all going to be the same. They're welded, tube steel, everything right here in the USA as far as the frames go. The decks, welded steel, fabricated. All of those things, really heavy built, really durable. And the warranty, once you get to a fast track, which is going to be considered a semi-commercial, mm-hmm. It's got a 4-year, 750-hour warranty. Mm-hmm. So you can go into some commercial cutting with that. It's rated for that commercial duty. Most of the time for a fast track, we see people with a larger yard. Mm-hmm. Say, I cut 5 to 10 acres because we have a farm or we have a larger piece of land. That's usually you're going to start with that kind of fast track. From there, you've got the fast track SDX, which is going to step up in engine grade. It's going to have the commercial engine FX series, and it's going to have a 4-year, 1,000-hour warranty.
Mm-hmm. A little different seat on it.
Yes.
A little better seat, suspension, a little more suspension.
So once you get to the fast track, that's when you get your spring-loaded seat. So you can tighten mm-hmm. it or loosen it to whatever's most comfortable mm-hmm. with your ride. And then once you get from a step up from there, you get to the X1, mm-hmm. which has got a 5-year, 1,200-hour warranty. First year, no hour limit. Just doesn't matter how many hours you put on it in that first year. And it also, again, has an upgraded seat, bigger frame, just an animal mm-hmm. as far as we've got it sitting in our showroom right now. And it's fun just to sit on it and dream. One day I get a little older, I can maybe buy one as far as that goes for those commercial units. But that's a unit you're going to make a living on.
Right.
You don't just buy that on a whim.
Right. Just an investment.
It is.
We see these mowers, especially the larger ones. We see them that are 15 to 20 years old mm-hmm. that come in for service. And I'm so proud of our customers that really care for their equipment and that have invested in equipment. And we're really good at helping folks service and parts mm-hmm. In the shop there. So don't think of it as a throwaway item. Spending good hard money on equipment that's going to be thrown away in a few years. We're seeing at 10 years mm-hmm. That they're fabulous, and the cut quality is just out the roof. Improvements and new designs every year. Every couple of years we see them. Kawasaki mm-hmm. upgrades and better fuel economy and emissions and all those things. Better pumps. That's something that we've seen for several years now is the HydroGear pumps that have gotten better and smoother, and seats have gotten better. So just want to invite you to come by. And we do take trades.
Yeah, we do.
Have we got any good used mowers right now?
We've got a couple.
Sale?
We do. We've got a Sport, which is an older little mower, very well taken care of. And then we've got a Raptor SD mm-hmm. as well, traded in. And when we say 10 years, we're not just talking about the commercial mowers.
That's right.
I've had residential mowers in the Raptor series that 10 years and they're still going.
They still look good.
They still look good and they're still cutting. And for a residential mower, that is really good.
Yeah, they're built well.
Yeah.
The decks are solid. Spindles are tough. And, with Hustler paint, we even sell paint.
We do.
And it's
Touch-ups.
amazing. It's a little different color, yellow, Maddie, that on that Hustler paint. So you're not going to be able to go and buy Rust-Oleum and match. It's actually a Hustler color.
So on Hustler mowers, do you have discounts right now for them?
Yes, so we always they have a military discount. So if you served in the armed forces, we've got discounts for that. That is going to depend on which mower you get, on how much. With the 0%, we have that as well, and then the fleet discount for our commercial guys. If you buy 2 or more mowers, you get 25% off MSRP.
Wow. Yeah.
If you buy 4 mowers, then you get 27% off.
Right, and there's special discounts for municipalities.
Yes. Government.
Government municipalities, and for large commercial cutters, I believe there's a program that Hustler offers for those guys, those big fleet guys. So we're your dealer, local dealer right here in Lawrenceburg.
And I just want to say, like, if people are confused by what you're talking about, like Raptor, XD, all that, they can visit rentrightequipment.com, and they have a Hustler page on there where you can click and see the differences in each mower to find out which one's suited for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you can go to the HustlerTurfEquipment.com. That's right, HustlerTurfEquipment.com. All your parts are online. Anything research-wise, it's really good. Of course, you can go to our website too, rentrightequipment.com, and find all that information.
Absolutely.
And it even has the mile per hour speeds on here.
Yeah, we've got one that runs 22 miles an hour. No matter, you can't mow that fast.
I know.
But if you're going from job to job. We got in a 72, is by special request, a 72 hyperdrive.
Yeah.
And it is top of the line. There's nothing like it that's made. Absolutely fabulous.
I mean, that's
mower.
booking it.
It's booking it. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
You don't realize how fast that is until you're
you're riding on a lawnmower going that fast.
That's right. Some speed zones, school zones, are 15.
I know.
Right. So
give you a ticket on your lawnmower.
You get a ticket on your lawnmower. But fabulous mower. Decks are great. When you start researching mowing equipment, and I would encourage people to do that. Really spend some time and research, and learn what's on the market, what's working, what's not working, and cut quality, and we can help you figure out how to achieve that good cut quality.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got all the tips and tricks, the things that work best from professionals that know what they're doing and know what the kind of quality you want. We can help you with any of that, and that's free, by the way.
Yep.
You just call or come on in, and we're happy to help with you and talk with you and spend as much time as we need. We don't charge for advice.
Well,
Advice comes free.
It comes free.
But one of the things, I just want to continue to brag on what I'm seeing around the county and in neighboring counties is the yard quality has really gotten better over the years. And I believe the zero turn market has really helped that, and just the quality that I'm seeing around different neighborhoods, and cut quality has gotten a lot better. And Hustler plays a big part of that.
Yeah.
And when you see your neighbor keeping their yard really nice, you're going to want to keep yours the same. So I want to give that as a challenge. Give us a call, and let's keep the neighborhoods looking really sharp.
Yeah, and if you've never been on a zero turn, again, we're happy to walk you through it, all the different things, but the maneuverability is just so much far and above any kind of tractor type.
Yep.
It's second to none.
It is. You cut down on your weed eating time. You can work around flower beds and trees, barnyards, those kind of things a lot easier. We hear reports back for years now. I wish I had known 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I wish I had tried out the number one, the Hustler, and also the zero turn technology.
Absolutely. And also, one thing that if you don't know, if you have a farm or you have a farm card, Tennessee agriculture tax card, that qualifies for a mower. So as long as you use it 50% or more, cutting around the farm, cutting around the barn, fences and pens, and keeping all those things taken up, that can take that tax off of that.
That's right, and it's not a well kept secret. It's available, and we want to do that for you. We want to offer that. The state of Tennessee, we try to take care of our farmers and do what's right by them, and this is one way that we can help you save close to 10% on a purchase. Not every state does that, and so but we wanted you to save as much money as you can, and we take those tax cards and put them on file, and that also works on parts, repair parts. So keep that in mind if you're one that live like we do. We live in the rural parts of Lawrence County, Tennessee. We want to be able to help you save a few dollars.
Absolutely. So just call in for a price, call in for any information, or just stop on by at 721 Buffalo Road here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And you may ask, we're really bragging on zero-turn mowers, right? Why Hustler? We've talked about it a bit, but why specifically?
From the early days, I just liked our relationship that we had with Hustler from the very beginning. 2003, 2004, they took care of business. I call it backroom business. Not just the quality of the equipment, but the company itself. They would stand behind their dealers. They're not going to put a dealer on every corner, and so it gives a dealer an opportunity to actually make a living out of it. So we like that. But number two is just the overall quality, deck quality, pump quality, the fit and finish of the mower itself. Now, I want you to understand that it's the Hustler product is not fancy, but it's extremely functional, and they limit parts where parts are not needed. They don't put them. For example, we mentioned before on the X1 4 or 5 years ago, the ownership came and challenged his engineer crew to we even want to make it better. And so one of the ways that they wanted to do that was actually take parts away from that X1. X1 is the middle of the road commercial mower. It's a fantastic cutting mower. It's only mower that we have that use Parker pumps instead of Hydro Gear, and fabulous cutting mower, rides good, very popular in the Hustler world. And the engineers came back with their proposal, and they took out 37 parts out of that mower. What that means for the consumer and the end user is there's less parts to break and wear out, and they were able to reduce the cost and also the production cost on that mower. So fabulous mower, good relationship with them. Parts, they're available. We keep parts on the shelf. And also part shipment, correct me if I'm wrong on this, it's no more than a day or two away.
It's usually a couple days, depending on the availability, but they all come from Shelby, isn't it? Shelby, Ohio?
Yep.
They all come straight from there. Yeah, that's our warehouse.
The Hustler mowers, people ask on occasion, where are they produced? They're in Heston, Kansas. And we know some great things came out of Kansas. Not just, what was that little girl's name that on that movie? What was her name? That came from Kansas? Dorothy, yeah.
And Toto,
yeah. So not just them, but Heston, Kansas. There's a lot of good farm and ag equipment that have come out of Heston, Kansas. But and these are right in there too. And fabulous people that started the company. And they recently sold out, just like big companies do. They sell and move on. So that great relationship with DeWalt and Stanley Black & Decker, it's working well.
Absolutely. And again, we recommend go research different ones. Go look at them and go around and ride them, because whenever you get on a Hustler, you'll know the difference.
Yep.
That's what we say. I'm not afraid for you to go and ride somebody
Yep.
else's. Go for it.
Yep.
When you come, then you'll see. You'll
That's
see
right.
what we're talking about.
We've had customers come in, and through the years we've sold different brands along with Hustler. And I've had them ask me, well, I want to ride this red one, and I want to ride this other one. And they always come back to the Hustler. And there's a reason they come back to Hustler is because of they're superior in the market.
Mm-hmm.
And people that are serious about mowing, that want a low-cost maintenance, they use Hustler. And so hats off to our fabulous Hustler family.
Yes, they have a user-friendly design and smooth track steering. You're not going to get any smoother than what they have time tested and ran through the ringer to make sure that it would hold up and it would still be as smooth as you would get. You can ride it all day and your hands just won't tingle.
That's right. We have customers, professional guys, and they might be with school systems or big parks and things that we sell to. And we find these mowers that they put 500 and 600, 700 hours a year on these mowers. Average homeowner between 50 and 70 hours a year.
Mm-hmm.
And we live in the rural areas. We have bigger yards, and that's factored in also. So you'll see anywhere from 50 to 70 in residential setting. You might see 100 hours on a farm setting if they're mowing their fence rows and ditches and so forth. But commercial guys, you're going to be 500 to 700 hours. A lot of hours and a lot of heat, a lot of wear, but Hustler hangs in there.
That it does. And at Rent Right, we are a full-service mechanic shop for Hustler and any other mower that you've got.
That's right. We took in some Kubota today,
Mm-hmm.
and other brands. We'd be glad to help you. Get those up and going. Just bring them by. Hustler is our number one product for us, outdoor power that we sell. If you ask us which is the best, we're going to say yellow, and so you're gonna like yellow. We do take some trades. We need some trade mowers right now.
Yeah.
So if you need to upgrade, maybe you bought a new place and you need a bigger deck, a little more horsepower. Let's talk about trading. We can probably work something out with you.
Absolutely. So we offer anything for Kawasaki and Kohler engines.
Mm-hmm.
We can do warranty work for either of them.
Mm-hmm.
So just come on in, let us look at it. We can help you. We really like Kawasaki and Kohler, Kawasaki especially.
Mm-hmm.
They just make really good products.
They do, yeah. Very functional. Made right here in the United States. Even though it has a Japanese name on it, they've started factories here in the States, so they're American made, American put together. We're good at Kawasaki and Kohler engines,
Mm-hmm.
Diagnosing. So if you have other products, mixers or other brand mowers that you need some assistance on Kawasaki or Kohler, we probably got your parts for you.
Yes. And for any of those things, we'll find parts. It's not that hard to do, and we can get you taken care of and get you back cutting, no matter what you're cutting with.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And also, again, we're bringing on Troy-Bilt.
Troy-Bilt, when those going to show up?
I'm hoping within the next few days. If that's from what the order says, it should be here pretty soon. Troy-Bilt, again, a big name.
That's
Everybody
right.
knows it. We're going to have some tillers in.
Fabulous.
Those ride-on units,
Mm-hmm.
tractors type, lawn mowers, just for anybody that needs it. As far as a price range, it's going to be a little lower for you if you need something. And
That's right.
It's going to be that option for you, and some
Yep.
people just like them.
Yeah.
They like that steering wheel, and we want to be able to have the
That's
options
right. That's right.
that you want.
That's right. We don't want to force you into a zero turn. But after you catch on to it, it's like roller skating. You're gonna love it. So I teach people through the years that if you can push a shopping cart, you can drive a zero turn mower. But we do have those steering wheel units in Troy-Bilt. Is there deck sizes that you've got ordered?
So we've got a 36, and I believe the largest is going to be a 48
Okay.
for those.
All right.
In the
Price
tractor
range?
type. For more of the top end ones that we've got, you're looking at about 2,900.
Okay. All right. Not too bad.
No, it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Finance those also.
Absolutely, we can take
That's
care of
right.
all of that. No problem at all.
Okay. All right. Parts will be available for the Troy-Bilt.
Mm-hmm.
Belts and decks and tires and all those things.
And your blades and everything
Right.
like that, we're going to have all that carried in stock. Take care of all that warranty work as well.
Right.
Again,
Right.
we're not just selling you something and then get you out the door. We want to be able to take care of you and help you as the
Yeah.
years go on.
Again, this is rentrideequipment.com. We're on 721 Buffalo Road right here in Lawrenceburg.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're lit up real big. If you drive by at night and you'll see our place. It's got all the lights around, equipment out front. And we rent a lot of equipment. We've done that for 46 years. And then, half of that time we've sold outdoor power equipment and, focusing on Hustler outdoor power equipment, zero turns. Yep, sure have.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to circle back here again as spring comes in. You're going to need weed eaters. You're going to need chainsaws. And if you've got gas weed eaters or gas chainsaws, you might want to start trying to start them, because that's always going to be fun after a long winter trying to get one of those little 2 cycles going. But again, we have Cress outdoor power, from weed eaters to chainsaws and hedge trimmers and bush trimmers and all those kind of things. And we also carry DeWalt. Has the batteries that you still have at home. That's what I have that's what my drill set is the DeWalt. So any of
One
those
of the things that I found, Tyler, is we use a DeWalt blower every day. I've got one in the barn and I've got one in the garage. And I'm going to tell you why we use it every day is because of convenience. I pick it up, hit the button. If the battery, I got 2 different batteries. If it's charged, I blow the garage out. If the weed eater is charged and it's got a little line in it, I'll weed eat for 5 or 10 minutes. And we live in a convenience-driven society today. Same thing with mowing. If it's convenient, if your equipment is in good shape, you'll enjoy what you're doing. And so that's where we can help you with DeWalt, with Cress, and also with Hustler Power Equipment. Keeping it running great, in good shape, good equipment, that you're going to cut time down. You're going to be able to get to the soccer field and the baseball field on time. And so let's help you. We want to help you.
Absolutely. As spring comes in, you might be wanting to start out your little garden, get your little home garden and all those things going. Not only do we have tillers that we're going to sell with Troy-Bilt, you can own, but we also have them to rent.
That's right.
So you don't have to spend all that on the front end to have something you're going to use every now and then, but you can just come on in and rent one to get your garden ready, and then you can tend it as it goes on.
Let's talk just for a couple of seconds about the advantages of renting, if you will. And I'm not going to ask you, I'll tell you. But one of the advantages is storage, and I've heard Maddie talk about this, and pressure washers and different things. You don't have to store it. You spend a few dollars for maybe a half a day rental on a tiller or pressure washer or other equipment, expensive equipment. You use it and you return it, and then when you pull around in the back, somebody unloads it for you.
Yep.
So you tell Tyler thank you, and you're on your way. So we have customers that we'll see 5 times a year. We have customers we'll see every week.
Yeah.
So it's all about convenience. It's all about having access to equipment, to completing a job that you maybe couldn't have done before. So maybe you can speak to the types of customers that we're seeing, small contractors and homeowners.
Yeah,
farmers.
we have them all, from the weekend warriors that want to take out a project. They have some concrete they want to get up. They have some. They want to pour a new patio and things like that. We've got all of that, and then from our professional guys, I had a 70-pound breaker go out today.
Yeah.
To work in a bathroom because they needed it done, but you don't want to spend and buy that product because that's going to be a few $1,000s because we have quality product, and you don't do it every day.
Right.
You don't have to bust out concrete every day, but when you do, you need something other than a sledgehammer.
That's right.
And so not only is it going to save your back, but it's going to save you time and it's going to make you money.
Yeah, if you're paying labor, labor costs are expensive now, and if you've got a couple of guys on the payroll, you probably need to know the name Rent Right Incorporated. So keep us in mind. Find us on Facebook or find us on the internet, rentrightequipment.com. And you can see equipment online, and we've been updating pictures, and I believe you can go in there and request a quote, and
that you can.
Also delivery. It's very convenient, and outdoor equipment like aerators, blowers. We've got a really good gas-powered blowing system now, made by Billy Goat.
Yep.
And one of my favorite, Tyler, is that new sod cutter we've got.
Yeah.
Maybe you can talk to us about what a sod cutter does.
It cuts sod.
It cuts sod.
It's got a blade that goes underneath it. You set the depth and run through it. It's self-propelled.
Yeah.
And it pulls that up perfectly so that you can pick it up and move it to where you need it to go.
Yeah. It's great for pools. If you're putting in a above-ground pool, and you want to save that beautiful sod, you can reset it somewhere else. It's a fabulous piece of equipment. Very expensive, $5,000 or $6,000. You can rent it for maybe $100 a day or something. It's really good, and so we pride ourselves in keeping good equipment. We don't buy the cheapest equipment, but we buy equipment that's very rentable, and the functions are very good.
Absolutely, and keeping your lawn looking nice, we want to help you with that, but we also have things to help you put in flower beds, such as bed edgers, and that will dig about a 6-inch trench for you to put it in, and you can make a nice curved bed so that you can put in the nice soil. You can get the nice soil and put the mulch and everything on top of that to get you a really healthy and good looking flower bed.
That's right.
We've got all those things.
Yeah. Mini excavators, Bobcat. We've got skid steers, rubber track skid steers. Delivery available. We'll be glad to get it to you.
Yeah.
We do a week long rental. We'll do a day rental. We'll do a weekend. The weekend rentals seem to be really popular, and so we can fix you up with good equipment.
Absolutely. One of the newer things we've gotten in is a straw blower.
Oh, isn't that a fine piece of equipment?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. It comes on its own trailer. You can load your straw up on it, have somebody pull you around, and it'll blow straw 25 feet.
Why would you need a straw blower? What do you use in your construction background? When would you use a straw blower?
So whenever we were building houses, I did excavation construction. So I'm out there with a skid steer and a mini X, digging footers and moving dirt around so we get the pad level. And so a lot of the pads that we were working on weren't nice, perfect level lots. So you're moving a lot of dirt and trying to face a hill and do all those kind of things. And really for the straw blowers, once you get ready to seed, because no house looks complete without grass growing in the front yard. If it's just rocks and dirt, not the best look. And so what we did a lot by hand was you get bales of straw and you go out there and you seed it, and then you've got to carry it all around to get an even coat, because that keeps the moisture in. It lets the seeds germinate so that they can start growing roots and then eventually start poking up through. Keeps them from washing away. Whenever it rains, you got that straw there. It keeps them in place so they don't get taken on in a stream. And you do it by hand once, and you will love a straw blower.
Again, labor cost.
Yeah.
And the even a piece of straw that's cut, it's about 2 inches or so, and it's even when you distribute it out of the straw blower. Distributed by hand, it's not going to be even.
You're going to have a lot more clumps. If it's clumpy, it doesn't give the grass seed enough light and air. It just kind of smothers it in the ground, doesn't let it poke up through. So that's very important.
Yeah. Labor costs, time saving. You just got to factor all those things in, and you just need to remember the name Rent Right Incorporated, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
721 Buffalo Road, and it will do pretty much any kind of straw. A last year I was talking with Dustin from Dustin's Landscaping, and he wanted to try out some pine straw, some pine needle straw, and he was afraid that it was going to tear it up too much. But we brought it out there, and there's actually a video you can see on Facebook with us going through it, using it, and seeing that it didn't break it up. It kept it the right length. It evenly distributed it. You can also find a video on our walk-behind blower, which is very handy when it comes to leaf season or anything else like that, or just blowing off your driveway or parking lots, any kind of those kind of businesses. It's very helpful, and it is really easy. You can find those videos all there on Facebook. Just go into the post, and you'll be able to see all the things that we've done and we're doing.
We're going to highlight one of the things that we've been talking about is highlighting some of our fantastic customers. And if you're a customer of ours, a commercial cutter or a contractor, and we'd like to have you on the radio with us and share your story. We've had one or two already, and Keith, our lead tech coordinator, has been on. So you're going to get a phone call, and so we'd love to have you come on here and share with us on Tip Tuesdays.
That's it. And also, these videos you can find on Facebook and YouTube. I share them personally. I know Mr. Bill Adams does as well. If you've got any questions for us, feel free to go into the comments, put a question on there, and we'll try and answer it next week on the show. So if you've got any questions, if we don't answer it before then, because I will reach out personally and try and answer any questions you have. But if you've got something you want on the radio, just give us a question.
That's
we'll
right.
try and answer it.
Something that you were delivering today, lifts, and the scissor lifts are really beginning to take off. And what kind of projects, the 19-foot drivable scissor lifts, and also the 55-foot tow behind, what kind of projects are our customers trying to get done with those?
So with the scissor lift, you've got anywhere from like ceiling work. A lot of electricians will use them in shops and things like that, so that it's a whole lot easier to run wire when you've got a lift and you're not climbing down ladder to ladder. You can also plug the scissor lift. It's got a plug so that you can plug it into a power cord, and then it's got an outlet up there in the basket that you can plug in and run your tools there, or run a battery charger for your battery operated equipment as well. Keep all those things with you. It saves a lot of time. It saves a lot of money when it comes to having that to get a job done quicker, because as we all know, when you're doing bid jobs, the quicker you get it finished, the quicker you get paid.
Sure.
And so with that, you can put up drywall if you've got a tall vaulted ceiling in a new home that's still concrete floors. You've got to have a hard surface. They are definitely for concrete or indoor, things like that. As far as the towable lifts, the 34-foot and the 55, we see people doing tree work. We had some folks over in Pulaski that at the hospital there that was changing light bulbs.
Right.
Up in the big light poles. So they were going up there and changing out those things for those kind of maintenance. It's helpful for any of those kind of jobs. If you've got a lot of gutters and you don't want to have to use a ladder, one of our lifts is perfect for that. It gets you close. It gets you really close to where you need to be, so you can clean out all the leaves and debris and things that build up over time in gutters, so that keeps that drain system functioning properly. So that the water's actually going in the gutter and not spilling over. So any of those kind of things, they're very helpful for, really handy.
Yeah. A couple of things I want to mention too is drain snakes.
Yeah.
General wire. We keep general wire drain snakes, different sizes, different lengths, and also water pumps, gas powered, and also electric water pumps we keep in stock. So if there's a piece of equipment you're looking for and you're unsure where to call, give us a call. rentrightequipment.com, and we can be found on Facebook or really easy on Google. You can go right to our store here in Lawrenceburg, and we'd love to try to help you with hard to find equipment, or maybe not know how to do a particular job. Give us a call.
Absolutely. Our staff, we've done all of those different kind of jobs. The drain snake, that's a product of necessity. It's not a flashy
Yep.
item, but when you need it, boy, you just really need it.
Yeah, a drain snake.
That's
yeah.
it, you do.
You know what? I am so thankful that drain snakes are not Democrats or Republicans. You know, and that's one thing about a stopped-up drain. It doesn't care which political party you fall down on.
That is true. It's there to do its job.
It's do its job.
That's good. Done got Maddie the giggles.
I know. I'm
That's
not
right.
going to stop laughing the whole
That's
time
right.
now.
We'd love to try to help you if we can. It's a fun store to come into, and we've always got things going on. And just love our customers.
Yeah, just come on in. We've got a lot of things to look at, from our case pocket knives.
Oh wow! Any new ones
Old-timer.
in lately?
Yeah, we've gotten a few.
Okay.
We've got a nice case blue handle. That is a 3-blade
Okay.
trapper.
I haven't seen that one.
It's nice. It's a good looking knife. We've also got a Buck Creek German steel from Soligen, Germany. It's a really pretty green blue color.
Okay.
Bone handle. Those are going to be your pricey ones. But you get
I
what you
bought a
pay
few
for.
in my day.
Yep, you get what you pay for. That quality, if you want that case that says XX, we've got them. We've also got some other pocket knives, a Hawkbill, that's an old timer, different things like that in our case. Just stop in,
That's
take
right.
a look at them. We've got the honey.
Honey.
Got to sweeten things up a little bit.
That's right. Local grower.
Yes, it
and,
is.
for honey, and another good customer.
Yeah.
And we just keeping that honey available there. And we've still got some of the old time stuff we've had for years. The old timers, we still got the barber chairs from years ago.
Yeah.
And popcorn machine that came out of the old Crockett Theater. We've got it right there, still functional. And we try to keep it as hometown as we can, but yet on the cutting edge of technology and great equipment. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to lose the relationship. That's the biggest thing. We're here to serve the community that we live in. I'm a Giles Countyan. I don't know if people might look at me funny, but I mean, I've never lived outside of Giles County. This is my home. We always lived, and we'd go to Lawrenceburg or Pulaski because Lawrenceburg has the bigger Walmart. So they do, has a little more stuff. So we'd go to both, and it's all about serving the community, and in serving you, we can make a living, and that's what we all want.
It's great. Yeah. RentRightEquipment.com, 721
Buffalo
Road.
Yeah. So that's kind of coming to the end of what we've got. You can call or stop on in to Rent Right for all your home projects, lawn care, and everything else in between. So come on down to Rent Right. We can help you out.
All righty. Thank you, Maddie.
You are so welcome. I hope y'all have a good night.
You too.
And there are some big names that are up for franchise tagging or not at all. And we're going to keep an eye on that all throughout this 3-hour edition of the Rich Eisen Show, live on the Roku channel, which is free on every Roku device known to man, Amazon Fire TV. It's also free on the app that you can find the Roku channel on. There's also the RokuChannel.com. It's also on select Samsung televisions as well. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you?
Rich, I'm great. What's up, man?
We also say hello to the terrestrial radio audience that's out there listening, Sirius XM, Odyssey, and more. Good to see you over there, DJ Mikey Diaz and D's
Good
Nuts.
morning, Rich.
You seem more engaged.
Yes, the taxes are done.
Hey!
That's a big thing. That's a lot on the plate, you know?
I understand.
It's a lot on the plate.
I know. It's tough to make us sound good and make sure you're up to your fiduciary
I don't
capabilities when it comes to the state of California and maybe the United States of America.
Exactly.
And then there's the local Los Angeles
been awarded
taxes.
once.
Franchise
Not
board
fun.
is real.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
a real thing, Mike.
Well,
No joke.
good to see you
I get
back,
it.
Mike.
I'm back.
TJ Candles lit. Good to see you over there.
I
How are
mean,
you?
Mike made me feel like he knew he was heading to the big house last night if he didn't get the
I know. I heard that too.
You know, it was
I
like,
heard that
okay,
too.
White collar,
up.
Goodfellas prison. You know what I mean? It's all good.
Well, it's good to see everybody out there today.
Collar
Good to see everybody out there today. As soon as we got done with yesterday's show, Chris Brockman and I recorded the latest edition of Overreaction Monday based on what we saw at the Combine and what's coming in free agency. Daniel Jeremiah is going to be joining us to talk about that. But as soon as we left, within a half an hour, the Denver Broncos, I think, beat everyone to the punch. I think they broke the news yesterday. I didn't see any of our highly talented information men and women in the National Football League
At Broncos.
reporting this.
Went
This was
through
the
it.
Broncos, a statement from the general manager, George Payton, and the head coach, Sean Payton, saying, "We spoke with Russell Wilson today to inform him of his release after the start of the league year. On behalf of the Broncos, we thank Russell for his contributions and dedication to our team and community while wishing him the best as he continues his career. As we move forward, we're focused on building the strongest team possible for the 2024 season and beyond. We're excited to improve this offseason and have the flexibility to get better through the draft and free agency." And clearly, everyone got their ducks in a row because Russ had a thank you letter to everybody but the two gentlemen that were on that statement and the owners of the Broncos. It was Broncos country. He thanked everybody in the Denver community, to his teammates. He thanked everyone in the organization. He got down to the folks in the dining halls and things of that nature. He thanked his family. He thanked a pastor. He thanked everybody. And he said, "Tough times don't last, but tough people do. God's got me. I'm excited for what's next." Number 3, Russell Wilson. And this, I have to tell you, is one of the most shocking turns of a career in the 20-plus years that I have been covering this league. Chris, you and I remember the days when we were just doing our podcast as a TV show and just for people to listen to and download whenever they wanted. And the season opener of the 2012 season, we had everybody booked. I mean, we had no time left in our hour-long show. Mm-hmm. And the guy that we had been chasing all summer long, we heard from the Seahawks saying, "You got 10 minutes with him." And it was
now.
Right
now, he's taking a break from watching film. You got 10 minutes if you go now.
We scrambled the Jets. And we got Russell Wilson sat down because he was a kid drafted in the 3rd round, out of Wisconsin by the way of NC State. And even though Matt Flynn had just been signed by the Seattle Seahawks, he took the job and won it and was starting. And we had to speak to him because he came in like a house of fire after he got drafted and then backed it up. Backed it up with Hall of Fame seasons is what he backed it up with. In the Super Bowl era, with a minimum of 150 starts. The highest passer rating of anybody belongs to Aaron Rodgers. Second is Russell Wilson with an even 100. Everybody else below them, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, are just in the double digits. Russ is, as we speak today, the only player in NFL history with 40,000 pass yards and 5,000 rush yards. That's it. He's one of the most prolific deep passers in the history of the National Football League. The next-gen stats back it up. He has over 1,500 more deep pass yards, 20 or more air yards and passes, than any other player since 2016. Since entering the NFL on that day, Chris, when you and I were interviewing him, getting set to get going, since entering the NFL in 2012, he's got 115 quarterback wins. The only one with more in that span is named Tom Brady. He was the personification of Pete Carroll's always compete mentality. Anybody who competes and does well has a shot at starting and has a shot at winning. And he made the playoffs 8 times with Seattle. Top 4 amongst quarterbacks when he walked in the league to the end of the decade. And sometimes it wasn't one and done. He won 2 times in the playoffs. He got to the NFC Championship game all the time, and I understand the Legion of Boom had a very large reason and cause for all of that, but Russ was the man for all that time. And then towards the end of his tenure in Seattle, it began to fall off. And we were pointing the finger right at Pete Carroll. The phrase, let Russ cook. Whenever we talk to Pete Carroll about that, he bristles. Because he knows the subtext of let Russ cook is you are not letting Russell Wilson do what he can do to the best of his ability. You're just trying to hold him back. You're trying to get him to be a game manager when he can wreck it. I remember Russ in those years in Seattle. He would extend plays, and you couldn't put him down on the ground. You couldn't get him. He would extend plays and then launch it. He would extend plays and then run it. He would extend plays and throw darts. He was 100% on the way to Canton, Ohio. And he and Seattle part ways. Denver raises its hand and says, we'll take him. And not only will they take him, they gave up a king's ransom to go get him. They flipped Seattle their first round pick in 2012 saying, we're drafting Russ 9th overall. And then they give him a first round pick in 2023. They also gave him their second round selection in 2022. They gave up their first 2 picks in the 2022 draft and their first 2 picks in the 2023 draft and a 5th round pick in the 2022 draft and 3 players. Drew Lock, Noah Fant, and Shelby Harris. They gave all that up for us. And a 4th round selection in 2022. That's it.
Not great, Bob.
Because, well, hold on. At the time, I just set up for you everything that Russ did in Seattle.
I know.
And Denver hadn't made the playoffs since Peyton Manning left him. And they were getting a new coach in. So what better way to bring in the new coach than say, here's a guy who just put up all those Hall of Fame years in Seattle. And it was first game out from Nathaniel Hackett. Russ in Seattle, zero chill in the NFL scheduling department to put him in Seattle right away. Russ was terrific in that game. And we made a whole hell of a meal out of Nathaniel Hackett not letting Russ cook at the end and sending Brandon McManus out to kick it from, Vancouver. Remember that?
I do.
And it was just an indication that Nathaniel Hackett might not be the guy for the moment or the job or for the Russ cook, and they both fell apart. Both of them. Sean Payton comes in, and Sean Payton's now going to be the guy to get him done, right? And Russ did have a better year last year. Russ had a better year last year. But the 3 seasons, last in Seattle, 2 in Denver. I mean, we're showing this graphic on the screen right here. It's the same person, but it's not the same player. It's a team game. obviously, it's a coaching quarterback game, and it's not all on Russ, but I have no idea. I mean, this guy was ticketed for Canton, Ohio. Ticketed through his first 9 seasons in Seattle. And now I have no idea what in the world has happened to a guy who, by the way, great. I want to talk about great in the community. He's got the patch I'd want more than anything else. Obviously, you want the C on your chest. You want the Walter Payton Man of the Year patch on your chest. This is as good a dude as you can put in the community and you can hire for your quarterback job. But I cannot believe that the guy that we have been talking about, ticketed for Canton, is now 100% in the Herschel Walker category of one of the worst trades in the history of the NFL. Because for all of that draft capital that Denver gave up, all they got was 11 wins. That's it. 11-19. They got 11 wins. And when they hired him, when they got him to Denver, they signed him to a 5-year contract extension. 5 years, $245 million, 124 guaranteed. And by releasing him, he will play a grand total of 0 downs on that contract. 0. Because the 2 years in Denver was the last 2 years of his contract that came with him from Seattle. This year is where the contract was supposed to kick in, and the reason why they cut him is to save the $37 million salary of 2025 that would be guaranteed fully if he was on the team before March 17th. And I guess they're doing him the favor of getting him out on the market the minute the new league year hits. So it's okay to start talking with him. And by the way, he will be a very attractive quarterback possibility for someone for 2 reasons. 1, the entirety of his salary is paid by Denver, with the exception of what you pay him.
Like $1 million.
And if I'm Russell Wilson, I'm like, what's the league minimum? Pay me that. Because that's all. Because that's all that would get subtracted from Denver's tab.
Exactly.
You are sticking Denver with the largest tab possible.
Can he play for free, Rich?
I don't believe that's possible.
Not technically.
But I'm sure he did ask that question of his agent at some point over the last whatever. Can I play for free for my next team? So you are getting a quarterback with all this vast experience and history.
So with 7+ years,
For
the minimum
zip.
is $1.65 million.
That's it. Yeah. That's what he'll play for. And then number 2, you got a guy who knows this is his last shot at being a starter, I think, with a chance to make the Hall of Fame. That's what he wants to do. He told that to Brandon Marshall. He wants to win 2 more Super Bowls.
Me too.
You know what? But so do we all, and I understand. I understand, because the bottom line is you have to feel, if you're the team that's going to hire him, that the guy from the first 9 years is still in there. He's still in there. He's got to be still in there. He, last year, in terms of passing touchdown interception ratio rating, which is his forte, and rush yards, 4th quarter comeback wins, he was tied for first. Now, the reason for that might be is that's when he just goes on pure instinct and does the runaround stuff and, you know, and causes all sorts of problems. And he doesn't play that way, or the scheme doesn't have him play that way, or he's pushing 35 and he can't play 4 quarters that way anymore. That's the question about Russ that you're going to have to answer if you're, say, Pittsburgh. If you want to add Russ to the Kenny Pickett mix.
Why would you not want to do that?
Because you want Kenny Pickett to see if he's the guy, and you don't want
But you're paying
to look
Russ
over the shoulder and see number
less
3.
than you're paying
I
Pickett.
understand, but you want this guy to clear the decks. Don't you remember they got rid of Cam Newton back in the day, the Patriots?
Yeah.
Because they're just like, it's Mac's show. That's it. We're not going to have any him looking over the shoulder and say, is that number 1 coming in?
True.
That's
But
what
Rich,
you want.
doesn't
If you want to see what your young quarterback can do, you clear the decks in the NFL, because it's a mental game as much as it is physical. As obvious. I mean, Russ is obviously a very strong-willed individual, but there has to be some doubt that creeps in his mind after what's happened over the last 3 years as to what in the hell has happened to his Hall of Fame trajectory. Right? I mean, or any other team that might want to bring him in. I hear all this nonsense that the Jets should bring him in to back up Aaron Rodgers. Get out of here with that noise. He wants to have a starting gig this year, and somebody wants to. Why not New England? Why not New England? You know?
There's no downside.
I don't know. You pay him hardly anything.
You still take a quarterback at 3 then?
Absolutely.
Absolutely you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have them get them ready.
But, I mean, that's not the best plan. I mean, you need to fill up that machine with
Not the best plan.
of excellent young players, but I don't know. All I'm saying is he comes at zero cost, essentially, and a huge chip on his shoulder, because if this doesn't work, let's say he gets a starter's job somewhere and it doesn't work out again. What now? He's all of a sudden he's a journeyman. Is Russell Wilson going to turn into a journeyman? He doesn't want that. He wants to go to this next. You know what he wants? He wants what happened to Baker Mayfield this past year.
Yeah.
Where you go to a spot, you start showing what you can do, what you used to do, what you have done before. You do it again. You take a team to a division title and to a playoff win and start showing everybody that you are not cooked. That's what he wants. I don't know if he's going to get it. I cannot believe this has happened. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We'll talk about it with Daniel Jeremiah next. We also have 3 other guests on tap. Bruce Feldman was at the Combine. I wanted a college football sort of point of view and what he saw at the Combine. Then we've got Xavier, the fast man Worthy. He's going to be joining us in hour 2. And the great Bo Bridges in studio. We're all over the map. DJ, when we come back. For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
A Moment in Real Estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time, and nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. we can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos. A better, easier way to get term life insurance. All online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
When you think Quick-Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick-Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick-Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
And show desk furnished by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Phone lines are lighting up. I'll stay on hold and enjoy, hopefully, this conversation with a man who I cannot quit. I was with him for 4 straight days for an insane amount of time, but I miss him. He's one of the best in the business. He is Daniel Jeremiah, back from the Combine, just like I am. How you doing, DJ?
How you doing, buddy? Yeah, you posted yesterday. I mean, that is impressive. I tip my cap to you on that one.
What, you mean did my show yesterday? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You're a 162 guy, man. Like, you are not, no load management over there. It's impressive.
There isn't any management. There's a load, but I appreciate you joining me here today. Now that we are a couple days removed, you look back at this Combine and you think what?
As advertised. You know, there's sometimes that you go into it with a thought about the draft class, and maybe the strengths and weaknesses, and then you leave the Combine and you're like, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what to think, because, you know, up is down and down is up. But this was, you know, coming into the process, we knew about the quarterbacks, the depth there. Obviously, we didn't see the big three, but nothing changed really there. We can have the conversation about how teams view these guys. But the strength really being the tackle class, you know, with a chance to break the record of 8 tackles in the first round. And they delivered. I mean, those were like Avengers, man. They were enormous, so athletic, so impressive. So that delivered. And then the wide receiver depth, you know, that was the other one I told you I thought it had a chance to break the record of 11 of the first 50 picks being wide receivers. I think we have a real legit shot of breaking that record this year as well. So that really kind of being the strength of it. And on the defensive side of the ball, the corners, you know, the corner depth, the corner speed, the corner athleticism, I thought that was solid as well.
So do you think 3 quarterbacks in a row to start?
I do. I do. I just think, to me, it doesn't make any sense if you're, you know, New England. I love Marvin Harrison Jr. and I love Rome Odunze. Those are my second and third players in this draft. But, you know, if you're going to not address the quarterback situation in the free agent market, then you have to take one here at 3. And if you do go out and get a veteran, looking at the roster, we had that conversation both on and off the air, Rich. Like, the roster needs so much work. And the third pick, as much as I love those wideouts, it could be a lottery pick, you know, for somebody coming up there, a lottery ticket for somebody coming up there to get one of those quarterbacks. Now you can amass a haul of picks to address the offense as a whole, which needs a lot of work.
So who trades up? Who do you think? Based on what you were hearing and seeing, who do you think does if New England wants to trade out and goes and grabs Drake May? We're assuming he's 3. What do you have there for me?
Well, I think we're going to know a lot more 10 days from now.
Right.
What happens with Kirk Cousins and how that all shakes out. Because, walking around there, and we're all talking to tons of people, and, the teams that seem to be interested in that potential move would be, you look at 6 with the Giants, would not rule that out there with them. Obviously wouldn't cost them as much as some of the teams picking outside the top 10. But then Minnesota, if Kirk Cousins were to leave, the Raiders is one I would keep an eye on. You've got Denver, who's lurking around there after Russell Wilson. He's gone. So there are a lot of potential teams there. Atlanta, what are they going to do? And again, I think Kirk Cousins fills one of those chairs, so that'll take one of the teams off the list.
Right. And then the Giants wouldn't have to trade that much to go from 6 to 3. Do you think Drake May would be worthy of giving up draft capital to go up and get Daniel?
I think he's really talented, and this is, I saw a little bit of your conversation yesterday with Dan, and, it was a great conversation, and I've talked to Dan about this too, because to me, like the Jaden Daniels, Drake May thing, and some people think, well, man, there's a big gap there, and some people think it's clearly Jaden, and there are some Drake May teams out there. The challenge when you're evaluating these guys is if you're going to go just strictly off of the performance last year, Jaden Daniels was the most impressive guy in the whole draft class. And that's why I think that Orlovsky puts him up there as the top guy. Now, I look at it from the standpoint of the challenge in evaluating is what we do is not just, the performance that you saw, but then the projection of what they're going to be at the next level, and situations are different that these guys were operating within. So I'm still a big believer in all the things Drake May can do. And I think surrounded by the right pieces, and that includes the coaching staff to be able to drill some things into him, that the upside there is enormous. So, yeah, no perfect prospect. There's risk involved with all of them. But if I were the New York Giants and I had a chance to, make a move that's not, incredibly costly from where they are going from 6 to 3, yeah, I would entertain that.
What about sticking and staying and going for J.J. McCarthy? Did he push himself up in any way, or is that still too early for him? You think?
Look, everybody that met with him, I heard real positive things. Everybody liked being around him. Obviously the winning thing that's the calling card that he has. The guy doesn't lose games. The arm strength is really, really good. We saw that in the workout. I was not plugged in on social media, so I guess he was getting some heat for a couple misfires, which I think is kind of silly from the workout. But no, he's got a really live arm. It's real easy. The ball kind of jumps out of his hand really nice. So he can spin it. He can throw it. He didn't have the volume that these other guys have. But when you get somebody who's a really good athlete, he's won a ton of games. He can make every type of throw. He's smart. He's a great worker. Like all those things together. That's why I think we could be looking at, just an insane amount of quarterbacks. And we could have 5 quarterbacks going like the first 13 picks, which sounds crazy.
Yeah, because I loved the way Penix threw. I mean, that was a clinic. You and I were talking about how NFL Films is excited for his pro career because that spiral, right? Right? It's a perfect spiral for them to zoom in on every single time he throws it.
Yeah, it looked like a Nerf turbo. He's got those humongous hands. He just kind of envelops the football. And then I was waiting to listen to see if I could hear the whistle coming off of it. But it's effortless. It's effortless the way he throws it. So, and, I don't think that, people say that he really helped himself here. I'm like, well, I think anybody that studied him, that was not a surprise, to see what that looked like. So I think in some ways McCarthy might have helped himself more just because, well, I didn't have personally a question about his arm. I think I heard some chatter about people saying, I want to see how he can really throw it. And I think, seeing the force he could put on the football, that eased any concerns anyone would have had.
Daniel Jeremiah here with me a couple days after the NFL Scouting Combine on the Rich Eisen Show. While we're talking about quarterbacks, Daniel, how did you take Kevin O'Connell's comment when I got my one question in about Kirk Cousins? You were there when he told me you get one question. The day before.
You used it well, though.
Thank you.
You timed it. You paced yourself, tried to get him comfortable, and then boom.
I picked my spot. That's I'm a professional spot picker. But what'd you make of his answer where he's a process guy and he basically said he's going to hit free agency? Daniel?
Yeah, I think he wants to listen to what's out there, and look, I sit there and look at it and go, okay, well, you're playing indoors. You know the system really well. You have a great relationship with Kevin. You're thrown to the best wide receiver in the NFL in Jefferson. You also have a stud tight end and a stud number 2 receiver and a solid offensive line. Like, why would you ever want to leave Minnesota? But I to me, the Atlanta thing that's what this feels like. Hey, I want to talk to the Falcons, and is there a huge difference in the money that's being put on the table between those two teams? Because Atlanta, hey, also plays indoors. We know about the weapons that they've had, young, talented weapons that they have, both in the backfield as well as out at the receiver position, and a solid offensive line. So they have some really intriguing pieces in place there. But that's what this feels like to me. Is let's talk to the Falcons. He's got a history there with the offensive coordinator as well, so there's be some familiarity. That's what it looks like to me, is that this is Kirk wanting to learn everything about the Atlanta Falcons and then putting those two offers on the table.
And now, Daniel Jeremiah, let's talk about Russell Wilson. It's amazing because I guess, let's put it this way, certainly the first several combines we worked with together, okay, were all about, when we're looking at quarterbacks, who's going to be the Russell Wilson? Who's going to be the one in the middle of the third round? And we can even have that conversation here. And I would refer to Russ as the prototype of the diamond in the third round rough. And now it's just a totally different conversation about Russell Wilson around the combine and around the NFL. And you obviously had a front row seat for a handful of his starts with Denver. Your last Chargers-Broncos game that you called for Chargers Radio was Jared Stidham's first start after Russ got benched. So you're a perfect person to ask. It's the general question of what's happened to Russell Wilson?
Well, it's interesting. We just went from one conversation to the next because him and Kirk Cousins, same draft, both third, fourth round picks, both go on to have tremendous success. Then we look at where they are right now. Kirk Cousins hitting the market, and we're talking about how high does that number go above, $40 million. And now Russell's been cut, and because of the offset in the contract, Rich, he's, you could get him for really, really cheap. I still think he still has good football left. I think it's efficient, manage the game, Russ, versus, the dynamic play creator that we saw from the Super Bowl teams. That was going to happen. I mean, I think when you look at how quarterbacks age, Kirk Cousins, even coming off of Achilles, athleticism is not really required to play the game the way he plays it. Athleticism is a key component to what makes Russell Wilson. So as that starts to decline, his value isn't quite as great. But Rich, I look around and, I don't buy the fact that there's 32 quarterbacks better than Russell Wilson, this version of Russell Wilson at this point in time. And the fact that you're going to get a veteran with experience, and you should be able to get him on the cheap, I think makes him, an attractive option for teams.
Well, I'm sure the fact that he can say, I'll play for the league minimum, which I imagine he will do because there's the offset. Whatever he makes from another team is how much less Denver has to pay him. And I'm not to ascribe anything to Russ. I imagine he'd like to stick Denver with the largest tab it can be stuck with. So I'm not saying he's not an attractive option for people financially. What do you see on tape, on film? Because the conversation you just said about people having the physical skill set that he needs to be the old Russ that cooked doesn't maybe exist anymore, and he needs to be the game manager guy. I'm wondering if there's that struggle internally with him on that front as well right now, and that's how I lay that at your feet. Dan.
Yeah, that's interesting. To me, when you watched him last year and you watched him in end of half situations and in end of game situations, and I think he had 3 comeback wins last year, as well as went down the field several times before the half in a 2-minute situation where it was put on him. And he still has some of that. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like he can't do it. I just think you have to pick your spots, and he can do it. And I thought I saw in those key moments, he made plays. The Buffalo game on Monday night's a great example. After we find out after the fact, he had been told he didn't even know if he was going to start. Right. So with all that swirling around, I still think he can play winning football is the way that I would describe it. And I think if you've got a team with some pieces in place, I look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and I'm like, man, that just makes too much sense to me because you bring him in. To me, it's an upgrade over Kenny Pickett. You've got a good defense in place. They've added to the offensive line. I think you'll see them continue to add to the offensive line this year. Broderick Jones last year really came on and played well. They've brought over Samalo from the Eagles who played well. So they've added good pieces there. They've got the two good running backs. That has kind of a Seattle vibe to it, to me, Rich. And I think you get them on the cheap. It's pretty attractive. The offset thing, by the way, is fascinating to me because I had that when I got let go in Cleveland and I got put on Randy Lerner scholarship. I had 18 months left on my contract, so I got offered a couple other scouting jobs, and I'm explaining this to my wife, and she goes, "So you can stay home and help me with the 4 kids under 10 for the same amount of money, or you can go travel 150 nights a year and not make $1 extra." I go, "Yeah, that's how it works." She goes, "What are we talking about here?" So that's why I started messing around with the media a little bit for that 18-month period. Yeah.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh, Daniel Jeremiah here. A few minutes left with him at Move the Sticks, and of course the Move the Sticks podcast with Bucky Brooks right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Bucky's on our show on Wednesday. So then, where does Justin Fields land, brother? You know, I mean, this doesn't appear to be such a simple, we're going to draft Caleb. Or as Dan Orlovsky said, he thinks they should draft Jaden Daniels, which would be fascinating. What a night in Detroit that would be for us. But where does Fields wind up here? You know?
To me, and this is just on the outside looking in, no inside information, but just looking at it, it feels like Atlanta, wants to see what happens with Kirk Cousins. If Atlanta could get Kirk Cousins in the fold, then Atlanta's out for Justin Fields, and then we start talking about, okay, where is it? Is it New England? Does Pittsburgh get involved here? What does that look like for those teams? I have a harder time finding a great fit. New England I've advocated for, but I've never heard anything, from anybody walking around the combine talking to folks that was in play. It made sense to me on the outside because you take Fields. Say that costs you pick 34 at the most. Now you could auction off that third pick and really build around Justin Fields. But Atlanta's the one. I think if Atlanta doesn't get Kirk Cousins, I think that would be a natural fit for them to get in the Justin Fields business.
But if they do get Kirk Cousins, I'll tell you one place the Bears wouldn't want to send Justin Fields.
You can go to Minnesota.
That's what I'm saying. He's in division, right? And then the Raiders might need him. But Luke Getsy's the offensive coordinator there, and we just
had him.
He that's the guy who made him play like a robot, according to him, until things got a little bit more fluid towards the end. That's why I'm sitting here saying, where does he go?
I think he is. Wow! If you're Justin Fields, you are rooting for Kirk Cousins to post something on Instagram doing the skull clap. I mean, that's what you are. That's what you were rooting for every day.
Wow. Okay. So who else? Who's the defensive player that's most likely to crack the top 10, do you think?
Well, I mean, Dallas Turner, running in the 4.4s, which I was told, by the way, that it was, the Cardinals are trying to tell me that Monty Ossenfort was reacting to something else that had been said within the suite. I'm not buying it, Rich. I'm not buying that reaction.
No, we cut to him after Dallas Turner ran, and he kind of, I don't know, unless somebody was telling him like a scary story in the combine while one of the best defenders was running, Okay.
Great.
All right.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But that's the one.
That's
I love Quinyon Mitchell put on a show, the corner from Toledo. He's got a chance if you need a corner. I mean, I think him and Terry Arnold. Terry Arnold, I found out after the fact, had a hamstring, coming into the workout. So he'll run at his pro day. He's going to run faster than the 4.5 flat that he ran. He had a phenomenal field workout. But I think both those guys, both those corners are top 15 picks. And then Dallas Turner and Jared Verse from Florida State, who tested really, really well. I'd say those 4 guys, would have a shot. But I'm telling you, man, it's the top of this draft. It's going to be quarterbacks. It's going to be tackles. It's going to be wide receivers.
And so, speaking of wide receivers, Xavier Worthy, I've got him coming up later on in the program. Where does he get drafted? Did he pop himself on the Chiefs' radar screen as the last pick in the first round? Daniel, did you do that?
he's got to be in the mix. I mean, he's got good tape too. You know, the big issue with him was drops. You know, 2 years ago, he was
the
way,
Chiefs?
way up there.
We can't have that.
That's why I was going. That's where I was going. Now he cut that down.
Okay, good.
This year, almost in half. So did a better job of catching the ball. But you know, the speed is big time, and everything he does, he makes look real easy in terms of the movement. Selfishly, I wanted to see him get out there and catch the ball a little bit. But we'll have to wait till we get to the pro day for that one.
All right, last one for you, Daniel. Listen, I've heard from so many people about your pouring your heart out at the end of our combine coverage for Chris Mortensen, and you know, it kind of I think took some people by surprise that you were so close with him. You know, they might have missed that wonderful moment during the 2020 draft because it was COVID and, you know, life was kind of nutty at the time, where you shared your story and your backstory with him. But I'd love to just give you the floor here and talk about Mort one more time or another time or as much as you'd like or not at all, because I know, again, how much he meant to you and how broken up you still are about it.
Yeah, you know what? First of all, I'll start with this, Rich. Man, it was a hard day, you know, getting through that day and then get a chance to share a little bit. I thought I'd be able to keep it together. That didn't happen. But the interesting thing about grief is, I woke up yesterday, so the day after, and I was so down the day before. I woke up with this just odd, joyful, thankful feeling of just all the years and all the memories that I got to share with Mort. So it's interesting how that works, you know, and I think that was, you know, just a really cool thing to be filled with such gratitude. But I met him when I met Mort when I was a senior in high school. And he came to the Super Bowl was out in San Diego, and he loved my dad. He listened to my dad on the radio. That's how I got to meet him. So he wanted to go see my dad at my dad's church. And then my dad knew him. So, of course, my dad invites him to lunch. So I come into the house after church, and Chris Mortensen's sitting at my dining room table. And that's where I met him. And then he came to some of my college games. He would fly me up to Bristol, Connecticut when I was in college just to let me be a fly on the wall and get to visit with Stuart Scott and get to visit with Lee Corso and all these guys. And then he would have me intern for him at the draft, and I would sit off to the side and answer his phones. And that's kind of what helped me get going. I remember when I got let go with Cleveland, and I was interested in getting into the TV world, doing broadcasting. He gave me the advice, you need to start a Twitter page. And I didn't even know what Twitter was. This is like 2009. It just kind of got going. So I'm on vacation in Alaska on a cruise, Rich, and I go to the internet cafe about 3 days in. I haven't checked my email. I go in there and I have like 2,000 emails, and it's all the people that have followed you on Twitter. I don't even know how this works. And so finally I go through and I find an email from Mort. It said, "Hey, I just told people to follow you on Twitter. You might want to tweet!" Exclamation point! Exclamation point! So that's how I started. It kind of grew this Twitter following, which led to me getting radio interviews, which led to ESPN calling and doing the draft with ESPN News and doing First Take many years ago, and that kind of launched this whole side of my life. So I owe him so much, and he was so fun-loving and such just a great giving guy, and it's been neat to see all the tributes pour in.
Right, and universally loved. Right, like the outpouring is an understatement, and that just obviously speaks so many volumes. I would be remiss if I didn't follow up. What is it like to answer Chris Mortensen's phones during a draft, Daniel? Like, who was on the other end of the line when you were doing that?
It was general managers. It was head coaches. I distinctly remember Andrea Kramer calling because I think she was with one of the teams at one of the sites.
Right.
She's like, "I need to talk to him." I'm like, "Andrea, he's on the air. I can't." And I don't know what the right answer is. Am I supposed to get him? But he's like, "I don't know how this works."
Right.
But she had some good stuff that she wanted to pass along. But it was definitely. I mean, as a kid, as a college kid who loved the draft, it was a dream.
Oh my gosh, answering Chris Mortensen's phones during a draft, that is something. And it was beautiful. Again, the way you poured your heart out, brother. You're truly special, and I love working with you. I just absolutely love working with you. It's just a blast. The 4 days are a blur. It's like Xavier Worthy's second 40. You know what I mean? It just goes by so fast when I'm hanging with you.
Well, I've got you are the best. It gets more fun every year. I don't know how that's possible, but I do want to ask you one thing before we leave. Because, and then maybe Brockman, if you can see this. You ever see like the ads that come through Instagram? They're like trying to pitch you stuff.
Okay,
sure. And they this one, the timer. Have you seen this one where they have like the little timer? It's like so you can be productive.
All right.
And you can like set the timer.
Wow.
I think I'm probably the only one who's ever bought one of these things, but I literally bought it. It took like 2 weeks to ship. It was quite a while, and it turns out it's really bedazzled.
Wow.
So my kids have really been making fun of me. I was just trying to be more productive. I didn't know if anybody else had ever bought anything off of an Instagram ad before.
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Sure. You know, so don't worry about it, Daniel. I mean,
no, we're not judging you.
Not until we say goodbye. Then we'll judge you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how it works. Yeah, and by the way,
like a stopwatch off Instagram ad?
Brockman, this thing was like, hey, you give yourself a task, and then you set this little alarm, like, hey, I got to watch and finish a player within 30 minutes, and then
That's
I
not
just
bad.
push the button.
That's pretty cool, actually.
I mean, I'm
That's
sort
a
of,
my wife
sold.
goes, I have one of those, and she holds up her phone.
Yep.
I love it. Daniel Jeremiah here on the Rich Eisen Show. And as we discussed on the broadcast, if they start measuring first downs digitally and using the technology, he will have to change his Twitter handle to @RemoveTheSticks. So that might be coming, Daniel. Get ready for that.
Yeah, I got to workshop that one.
Okay. Take care of yourself, Daniel. You be well. See you soon. The great Daniel Jeremiah right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Can't believe he buys stuff off Instagram. What a loser. Is he gone? Nice. All right, we'll take a break. We're back on the Rich Eisen Show in a moment. For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
This responsible gaming message is brought to you by the Tennessee Lottery. When you play the lottery, it's important to play responsibly. Know your limit and spend only what you can afford. Set a budget and stick to it. And remember, as long as you're having fun, you're always a winner in our book. The Tennessee Lottery is a proud supporter of National Problem Gambling Awareness Month. To learn more about problem gambling resources, visit tnlottery.com.
Fun is in full bloom, Tennessee, and the Multiplier Instant Games are buzzing in. These colorful tickets offer chances to multiply your wins 10, 20, 50, and even 100 times. It's a beautiful day for bigger and bigger prizes, and they're ripe for the picking right now. Find the Multiplier Instant Games today at your nearest Tennessee Lottery retailer. Only from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
Guess who's back better than ever? Your favorite spot, Stetter's Restaurant. Our wings, beer, plate lunches are better than you remember. We are open Wednesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Rediscover the joy of great food and good times. Stetter's Restaurant, your go-to for flavor, fun, and fantastic plate lunches. Join us at 325 Jerry Street or check us out at stetters.com.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities, where your dream floor is just a visit away.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm gonna do that.
You should.
We're just having a conversation. Our radio audience just returned. We're having a conversation about where Russ is going to wind up. And our poll question right now has the Steelers winning it right now, or the Raiders are winning it right now?
Raiders are
now,
winning it.
Now, that one makes sense to me.
Close.
That one makes sense to me, where he's going to be placed in a competition, I guess,
with
Aiden O'Connell. Yeah. But why would he sign somewhere and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Michael Penix, the job's yours. Right?
Yeah.
He wants to go to a spot where it's like, that's your gig. You have the gig. It's your gig.
So is he going to wait till after the draft?
I have no idea how this is going to play out. I have no idea. I mean, the 4 teams that are on our list, right, for our poll question.
Yeah, this is based
Give
on
me again. What is it again?
Based on the gambling
Pittsburgh,
odds.
New England.
Atlanta and the Raiders.
Okay, so Atlanta's going to first play. The first thing they're playing is Kirk Cousins.
Seems like it.
Okay, that's the way they're going to play that one out.
Kirk's moving to Atlanta. So.
I saw that. So they're playing they're playing that one out.
Yeah.
So that's going to take a few days. Pittsburgh, I'm telling everybody, what I heard again at the Combine and what everybody's talking about is they love Pickett. They want to see what he can do with a full season where he's healthy and he has an offensive coordinator like Arthur Smith. They might add a couple pieces and go to work. And bring in Mason Rudolph to have maybe a healthy competition amongst guys that everybody knows and knows the system and knows the city and knows the building and knows everything else. I don't see them just saying, even though Russell Wilson is dirt cheap, to say, come on in, Russ, and we'll throw it. Now it's a 3-man competition. And why would Russ want to go to some place where it's a 3-man competition? The Raiders are, okay, he's in the division. He can go to Denver twice and beat him. That's not a bad choice right there at all. Certainly if they take somebody like, say, J.J. McCarthy or Penix and say, well, let's give you the year off plan. Russ has an opportunity to throw to Devontae Adams. Okay, I'd be up for that. You know, going to a spot where Antonio Pierce has got the building where exactly the way he wants him.
Josh Jacobs coming back?
I don't know about that. The running back market, we'll talk about that. There's a whole... I mean, if Saquon's not getting tagged, then I don't think Jacobs is getting tagged.
There's a lot.
This is going to be a wild next couple weeks about that.
Yeah.
So.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a Realtor can help answer. Because Realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what Realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
I'm Kevin Marston, and I serve the Lord with the good people of Coleman Memorial United Methodist Church, where we learn, love, and serve as disciples of Jesus Christ. Hear these words from Jesus in John 2, verse 19. Destroy this temple, and I will raise it again in 3 days. This is from the story of Jesus cleansing the temple, and it's found in all 4 Gospels. Jesus is chastising the religious elite for their corruption of the temple. Jesus is predicting his death and resurrection. Jesus is laying the foundation for him to build his temple in your heart. Jesus loves you. He came to be a sacrifice for you. Jesus loves you. He desires for there to be nothing separating you from the love of God. Jesus loves you. He wants you to live in the love of God today. Are you ready for Jesus to build his temple in your heart? Do you know how much Jesus loves you?
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
If you're a smoker or former smoker, 55 or older, a low-dose CT lung cancer scan at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski could be a lifesaver. This simple screening can detect lung cancer early when treatment is most effective. Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski. Count on us. Take our free lung health assessment at southerntnpulaski.com.
Why would you buy or sell a home without a realtor? Would you go whitewater rafting without a life jacket? Let me protect you with all things real estate. Hi, I'm Teresa Flora with Flora Mid-South Realty, and you can reach me at 931-271-5790. Let's see how we can work together. Catch us on Tuesday mornings from 8 to 9 on 105.3, 95.3, or online at FloraRockstars.com. Flora Rockstar Power Hour, brought to you by Flora Mid-South Realty, rocking the real estate news and all things local.
Join us every Friday evening from 5 to 6 p.m. for an exciting new program called Free Speech News.
Here on WDXE.
Brought to you by Chris Morris
and Lawrence Sutton, where we will discuss 2 things you are not supposed to talk about: politics and religion. Where we are not politically correct, but biblically correct, and we will bring you the truth in news.
This is WDXE, W287AA and W237FD Lawrenceburg, broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I've been pleased with his progress and where he's at.
Quarterback Russell Wilson, he will be released after the league year begins on March 13th.
The Rich Eisen Show Earlier on the show, NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah. Still to come, Fox Sports college football insider Bruce Feldman. Texas wide receiver Xavier Worthy. Plus, Emmy Award-winning actor Beau Bridges. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air right here on the Roku channel. If you want to watch us, I'm wearing something very purple. That's actually, I should say that's for the radio audience that's listening. Right. Everybody's watching could see him.
You,
okay, thanks. We've got a fun show still in store. If you missed the first hour, Daniel Jeremiah, don't worry, we'll catch you up to speed when we re-air. Or there's our YouTube page, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. There's also the Rich Eisen Show collection page, which is a fancy video on demand service. Xavier Worthy, the fastest man in the history of the Combine, is going to be zooming in middle of this hour. But we turn to our in-studio guest right here, somebody I ran into at the Combine, one of our friends and longtime friends of this program from The Athletic and Fox Sports, Bruce Feldman. Good to see you, Bruce. How long were you at the Combine? How long were you there?
Red-eyed in there Monday morning. Got out of there Friday afternoon.
What'd you pick up there? What do you got?
A lot. I think it's hard to kind of remember everything you gathered, because I think when I saw you, I was trying to remember. I had like an hour and a half conversation with TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Yeah, it's where I was. You stayed there for another hour, standing right there?
TJ and I talked. So he is big in the youth football space, and I coach my kid. And so we talked about that for like 30 minutes. Then we talked about a bunch of other stuff about receivers. And I mean, he's a great resource because he knows so much, and he's been working with a lot of top receivers and seen a lot of quarterbacks in this process. So yeah, it was, and that's, to me, that's the Combine. Like you go around and you run into people. I love that experience of it. I saw people I hadn't seen in a long time. I saw some people I wasn't even thinking of seeing, it was like I bumped into your old football coach who's now with the Chargers. Yes. That wasn't setting up anything, but I just kind of caught up with him for a minute. It's just a great where I like that city for it too.
Oh, it's great. I agree. The Combine should be there for forever and a day. Jaden Daniels emerged as a mystery man, quite frankly, and everybody saw what he could do. Everybody saw him win the Heisman. He didn't work out. He wasn't there when the quarterbacks were working out. I honestly have learned nothing about him at the Combine. At least Drake May I heard from and I saw. Caleb Williams didn't work out at all. But he stuck till the very end. Like, he literally turned the lights out on Saturday, watched his teammates go through the drills. Can you help me on who Jaden Daniels is and what teams may be learning about him?
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels from the start, when he got to ASU, and I don't know, 168 pounds or whatever he weighed. Right. And it was on a program that was kind of reeling under Herm at that point. Got to LSU, made big improvement, and then made another huge stride as a passer. This past year, they really embraced technology. It was interesting. Jack Marucci, who's, by the way, the same guy behind the Marucci Bats empire, is a longtime LSU trainer. And he is arguably the smartest guy I know who works in college sports. And they really got in on the front end of on the technology side, what it can do for quarterbacks with a company, I think, from Germany, that was doing some really cool stuff. They embraced it. It made a big difference with what Jaden did as a passer. And I think you'd see him in games and you'd see that he has this different gear. I don't want to say he's Lamar, because to me Lamar is kind of one of one. But in terms of what he did last year, was pretty amazing to see how far he's grown as a passer from the time he got to LSU. Now, it certainly helped that he had two elite receivers. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. is spectacular. Malik Neighbors is freaky as well. So on that side, I don't, to me, this is such an interesting quarterback group, because obviously there's Caleb, you mentioned May, and then I think behind them, JJ looked really good, JJ McCarthy, and Michael Penix Jr. looked terrific. And I think it's a deep group, but it wouldn't surprise me if those guys, who a lot of people are saying are like the fourth and fifth guys, depending on who you want fourth and who you are in fifth, they may turn out to be better quarterbacks than a couple of those guys in the top three.
Well, obviously, those were the two quarterbacks that we saw last in college football. Those are the starters for the national championship game. But we were just talking before you were walking out here. Are we talking about McCarthy and Penix more because they worked out? They spun it. Like, if Jaden Daniels got out there, ran his 40, did the drills, spun it, and then we'd be talking about him as, why isn't he maybe the first overall pick while Caleb sat? that, and again, this may just be the media battle the PR battle that might be an important piece to anybody's campaign to get drafted as high as possible, or not at all.
I think if those other guys threw, I still think Penix would have been the guy that DJ would have been raving about, and other people would have been going. Because when you see him throw in person, I get it, he's left-handed, and sometimes people's optics think it comes out looking a little different. To me, Penix throws it. Nobody throws it better in this group, whether they threw on Saturday or not. Obviously, Joe Milton had the biggest arm, but in terms of just how he throws the ball, I think Penix is remarkable. And by the way, Penix didn't run the 40. I will say this. So one of the quarterbacks I've gotten to know over the years is Keaton Slovis, former USC, now BYU quarterback.
He was out there too.
And Keaton ran really well. Keaton ran 4.55, and I think that, like, if you were a Pitt fan or a USC fan, you're like, whoa. Well, Keaton's in a group. Les Spellman, who's one of the best combine trainers, speed guys in the country. So he had a group of a lot of quarterbacks that were out here in Southern California. And Jaden's in that group, and Penix is in that group. And hopefully not speaking out of school here, Keaton, but like a week and a half ago, they did a mock combine. And I think Keaton ran maybe 4.60, which obviously he ran even faster when it mattered. But at one point we talked about Penix. He was like, he's going to really surprise people. He goes, 4.5, maybe 4.4. And he didn't run. But he really can run. And I think, again, I don't want to stand here, I'm stumping for Michael Penix Jr., but I think he's the most interesting guy in the draft, because he was the guy who actually, I used my Heisman vote on him. I think I had Jaden too, but what he did with that program was remarkable. And to see how he threw it, not surprised, because that's what we've seen him do. He wasn't great against your alma mater. He was great against Texas, and he was great almost against everybody else, though.
Well, I'll push back a little bit. I thought he was great against Michigan. Michigan obviously had a terrific defense. I think he also got his ankle stepped on, unfortunately for him, at the very beginning of the second half. I'm wondering how healthy he was for the rest of the game. But that dude can figure out a defense pre-snap really well. I mean, he's using his experience very well. I don't know, man. Raiders sitting there at 13. You got the Saints sitting there.
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it if you're them.
Right?
I mean, I think he's awesome. The other thing I love about him is, and we talked about this probably a month ago, of all the guys, especially the quarterback position, usually, and DJ and I talked about this because this is a story I did and I interviewed him for it, was Penix faced real adversity that really shook him for a minute. And he came through the other side. He's really candid talking about it, and he's faced it and dealt with it. Mm-hmm. And so when I talk to other quarterbacks who were, E.J. Manuel is a really bright guy, was obviously a former first-round pick. We talked about this, how like when he got hurt with the Bills, it's a different thing for you. How do you bounce back from it? A lot of quarterbacks, I'm not saying the main reason why the guys who are first-round picks don't work out is always because they can't handle adversity, but that is a big part of it. And this guy, we know how he came through it. So, yeah, if you told me he went 13, I'd be like, yeah, I think that's a wise pick for that franchise.
That might, if he does go 13, and Chris, on our Overreaction Monday, one of your first subject matters was 5 in the first 20. And I'm like, that's not an overreaction. We got a 5 in the first 13. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean, look, JJ's a terrific athlete. He throws well on the run. I get it. Some people are a little concerned. They think there's I talked to one NFL coach who's thought he was a little bit more of a one-speed pitcher in terms of want to see him layer the ball and do some other things. Right. But, great footwork. He's a winner. He's a mentally strong kid. I think there's, I could see him keep developing, and he threw it really well. I mean, the only one who probably threw it any better was Penix.
Yeah. I mean, Penix, I had not seen throw in person. I was wowed.
Yeah.
Honestly, every throw was beautiful. It was a work of art. I couldn't have been more impressed by what I saw. And I heard nothing but great things in the meeting rooms. By the way, out of all of them.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any, and that includes Marvin Harrison Jr. Out of the top choices, I didn't hear any of he didn't interview very well. All of them.
No, one guy who I heard anything like a little bit of a pause on is somebody who I'm like, I would have no doubts about that guy's character. I just think a couple of the questions this particular person got asked, I think were it was kind of caught off guard by them and just kind of gave an honest answer. But everybody prepares for this process anyway. I wouldn't, certain guys shine more than others. I would just say that.
Bruce Feldman here on the Rich Eisen Show. Caleb Williams doing things differently. You're going to obviously hear that these are red flags, but you know him. When I met him and saw him around, he was around. I mean, Saturday he was there. He was chilling out. He thanked all the people who ran the drills before at the end of the night. He stuck around the entire time. He was delightful. Seemed to be cheerful fellow, but there's definitely a sense that he's doing things differently, not going through a medical exam, not having an agent. He's going to speak to the the Bears after his pro day. They wanted to have him in today. They want him there today. They want to get in stuff with him right now. And he's like, no, I'll do it after my pro day. What can you lend as insight here about Caleb?
I definitely think there's a little bit of apprehension about how his dad is directing some of this. And I don't necessarily think that's fair to Caleb, but I think that perception is growing. You hear, when you're in Indy, you hear little stories and they're specific stories. I don't think there's stuff that just kind of gets made up about somebody brought in, somebody to speak to the dad about something, and it was just like the reaction was like, no, that's not how this works. And it's like, I think at some point you can think, hey, this is going to be what's best for us, but it doesn't. Sometimes it just doesn't work that way, and that shouldn't affect, I think, how teams view him. But like you said, there are things that are a little bit different. But I think some of the stuff that I don't think it should get like an undertow, like when the term red flags. Because I actually asked somebody that for the story I did on The Athletic yesterday, and it was like, and this person in the NFL was like, there's no red flags with him. There's no red flags. There's stuff that you're like, just like a lot of other top prospects, just probably like, when Patrick came out, or when Joe Burrow came out, or even when Trevor Lawrence came out. I mean, there's always stuff people can nitpick.
Sure, and his last year's performance, or his team's last year's performance, is the thing that it keeps getting brought up. Certainly with Jaden Daniels' last season's performance. Obviously, his team didn't, get as far as they wanted either, but his personal performance. And Daniel Jeremiah keeps bringing up, well, don't forget, Caleb had a better team. He had Jordan Addison in his
He had a better offensive line in 2022. Last year's offensive line was really bad.
Right. And the defense just couldn't
do anything.
Couldn't stop the cold.
A wise man who we both know had said to me around midseason, I think Caleb's trying to hit a 5-run home run every time. And he's picked up some, I don't know if he's picked up bad habits, but there's times some of the coaches you talk to will say, there's a lot of easy throws here. You can take them and get 20 yards instead of doing some of these other things where they may not work out. Again, we were at the Notre Dame game. It was a Saturday night game on the road, and obviously they struggled, but he really, he was not sharp in that game. He had a couple of picks, and I just think, no one's perfect at this stage. He's still really young. He does some remarkable things on film. The Patrick Mahomes comparisons, I get why they're there because of the off-platform throws, because, he's also kind of built similarly. He's just not quite as tall as Patrick, but he's a guy who can make crazy throws, can extend plays and improvise. The challenge, and DJ brought this up too, because I remember talking to him before the combine about, those Texas Tech teams versus last year's USC team, bad offensive line, really bad defenses, was, if you told me Caleb was going to Andy Reid, I'd be like, okay, that's going to work out great. You just don't know where he's going to end up.
He's going to Chicago. I think he is. You didn't get that sense?
I'm just saying, is if you told me Andy Reid or somebody who is like that with quarterbacks and like that with offense and can make it work, Anthony Richardson is freakishly talented. I think he end up with the ideal coach in Indianapolis, right?
Shane Steichen,
Shane Steichen has shown he's really good with that. I don't know how many coaches. I know they're all like, it's fit though. I think a lot of it. Some guys are going to be elite wherever they go.
Jaden Daniels with Kingsbury, right? Like that may be the winning fit.
Maybe.
I would think.
Again,
just off the top of your head,
he had two fantastic receivers.
McLaurin is not.
He's in that. He's
up there too.
He's in that element.
That's the one thing the Commanders have. They've got the receivers right there.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to keep in mind too is the quarterbacks do make guys. I mean, when you were a Michigan fan, Nico Collins is next level compared to what he now in the NFL. You know, I mean, he was a big recruit coming out of high school, but you didn't see this,
no doubt,
right? So you could see it. You know, the quarterback can also bring receivers to another level. I don't know. I mean, I think Jaden Daniels got dramatically better. But let's say there are 5 quarterbacks that go in the first 20.
Yes.
The odds are 2, maybe 3 are going to be big disappointments.
Well, take a look at, again, the last time we saw
the Zach Wilson draft was...
That's it. I was about to say quarterback. It was Trevor Lawrence, who I'm already hearing people saying he's a disappointment based on him coming in. And it's like, listen, throw the first year out because Urban was a total disaster. Total, complete, unmitigated, worst ever disaster. And you don't have to, I understand I'm talking about a colleague, but it's the truth. And then the second year, a disastrous first half in his first playoff game, overcomes that, makes the divisional round. This year they're 8-3 when I thought he was out for the season when he got hurt.
Right, I did too. Yes.
Right, when they were 8-3, and you have to account for all of that. Christian Kirk going out too, that's like his BFF, that's his guy. But Zach and Trey Lance and Mac, and now here's Justin Fields. We're wondering where the hell he's going.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying. There's a lot of caveats.
Yeah. Now the Rosen draft, and I say the Rosen draft because he was the one who, and Sam Darnold obviously has been a disappointment. But then you got Lamar on the back end,
Josh Allen,
and Baker
at the top,
and Baker has a second act looks really good too.
Right.
But it's if you hit 60%, of the 5. And I don't know who's going to be. I mean, some of it depends on circumstance.
Before I let you go, you got a good Chris Mortensen story. Everyone does in our business, certainly information, individuals like yourself.
I do. So I have great admiration and respect for him because of how he paved the way for guys like me, right? I wouldn't probably be in this in front of that if it wasn't for Chris Mortensen and probably Peter Gammons. And I'm grateful for.
You could throw Will McDonough in there too, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
From the Globe, I can't believe I said the Herald yesterday, but yeah.
And yeah, so I mentioned Mort and Peter because I worked with them at ESPN and that part of it. So about a decade ago, when I had worked on a Mike Leach book, my career I felt like was in limbo at one point. I got sideways with ESPN. People know that story. One of the first people I heard from in Bristol, somebody had, he reached out to me when my head was spinning. And it wasn't like we were that close. I knew him, he'd been a good resource, but he reached out to me, and I later heard that he really went to bat for me with some high up people.
No kidding.
Yeah, and said, we can't afford to lose him, whatever. And I really appreciated that because he didn't need to do that. And, beyond that, over the years, I was like, this guy is incredibly gracious. And the thing that resonated with me, and DJ and I texted about this, and I made this point because obviously DJ, is like family to him. But I said, in the business that I'm in, this particular field, where the insider space, it tends to breed and brings out pettiness. It brings out a lot of insecurity. It's human nature. I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff I'm like, wasn't thrilled with how I handled that or whatever. And a lot of times there's a lot of cattiness between insiders and how people react. And again, it's, they don't always like each other. In fact, a lot of them hate each other, and it can be kind of cutthroat, and some of the stuff is not cool. And then you had him, who was such a resource and elevated people and encouraged them and supported them. And I know Mort was a big man of faith, and I suspect that had a big role for how he treated people and why human nature didn't get the worst of him the way it sometimes gets the worst of some of us, and I have, I know how I felt about Alex, his son, who I've gotten to know, who's a terrific young coach now at UAB. And so we talked about parenting stuff, and, I was crushed. I was out when I heard. And just thinking about, like, when I say he was the best, I mean, obviously he was a great reporter, but just in terms of, like, I don't know of anybody who in that role was that good of a, not just a teammate, but of a colleague or a, whatever, brethren, in terms of like to other reporters, because that just doesn't happen. I could go down the list and rattle off a bunch of names of people who are also insiders who either they hate each other or a lot of people hate them. They're good at their jobs, but it's like if that job, and I say this because I can be guilty of it at times too, it tends to bring out the worst in you. Because you feel like you're always on call and you're staring at your phone and it's like this relationship or that relationship. And Mort was different. He just, God bless him. He was an example that very few people have been able to follow.
God bless him is right. Well said. Well said, brother. Thanks for coming on, Bruce. We'll see you next week.
Okay.
If you're up for it. Seriously. Sure. There's so much to talk about between now and the draft for sure with the college football world as well. Bruce Feldman, check him out in The Athletic. And then obviously on Fox Sports when he's on there too. When we come back, the fastest man in the history of the Combine, Xavier Worthy, will join us next on The Rich Eisen Show. For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos, a better, easier way to get term life insurance, all online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and to be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yeah. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to the vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Nashville area attorneys. 810 Crescent Center Drive, Suite 160, Franklin, Tennessee, 37067.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
Austin. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show Radio Network, sitting at the Rich Eisen Show desk, furnished by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. In this job that I get to do here, in addition to NFL Network, I am thrilled when I'm able to do what I'm about to do, which is tell somebody what they did on a field in their performance was one of the most thrilling moments for me as a broadcaster. I don't get a chance to do that, but I'm thrilled to be able to do that right now with Texas Longhorn Xavier Worthy right here on the Rich Eisen Show, fresh off of his performance at the NFL Scouting Combine. What a pleasure to see you, Xavier. Thanks for zooming in.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
And thanks for zooming out on Saturday night. I mean, my goodness, did you wake up fast? Did you wake up that day say, I'm going to be as fast as I know I can be?
Yeah, I woke up. I actually been saying the whole time I was going to run like 4.25. And the first one I ran 4.25.
Yes.
That's when I knew I was probably going to break the record, because when I've been working out, I usually will run something slower than my first one. Then I run faster my second one.
So, because we caught that once you ran your 4.25, Xavier, our camera crew followed you back to the starting end zone where the rest of your group and your colleagues were there. And we caught them showing you, I guess, your run on the phone. Is that what they did?
Yeah.
Is that what was happening?
Yeah.
Right. And one of them said, we overheard it saying, take your shoes off. Did you hear that too?
Yeah.
So why didn't you take your shoes off?
Man, because I knew I could go faster, and I knew I was so close to the record. So I was like, shoot, I'm just going to call my trainer and tell him I'm trying to get the record. He was like, go get it.
So, yeah, you call your trainer? Is that what you did?
Yeah, I called my trainer.
And what was the conversation?
I just asked him. I was like, "You think I should go grab the record?" He was like, "How do you feel?" I said, "Shoot, I still feel good. I feel fine. You know, I normally run fast from the second one." He was like, "Yeah, I think you go get it." And he was just telling me, like, just shoot out of it. And I shot out of it and went and got it.
Well, you shot out of it after Mark Gorsick, the starter, whistled you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
what happened there, Xavier?
I feel like he told me that I had a rolling start. So I brought my hand up and just took off right as soon as I brought my hand up. So he told me to take my time.
Okay. So did you have to collect yourself after that?
Nah, not really. Once I shot out of there, that was kind of like my warm-up start. I'm like, okay, I got that start out the way, because I feel like that wasn't a good start. So after that start, I'm like, I'm going to walk back. And I just got back down, went again.
Did you feel faster?
I did. I feel like if I had another one, I probably would have got faster. I feel like I was faster.
You could have petitioned for that. I'll tell you what. There were 16,000 customers in the stands who wanted to see that. That's for sure. So, Did you hear the crowd?
When I was lining up, I actually heard them. I'm like, oh, shoot, this is crazy. Like, this is a crazy moment. I've never, ever watched the combine and heard of, like, a crowd cheering, like, before somebody started running.
Yeah, that's true. And there was also, after Mark Gorsick whistled you for the rolling start.
Yeah, they booed him.
They did.
They booed him.
They groaned and booed. They booed. I've never seen a starter booed before. That happened on Saturday. And then, if you don't mind, walk me through once you crossed the 40-yard line. What happened?
Just knowing that I did it. It's another thing, like trying to do it and like just doing it. But it's another thing experiencing it, actually like really looking at the board and just you did it. Like a record broken at the combine. You watch the combine as a kid all the time and say like, oh, I want to go in there and run the fastest 40 ever. But that's really never a reality. But having a reality to go in there and do that is it's different. It's crazy. And then with that crowd, it was crazy.
Yeah, the crowd, because you as soon as you crossed, you sort of like waved everybody sort of on with you. You ran around. You kept running. I think you ran another 40 yards.
Couldn't slow down.
Exactly right. I also noticed one of the first people up to you, J.J. McCarthy and Roman Wilson. Did you know them from your time that you were at Michigan?
Yeah. We still were kind of associates. You know what I'm saying? So it was never no bad blood. Always love on that man.
Right. And so then Xavier Worthy, by the way, here on the Rich Eisen Show. It was about 10 minutes till I got the official times sent to me. And all week long, the official times were 1/100th of a second, a little bit faster than what our hand time was that you saw up on the screen after you crossed the finish line. And I started wondering if this is 1/100th of a second faster officially, we just saw the fastest 40-yard dash in the history of the combine. And so, how did you learn that you had in fact done that?
It's actually a video. They recorded it. I took off running when he told me. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Like just hearing like I have the record for the NFL Combine and like, just watching as a kid, like I said, it's just crazy. It's one, like I said, it's one thing to do it. It's one thing to say it and another thing to do it. So I feel like it's just crazy.
Okay, who'd you hear from when you started looking down at your phone? Who'd you hear from?
I heard it from TJ. He told me they recorded it. Actually put it on Instagram for the NFL. They put it on Instagram. It was like it actually wasn't a 4.22. It was a 4.21. I took it off running.
Mm-hmm. That's great. But I mean, who else did you hear from after the official record was done? Like who started texting you? Who was reached out to you to congratulate you?
My mom actually called me. I called my mom and told her, I was like, I think I read a 4.21. She was like, she started crying. She started yelling and stuff like that. So it was cool.
How did that feel?
It was amazing just to be able to do that. And my mom watched it from home. She wanted to come to Combine, but she can't. She watched it from home with my little sisters, my aunt, and my friends from here. So just to be able to do that and being from where I'm from, Fresno, California, kind of been overlooked a lot. Just to be able to do that, I feel like it was a huge moment for me and for my city.
Now, I don't know if this is, I'll just take a shot here. I don't know the answer. Do you know Davante Adams? Do you have any relationship with him at all?
No, I don't have any relationship.
Okay, well, we gotta fix this up. I mean, he's Mr. Fresno, isn't he? Xavier? Isn't he Mr. Fresno? If I'm not mistaken.
He was to Fresno State.
Fresno State, sure. Okay. So, also, I saw on X, Matthew McConaughey, the Minister of Culture himself, tweeted out, "Wow, hashtag hook 'em."
Yeah,
that's pretty cool when that happens.
Yeah, he was at a lot of games this year. He went to a lot of games this year.
He was. Okay, so let's get into your future and where we can go from here. Who did you speak with at the Combine? Who interviewed you?
Spoke with about like 23, 24 teams. Wow. I don't know all of them, but I had a lot of formal interviews. I feel like I really knocked them out. My main goal was for the interviews just to have teams look at me differently as a football player. I feel like everybody knows I had the speed, but I feel like a lot of people don't know that I have the smarts that come with the speed and the ability to actually do everything I'm saying.
So how did you go about making sure you got that across, Xavier?
So whenever they call teams in the interviews, they kind of put you on the board, they have you break down your film. So in the interviews, I was breaking down what the O-line did, what the running back had, what tight ends had, every receiver had, where the ball should have went, what coverage it was. And whenever they ask me what, actually for interviews, a lot of interviews, they kind of give you a play before the actual interview starts, and then I ask you about your life and ask you about your film. So I did all that, and then at the end of the interview, they ask you, what was the play we gave you? And I feel like I knocked all that out of the park. So that's what I wanted to show teams.
Okay, so they give you play for you to sort of absorb, then get your mind off that by asking all sorts of other questions.
Right.
To try and get under the hood, and then to see what the motor's about, because we know your motor on the field. And then they come back around and ask you about the play, thinking you've forgotten about it. That's what you're saying? Okay. They couldn't get you on that one, right? They didn't.
Not at all. I feel like I knocked all of it out of the park.
Okay.
Every detail.
I like it. All right. Let me just run through a couple teams here. Did you speak with the Bears? Did the Bears chat with you?
Yes.
Okay. I like that. Did you speak with the Jets? Did you speak with the Jets?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you speak with the Raiders?
Yep.
Did they call you after the run too? Because you know their history is about speed. You know that.
No,
right?
they didn't call me at the run. I actually didn't get a lot of calls at the run from teams. I just kind of got like texts from my agent. My ex was my agent was sending me texts and stuff.
Okay. Did you speak to the Steelers? Did the Steelers speak to you?
No, I actually had an informal with them. No, I didn't speak with them.
Okay. How about the world champion Kansas City Chiefs? Did you have a meeting with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was my first time seeing Andy Reid in person. He looks exactly how he does.
Yes.
Did you tell him that? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, I did. That was my first time really seeing him. So I play a lot of Madden. So he looks exactly like he does at Madden. That's crazy.
Lifelike, huh? More than everyone else that you met, Andy Reid was spot on. Okay.
Yeah, spot on.
I love that. All right. And last one, if you don't mind, for me, Xavier, I don't know if you're aware, but I run the 40-yard dash myself. I do it for charity for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I do it in my suit. I've been doing it for 20 years. Any advice for me on how to get faster?
Oh, you're running it. Wait, when are you running this?
I run it in April at the Rose Bowl. I used to do it at the Combine all the time, to the point where they have my fastest run of 5.96. I know. I got it.
Look.
I saw that too. I picked up on that, TJ. It's okay. I get it a lot.
He was like,
it's 20 years I've done this. All good. But they use that and they simulcam me over faster runners like yourself. They gave me an 8-yard head start on the simulcam, and you still caught me. You still got me. So yeah, your 32-yard dash is faster than my 40. So put it this way, you're fast. What advice would you have? Just in general, Xavier.
Come out low when you hit 15, 20 yards. Start getting up tall, and it's just a race to the finish.
Okay, so come out low, then what? The 20s just pop up. Just get up.
No. Gradually come up, and it's just a race to the finish.
And then just a race to the finish. And my hands are like what? Like this, right? Like I'm eating a potato chip or something like that, or what? Not
when you're running, it's just like fingers open.
Okay, fingers open.
Fingers open.
All right, but definitely not, don't fist it up, is what you're saying. Don't do that.
Nah, don't fist it up. Don't fist it up.
I just need to know how my second run's faster. And go for a third. That's bad news normally. Hey, Xavier, what a pleasure. Honestly, I've done 20 combines for NFL Network, and that was the most exhilarating moment. And the crowd going crazy, and your reaction to it. You not taking 4.25 as good enough, going back out there, doing it again, and then beating it was truly unbelievable. And I'm thrilled I have a chance to say thank you for that. Awesome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you for the call, Xavier Worthy. You be well. Let's chat. Let's check in again soon, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
You got
yes,
it.
Sir. Thank you.
You bet. Same to you. At Worthy with 2 other Y's at the end of his name on Instagram. Xavier Worthy here on the Rich Eisen Show. That was delightful.
That's awesome. So
I mean, if you had to guess the one coach in the NFL who looks exactly like his Madden figure, the odds would be what? For Andy Reid would be the odds-on favorite,
you
right?
You have to say so.
But how funny is that? You look just like the guy in Madden. It's uncanny. Oh my God,
man. So funny. I mean,
What a
Andy
moment.
Reid is a big guy. He's huge. He's like 6'3".
But he's like, I've never met Andy Reid before, and he looks just like he does in Madden. That is so funny.
Every time the first time I met Andy Reid, I got introduced to him as he was still the Eagles coach.
Yes.
And I was like, I'll let you know I'm a Cowboys fan. And he looked at me and he just growled at me, but he reached out his hand to shake it. He was like,
First time,
this guy's amazing.
First time I met Andy Reid, year 2 of NFL Network. He's the Super Bowl coach for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's coming on NFL Total Access live. Okay, first year we recorded all of the interviews for NFL Total Access later that night. And we started getting so many interviews in our first Super Bowl, they started expanding how long Total Access was to fit everyone in because we picked everyone off. We had a dynamite first year of the Super Bowl to the point where other networks were goal hanging to try and pick off our guests. But that's for another day. Year 2, though, we just decided we had so many great interview opportunities in our first Super Bowl. We're just going live all afternoon, which is, a lot of TV. Well, I mean, but honestly, the next time, if I ever do a half-hour television show, I will not know what to do to myself.
Yeah, you don't get warmed up until about hour 2.
Honestly, I look at some of my highly outstanding Hall of Fame colleagues that do 1 hour on Sundays, and I'm like, really? Just one, huh? And I know they hang out for the rest of the day to do updates. It's a long day. But be that as it may, I'm built for this sort of speed here.
You're built different, Rich.
Okay, so we did like hours of shows. Andy Reid came in the middle live, and he showed up in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts.
Of course.
I mean, it was, Jacksonville. It's Duval County. It was a nice day. He showed up and was just chill. And I honestly thought to myself in the middle of this interview, this is a head coach in the NFL? Honestly, because it's just back in that time in the early aughts, you're talking about some serious hard asses in the history of the game,
Wake up at 4, I'll leave the office at 12.
You know what I mean? And I'm sure he does that too. But I just thought to myself, because I didn't know Mariucci yet. I had no insight into who Reid was at all.
Right.
At all. But I just remember that. It's like thinking in the middle of the interview, I'm like, this guy's a head coach in the NFL with his shorts and his Hawaiian shirt and his just chill manner of fact. And
he's not gruff. He's not yelling at you.
Dude, he is going to the HOF first ballot.
That's a given.
And can confirm through Xavier Worthy, looks just like the guy in Madden.
That's amazing.
Fantastic. I mean, that's a lot of uniqueness to work with.
It's funny.
And they don't dot him up, right? They just try and create it.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
He's going to have a great bus.
All right, we'll take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the show. We have reached the part of the NBA season where everybody thinks the Lakers can win it all again. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show. If you like using debit over credit, don't you think it's time to also get rewarded? Well, now you can with Discover Cashback Debit. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cash back on everyday purchases. Plus, you're not charged any account fees, period. Whether you're moving, starting a new job, or headed into that next stage of life, whatever it is, Discover Cashback Debit is for everyone. So check out eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashbackdebit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is, when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
In 1978, RentRight was founded by Jerry and Pat Adams with the vision to be an equipment and rental store that was focused on providing customers top quality equipment rentals at the right price. Today, 46 years later, Jerry and Pat's son, Bill, still shares his parents' values of the right price and takes pride in the cleanliness and reliability of all equipment rentals to ensure that their customer satisfaction is guaranteed. RentRight is now an authorized Hustler dealership serving the southern Middle Tennessee area. They carry a large selection of new and pre-owned inventory. RentRight staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Stop in and see them today at 721 Buffalo Road. Come on down to RentRight. We can help you out.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
A moment in real estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time. And nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
When you think Quick Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Here on the Rich Eisen Show.
The best thing about us, though, is it's about us.
It is about us, for sure. Terzo and I has been hanging on for a while. What's up, Terzo?
Terzo.
All right.
What's up, guys? Hey, Rich, I kind of got a funny story for you. So you guys are talking about speed there with Worthing being on. I was driving out to a small county here on Friday. I might have been going a little over the speed limit. I come up over a hill, and I go to pass this all blacked out SUV, and I happen to look down and happen to see the sheriff's license plate. And I'm probably going about 20 over. And at that point, I'm just like, well, I don't think I need to really slow down too much more. So I get in front of him. He pulls me over. Obi's sitting in the front seat with his seatbelt on. Officer comes out and says, "Officer, man, really sorry. Just a really busy court day out in Creston." He looks at me, looks at my ID, and he says, "Terzo, you practice out here in Adair County too, don't you?" I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Man, will you just slow down?" And he sends me on my way. First time I used a lawyer card to get out of it.
Hey. I thought you were going to drop our name. That's what I was saying, to be honest.
Oh, dude.
I thought he was going to say, I heard you on the show.
I thought about it, Brockman, because if it was later in the day and you guys were on the radio, I'd be like, hey, you know who this is?
Next thing you know, he's going to be Next thing you know, he's going to be dodging the Salamanca family up there in Iowa. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and Rich, when you guys are talking about Russell Wilson, like, I had so much respect for him when he was in Seattle, and I hated having to play him twice, maybe 3 times a year, because he was that guy. And it has been crazy seeing that downfall.
Unreal.
And everything that you guys have talked about today of not really knowing where he might be able to end up is so crazy to me.
That is nuts, Terzo. And thanks for the call, brother. You be well. It's Terzo in Iowa. It's nuts. That's why I started the show saying I cannot believe what has happened to Russell Wilson. It's one of the biggest mysteries in the history of my tenure with NFL Network, 20-plus years. Name me another guy who was 9 years Hall of Fame and then 3 years not, and now is it associated with being the subject of the worst trade in the history of the NFL, accruing the largest dead cap charge in the history of the NFL.
And the conversation that he might have played his way out of the Hall of Fame based on his last 3 years.
Which is why you get him, you're going to get a guy with a huge chip on his shoulder, and that might not matter. And you're also getting somebody who's going to be playing for nothing.
Going to be 36 this fall.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Guess you all can't be LeBron James or Tom Brady, right? Where you age and you get better and you get better and you get better. And every year, it seems, in the NBA these days, where the Lakers have large expectations placed upon them, the pressures of needing to win because they're all-world, all-time great GOAT has a closing window of opportunity, and will they be able to win one more with him? And then everybody starts rooting against him. They have a flash of brilliance in December. Then the rest of the season begins to slog on. And you're wondering, what are they going to do at the trade deadline? And they do nothing, which pisses off their all-time GOAT, or you're thinking it might. And then at some point, when they're staring in the face in recent days of potentially having to play their way into the playoffs, they catch fire. And everybody talks about another Larry O'Brien trophy coming to Los Angeles. I believe we have reached that point in the NBA season.
Who is saying this?
LeBron is. Oh, just listen to any Laker fan. Just go listen to him. And take a look at ESPN in the mornings. They're now 5 over. They've won 7 of 10. LeBron is playing his head off.
Yeah.
And last night, the Thunder
kind of smoked.
Listen, the final score is not indicative. I mean, the Thunder, I thought they were holding him to under 100 points, and nobody does that to the Thunder. The Thunder average almost 120 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
And they're playing defense. That's the Lakers you're talking about. The defensive end sparking the offensive end. D'Angelo Russell playing some of his best basketball of his career right now. And this happened just on the heels of, Anthony Davis disappearing against the Denver Nuggets and getting lit up by Stephen A. and Kendrick Perkins. Did Perk say that Anthony Davis showed more attitude and anger towards them pregame than he did in the game on Saturday?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Who's saying it? Shannon Sharp said today they would sweep the Thunder in a 7-game series.
Shannon Sharp's LeBron's number 1 fan. Of course he's
on he's on the biggest platform on sports television.
Okay, well, it doesn't mean he's right.
But for you to say who's saying it?
Shannon Sharp. But then did you see J.J. Redick this morning absolutely dismantle?
Well, he said it doesn't matter how many games you win a 7-game series in.
Well, he broke it down a little more.
I'm just saying.
Too.
We're at that part. We're at that part. Let me see. The Lakers are just a game behind the Mavericks, 1.5 behind the Kings, 2 behind the Suns. So there's that.
Are you gonna say they're gonna go back to the conference finals?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're in that part of the season
where people are saying.
Well, I'm not just saying. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say the Lakers are going back to the conference finals, but they play like this. They can. You don't think? LeBron out of his skull. Anthony Davis is Anthony Davis. D'Angelo Russell's a third man in. They play defense, and their bench actually contributes. And then we're not even talking about the game where Austin Reeves starts playing like Jerry West, which happens. You know it.
They're not going to have home court.
Rui Hachimura, two-way threat.
They had 24 bench points the last game.
I get it. For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey Cletus, I'm thinking about selling my place out here in the sticks and moving closer to town.
Well, then, Otis, you need to call United Country Southern Tennessee Realty. Them old boys got the know-how in advertising when it comes to selling farms, land, and homes out here in the country.
Sounds good, but how do I get a hold of them?
Just give them a call at 931-244-7126 or stop by the new office there on Highway 43 in Lawrenceburg. Tell them where you live and they'll come out, take a look, and let you know what kind of price they think they can sell it for.
Well, now how much does that cost?
That's the best part, Otis. It's free.
Well, if I decide not to list it?
Then there's no hard feelings, and they'll even give you a cap or one of them Bigfoot t-shirts just for letting them look.
Well, that sounds like a mighty good deal to me. What's the number again?
931-244-7126. Call United Country Southern Tennessee Realty.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty. Reach out to us today. Thanks and God bless.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Guess who's back better than ever? Your favorite spot, Stetter's Restaurant. Our wings, beer, plate lunches are better than you remember. We are open Wednesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Rediscover the joy of great food and good times. Stetter's Restaurant, your go-to for flavor, fun, and fantastic plate lunches. Join us at 325 Jerry Street or check us out at stetters.com.
Hey folks, this is Jason Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities, where your dream floor is just a visit away.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm gonna do that.
You should.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
I've been pleased with his progress and where he's at.
Quarterback Russell Wilson, he will be released after the league year begins on March 13th.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah, Fox Sports college football insider Bruce Feldman, Texas wide receiver Xavier Worthy, still to come, Emmy Award-winning actor Bo Bridges. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Fun show so far. We last hour had Bruce Feldman in studio. Xavier Worthy, the fastest man in the history of the scouting combine, zoomed in, and he was delightful. Right, guys? It was a total delight, wasn't he?
Yep.
Somebody to root for right there.
Absolutely.
Hour number 1, Daniel Jeremiah helped run through the combine. One of the things we talked about with Bruce Feldman, Caleb Williams, and whether, who he is and what plans he has to try and manipulate the draft in any way, shape, or form. He started talking about his father, Caleb Williams' dad. Well, Matt Cushman is in the green room right now.
Cush-lash.
The dad of the top prospect in Jerry Maguire. Jerry O'Connell's dad, right?
Right, yes. Yeah. That's right.
One of the many roles of our third hour in-studio guest, Bo Bridges' career. He's coming out here on the Rich Eisen Show in support of his new film, The Neon Highway, available in theaters next week on March 15th. And we've got a great celebrity true or false to run down with him. Because there's lots that we need to have clearing up. We may or may not have a photograph of his dad from Airplane all teed up. We did that with Jeff, too, didn't we, when he came in here? So basically, by the end of this hour, we'll have both fabulous Baker boys in the Rich Eisen Show guest archives. We're thrilled to have Bo Bridges here. I'm a big fan, and I can't wait to have him out here shortly. Your phone calls, 844-204-RICH, is a number to dial as well. Every year, I come back from the Combine, and I do a top 5 list of the hottest rumors, the craziest rumors I've heard at the Combine. And I take my Medill School of Journalism graduate degree off the wall, and I just place it up against the wall.
Just turn it backwards.
Turn it backwards, because they're not. My professors are not happy with it, because it's all rumors. Although I do want to make sure I hear it from multiple people before I say that into this microphone.
Yeah, you teased us over text with the Cowboys one. You're like, I'm hearing something.
I just heard something,
and I need one or two more people to say the same thing, and then I'm running with it.
And then I heard it.
Yeah.
And then many in this world of aggregation then throw it out like I'm reporting, which I appreciate in a way, because that means I have a certain standard that I normally evince in 364 other days of the year. Giants sites are having a field day with me saying I heard multiple times that the Giants are done with Daniel Jones and have buyer's remorse.
Done. Oh,
but as I pointed out, though, they may have to use him this year. So we'll see what they do with that top pick in the draft. And if they choose a quarterback, then I'll be have this rumor proven correct, I think. That said, the one that jumped out at me that I heard the first time was the Dallas Cowboys, the Jerry Jones all-in concept is not getting a whole bunch of free agents in to boost up a team that was so terrific in the regular season and might have needed this boost in the playoffs against Green Bay. And that they were going to go all in this season with a bunch of players, as Jerry Jones said, we're going to go all in on players that we normally don't go all in on. And again, I thought that meant, because they draft and they pay their own and they really don't go free agent shopping like crazy. I thought that meant they're going to go free agent shopping, screw the salary cap, credit card charges for later on. We'll have enough to pay CD and pay Micah, and they just have to extend Dak first because he's on the cap charge this year, $59 million and change. $59 million and change. And I heard at the Combine, the concept of all in was, I'll make them play it out. Because they're going to go all in this year, meaning they're not going to extend Dak and give him more years after he's only delivered, what, a couple of playoff wins so far?
Retired Tom Brady. Yeah.
No, I know. Father Time might have done that.
Well, I'm just saying anyone else
and
would
I
get
think
credit
that's
for
what
that on
no,
the resume,
you do hear the conversation about the Cowboys that they haven't won playoff games at all under Mike McCarthy.
People forget.
Right. That they haven't won that they haven't advanced the divisional round by winning a wild card game, which they did, 2 years ago. Right? So,
I mean, how can you shrug your shoulders? It's
no,
a yes or no question.
He's got 2 playoff wins. Like, come on. What are we doing?
That's the point.
Settle down just a little bit.
That's the point. Brock Purdy got 2 playoff wins this year. Right?
Brock Purdy has more playoff career wins than Dak.
So that's where you're hearing that the all-in is they're going to make him play it out. They're not going to extend him. They're not going to make more room to try and bring in reinforcements, star reinforcements. Dak was at a local charity making an appearance yesterday and was asked about what his thoughts are on what Jerry Jones means by going all in.
Jerry says all in. What does that mean to you as far as next year?
When he says all in next year?
Yeah. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah, I'm excited to see it, honestly. I don't know. I can't say I've had talks with them about what is all in and how you plan on making those moves. So, but yeah, let's see. I'm excited for it.
How hopeful are you that you can get a deal done?
Say again?
How hopeful are you that you can get a deal done?
Yeah, I'm definitely confident. Obviously, it helps the team. It's important for the numbers. So I think it's Jerry. I've heard Jerry said that. It's kind of helped me out here and told me that part, right? That that is a process. Both sides understand that. Everything's great. And it'll happen.
It'll happen. Doesn't know what all in means because I don't know either. But it's kind of wild where he's because it. By the way, this just in extending Dak. That it's better for the team
Saves
and it's
the money.
better for the cap and it's better to get more players in. That's a fact. But if Jerry's like done with the losing in the playoffs and he thinks the best way to win in the playoffs this year is to tell Dak, what you see is what you're going to get mostly with the exception of a draft and the exception of some free agents that aren't of the level of, say, Derrick Henry or DeAndre Hopkins, the 2 players we constantly keep mentioning here, because you add D-Hop, you add the diminisher to what they had last year, and look out. Or, say, Saquon, who might hit the market, or, say, Josh Jacobs, who looks like he's hitting the market, or fill in the blank with one dynamic superstar player that can be added to Dak and also CeeDee Lamb, and off you go. But he's saying it'll get done. Like I said, what I heard at the Combine, and it could be total posturing, and it may absolutely be getting done as we even speak. But I heard at the Combine, that is not the concept of all in. Concept of all in is we're going to make everybody play for the right to stay for the Dallas Cowboys as coach or player. And that includes Dak Prescott. And they're willing to pay $59 million on the cap this year. And because they're unable to franchise tag him next year, look at Dak and say, hey, great season. We love you. How about you stay here? And, the floor is less than the amount of a cap charge that we paid for you last year. How would that go over? It's a wild approach and concept of all in. I'll tell you that. Overreaction Monday podcast is out there for everybody to listen to. We react to everything that happened at the Combine and set the stage for free agency. That's wherever you get your pods, thanks to the Cumulus Podcast Network, which means today is an Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday segment day on the Rich Eisen Show. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Mondays.
Monday. On a Tuesday.
All right, Christopher, I fall for that all the time. I don't know why I do that.
All right, guys, here we go. Some leftover thoughts from the weekend that was. After impressive NFL Combine, Michael Penix going to be drafted in the top 15.
I can't argue with it. Can't sit here and say that's out of the realm. Like, that's a total overreaction. Wow, you upgraded it because our podcast starts with 5 quarterbacks in the top 20. Now you just pushed. Now you're pushing it to the limits.
I saw some mocks last night. Upgraded.
It's like one of those re-entry scenes in a space movie. Like now we're shaking. We're pushing everything to the limits. The nuts and the bolts are coming loose. I mean, Vikings, Broncos, Raiders. Not everybody's going to figure out in free agency, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's just say Vikings keep Kirk.
Okay.
Falcons get Justin Fields.
Okay.
That leaves Bears, Commanders, Patriots/Giants.
Yep.
Or Patriots and Giants. And then it leaves the Broncos needing one and the Raiders needing one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's not an overreaction. I think I just mapped it out where we can get 5 in the first 15 right there. And the free agent pieces land. Baker stays put.
Right.
And the Steelers do what we all expect them to do.
You know.
Which is Kenny Pickett and maybe Russ.
Oh, sorry.
If that happens.
No.
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you. Not an overreaction. I think that's entirely possible. What else, Chris?
How about this one?
Yes.
0 defensive players
in the top 10.
Drafted in the top 10.
I will say that's still an overreaction. How about that?
It's been a while. I think that this has happened.
Because again, if the Falcons get like Justin Fields or get Cousins, that might be a spot where Raheem Morris is like, let's go get Dallas Turner. Let's go get one of those corners. You know, let's go get one of those corners. Terry Arnold, by the way.
That's a good slide
Terry
down.
Arnold from Alabama is really good and a delight. Like, that's the guy that you want to put out in the community, too, and on an island. So I'll call this an overreaction at the moment. Because it's rare. That's a rarity to just have one side of the football represent almost the first third of an NFL draft.
And it'll be 3 positions: quarterback, tackle, and wide receiver.
I'm with you. I hear you. So I'll call that an overreaction for the moment. What else?
Let's turn up the heat.
Okay.
TJ. 2024 will be Dak's final year as Cowboys quarterback.
You want to answer this one?
Nope.
Come on.
Wait, no, you're not answering, or?
Oh, no, I don't want to answer this.
Why?
No, because this is overreaction.
No, it's not.
Tuesday.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is, but it's not.
I only chime in when your head is in a trash bag throwing up. That's the only time I chime in.
Oh, wow. He really went there. And with Bo Bridges in the green room, he doesn't know that I vomited in this trash can a couple weeks ago.
Damn act together.
That's right. So you don't want to answer it? You have to answer it now.
Okay. 2024 will not be that.
I agree.
Last
I agree.
Year as the Cowboys starting quarterback.
I agree. Yes, sir.
I don't know, man.
I agree.
With you, Brockman.
How old is Jerry Jones?
Two things. One, despite me saying I heard this rumor, because it's a rumor, I'm not reporting it. I'm telling you what I heard.
You took some joy in it.
I do not care if it's proven wrong and people are like, Rich, you were wrong, and I'll be. This is not my facts or anything like that I am reporting. It's what everyone is talking about because this is what they heard and have been told, quite frankly, by members of the Cowboys organization. You know, so again, it could be posturing. I think at the end of the day, they're going to extend that. They have to. It's just madness. Otherwise, I think madness.
I'm not ready for Cooper Rush to take over as a starting
Jerry
quarterback.
Jones likes
just yet.
madness.
Or they will do what I'm talking about, or what I heard, play it out, and then be held over another barrel by Dak and sign him to an insane contract again and figure out, all right, we just paid for him 50-something million on the cap this year. We'll do something similar next. Figure it out. Keep kicking the can down the road. We love Dak.
But that's the best guess, like a Joe Flacco scenario. Like, I'm going to make you play it out. You win a Super Bowl, then great, we'll pay you now.
So
I think
that's why I don't think that's an overreaction. What else, Chris? What else?
You guys are haters, man.
All right, we talked about it off the top. The Broncos
Says
deal.
a guy who brought up the fact I vomited in a trash can. What is that?
Like it was a
That's
secret.
Just because I asked you a question to try and answer
Wasn't like it was a secret. Chris told everybody about it when it happened.
Deflecting. Broncos deal for Russell Wilson. Worst trade in NFL history.
I don't know. The Herschel one's pretty damn bad, too.
That was great, though.
But this one also involves they signed him to a contract extension.
They didn't have to do it.
$254 million.
They didn't have to do that.
$124 million of it. Well, they did. $124 million guaranteed, and he won't play it down on the contract. And it's going to cost him $85 million in dead cap. So you put it all together, that is not an overreaction. I am sorry. And I hate that Russell Wilson's name is associated with that.
Brutal, man.
Yeah.
But that's a fact. I mean, no matter what Herschel was, it didn't chew up the cap like that.
No.
My goodness gracious. What else, Chris?
Last one. Saquon Barkley looked like he's going to be a free agent. He's going to win more playoff games next year
than the Giants?
Than the NFC East.
Oh, wait a second.
Wow.
No, that's just...
Wow.
I like this one. The disrespect is real.
Wow. Can we put a pin in this one and while I find out where he goes if he does leave the Giants?
Oh, he's leaving, Rich. I'm pretty sure of that.
I think even if he goes to the Bears, he's going to win more playoff games.
Can we just put a pin in this? What if he returns to the Giants? What if they figure it out? And then he'll win more playoff games than the NFC East last year means that
Cowboys and Eagles. I mean,
no, then the NFC East, he would be in the NFC East. That would blow this thing up.
Cancel it
so
out,
can we just put a pin? Like I normally need to answer the question, but I need to see where he goes. If he goes to the Chargers, I'll say yes.
Yeah.
For instance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. For instance.
What if he goes to the Chiefs?
Then
I mean, obviously,
I would be shocked at that, but
that's not their move.
Yeah, not on the table.
That's not their jam.
Not with Pacheco there.
No, just that's not what they do.
Yeah.
They're the ones who proved you don't have to. They just beat the guy with the biggest salary at the position, or the team with the guy, because that guy was pretty amazing in the game.
He was.
So, put a pin in it. Please, the day that Saquon does sign somewhere.
Bring it back.
Probably next week. We'll figure it out. We'll bring it back.
I'd imagine a week from now.
But put a pin in it. You had me at hello. Speaking of which, a man in Jerry Maguire is coming out of our green room right now. The great actor and Emmy Award winner Beau Bridges will be here in studio next in support of his film, The Neon Highway. We're going to go down a nice road with this man when we come back. For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Semi-annual get watering for takes calm shop semi delicious labor you use select take and plumbing every person to their condition like guarantee simple but don't use get extra dollars off promo code Sizzle checkout, which is why this original booker.
And I help protect you from the IRS. About you discover all the relief programs.
Call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. If you've been injured in an accident and need cash now before your case settles, Oasis Financial for 3,000 people. Why not you? If you have an attorney, 877-266-9107. It takes just 3 minutes to apply. And once you're approved, get $500 to $100,000 of your settlement in as little as 24 hours with no risk to you. That's right. Get $500 to $100,000 within 1 day. If you lose your case, you don't have to pay Oasis back, ever. So call Oasis today to see if you qualify at 877-266-9107. That's 877-266-9107.
Better days start today. Get the cash you need with Oasis.
Call Oasis today at 877-266-9107. Oasis is currently not providing legal funding in Arkansas, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, North Carolina, North Dakota, or West Virginia.
With love I will build a wonderful thing that makes this life better for you and for me.
Shriners Hospitals for Children has been creating wonderful opportunities for children in need. This life-changing medical care helps them do the things they've always dreamed of. To find out more, go to loveshriners.org.
On Highway is in theaters near you next week, March 15th, and our radio audience just joined us. We just showed to our Roku channel audience a clip with Bo Bridges, who's here on the Rich Eisen Show. And again, it is great to see you here. Is it true in this film that all the performance scenes were recorded live in this film?
Yeah, which again made me nervous because I hadn't been out there. You know, music has always been a hobby of mine. Mm-hmm. I got my first guitar when I was age 16. I got an old Dan Electro, kind of garage guitar, very inexpensive. But then I got into sports. I love playing sports, and so I handed my guitar off to my little brother Jeff when he was about 8, and he just took it over and got really good on it, and then he sold my guitar to one of his friends, you know, when he was just a young guy. And if he hadn't done that, that guitar would probably be worth thousands of dollars.
Yes, I imagine so. How much did you make for his guitar back in the day? Do you remember?
I don't know, no. But, yeah, but I've always loved playing music and doing a little composing. But this was really exciting to be in here with these guys.
What did you like about the role? Again, you're playing a country music star who's past his prime, but then there's a younger star who has an accident and needs to light his flame for his passion for music again. So what did you enjoy about this?
I think what's important to me when I first read the script was this idea that as you get older, it's important to find a purpose for being. I mean, it's important at any age to have a purpose.
Sure.
But especially when you're older, it tends sometimes lose that flame you're talking about. And this is about a guy who gets it back. He loses it and gets it back.
And it's in theaters near you again. Next week, March 15th, you play Claude Allen in this film with Rob Mays and T.J. Power and some serious talents at music, and you're holding your own in it, man. You're doing your.
We're going to go to Nashville on the 13th. It has its premiere. That'll be fun. That's a great city.
You're going to go to Lower Broadway and just start performing?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, not perform.
That's what I'm saying. No.
I'm going to walk up and down and listen to all the other great people.
Yeah, the NFL draft was a few years ago, and they turned Lower Broadway into essentially the draft hall, and just walk. It really was. It really was just walking up and down and just going in all of these places. And I remember one night I'm like, all right, I'm going to do some karaoke in here, and then I saw like these are like some real musicians that were getting up there.
Yeah, they're so good.
These real deal people that are strung around that city. For sure. Bo Bridges here on the Rich Eisen Show. We have a segment here, sir, where we like to go through somebody's career and their life based on what we see on the internet to see what's true or what's false. And we ask you, okay, so let's do it right now. And as always, we have some terrific production value along with it. Bo Bridges, celebrity, true or false? Hit it right here. Go ahead and hit it.
Celebrity, true or false?
You can't handle the truth.
There you go. That's our production value. There you go. All right. First up, celebrity, true or false with Bo Bridges. True or false? In your youth, you would act out intense film scenes atop a flatbed truck in front of a supermarket, and it drew the ire of local law enforcement. True or false?
What was the last part?
That local law enforcement was not happy that you were doing this, that they had to take you down off the truck.
Supportive.
That's good.
When you're talking about it is I would take my brother along with me when he was young, about 16 years old. We'd get on the back of a flatbed truck, and then to get an audience, we'd stage a fight. We'd fight each other because our dad taught us how to stage fight and street fight, so we'd do that. And then people would come around, and then we'd jump up on the back of the truck and perform scenes from some show or something. But we always checked out the police before we did it because we didn't want to get arrested.
So wait a minute. You draw a crowd by stage fight, like acting like you're fighting?
Yeah.
Then the crowd would come around?
Come around, then we'd jump up on the thing and do it.
It'd be like getting the attention by fighting.
That's right.
And while we have your attention, here's a scene. That's the way it would work?
You got to bring them in any way you can, man.
Wow. Okay. And so you checked in with law enforcement beforehand?
First. Oh, absolutely.
Like I said, this is fake. Don't break it up. We're just trying to get a crowd.
Oh, yeah.
So what would you perform on the flatbed truck?
Well, I remember Jeff and I once did scenes from Come Blow Your Horn.
Okay. That's what you would do back in the day.
We had a little funky, microphone set up there and everything.
Okay. The second one here, we're fascinated about this story, and we're wondering if it is in fact true. True or false, Bo Bridges, you got into a scuffle with Gary Cooper on the set of High Noon.
Well, got into a what?
Scuffle, a fight.
No. My dad got into a scuffle with him.
Not you?
When I was a kid, my dad used to take me on location. So we went to Sonora where he was filming High Noon.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you can come out to the set this morning. I'm going to be in a fight scene with Gary Cooper, which turned out to be one of the classic fight scenes in movie westerns, if you remember. And he said, you can come, but you got to keep your mouth shut. Mr. Cooper is not feeling really 100%. I'm going to find a nice place for you where you can be up and watch it. Just be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it's all, choreographed. It's going to look pretty rough, but no one's getting hurt. So just relax up there and you can watch it. So we go. They found me a spot up in a hayloft, and I'm looking down, and they get into it, and it goes off. And it's a wild fight. I mean, these guys, no stunt guys, just my dad and Mr. Cooper.
Uh-huh.
And they're rolling around underneath horses, and it was crazy. But I knew my dad said no one's going to get hurt, so I was okay with it. I'm watching. But he did not prepare me for the last thing, which was he started to get on his horse, and Cooper hits him with a straight right and knocks him cold. He goes to the ground, and I'm thinking, okay, it's all right. He's all right. It's all planned. But then Cooper goes over, fills up a pail of water, and goes over and throws the water on top of my dad. And I cracked up, busted out laughing, and just ruined the take.
No way!
Yeah. And then now we're going back to the hotel, and my dad is pissed. He says, I told you to keep your mouth shut. I could get fired over this. Mr. Cooper's not feeling well. Blah, blah, blah. Get back to the hotel. Now we're waiting to go up in the elevator to get something to eat. I'm just feeling terrible. And who walks up to get into the elevator but Mr. Cooper? And my dad says, how you doing, Coop? You feeling okay? And he says, yeah, I'm okay. And I'm thinking, oh, God, here it goes. And then Mr. Cooper said, how would you folks like to join me for dinner?
Hey.
And I went,
See, now that's a great story. Believe it or not, the story that you got into a scuffle with Gary Cooper on the set of High Noon is on the website of the Oscars. Yeah. Oscars.org is where we pulled that one from.
Yeah,
so we got to update that information. Wow. Let them know that. While we're on the subject of your dad, let's just hit a timeout button here. So for people my age, obviously I have seen your dad and I know who he is and his legend.
Yes.
But for people my age, the first time I was introduced to him was when he was sniffing glue on Airplane.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
That's the first way I got introduced to your dad. What was your perspective of watching him do this?
My dad was a real straight arrow.
Yeah.
And he was very concerned. My brother and I were, not dabbling in any of the drugs that were coming around at that time.
Yes.
And he would question us all the time. So when that movie came out and we saw it, we gave him so much trouble over that. I said, you know what? I said, you are a hero to so many young people. How could you, in your role, advertise sniffing glue? What a terrible thing to do. And we worked it pretty good over that.
That's the way I was introduced to him, and my parents had to basically say, no, let me tell you about Lloyd Bridges, okay? And I'm like, wow, the guy who sniffed glue on Airplane was the real deal, and Leslie Nielsen pretty much as well, he was a straight actor from his filmography, and he did that.
Yeah, but Leslie, he was quite a character. You know about his whoopee cushion, right?
Yeah. Were you ever?
Oh, God. In elevators, Leslie would go in there with a straight face. The people in the elevator look at him, what the hell?
I love that. And then, of course, your dad had a great run on Seinfeld as well, as Mandelbaum.
Yeah, that made us nervous.
Why?
Because he was probably about my age. He was in his 80s, and he was doing like pratfalls and stuff on that show.
And the barbells, right?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And but he pulled it off.
He did. Well, I mean, that was his character. He wasn't going to be told that he couldn't be lifting his lifting
now,
weights.
I'm going to ask you and your listeners.
Yes.
You don't have to tell. You probably won't know the answer to this. But if you were a fan of my father,
yes, what
was the name of his boat on Sea Hunt?
Oh my goodness, Mikey, you want to help out on that one?
No, I know.
What was the name of his boat?
Maybe if I give you the theme song, it'll help you.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Rawhide? Was it?
No.
No, God, no.
It starts with an A. I'll give you the first syllable.
What are you on? Argonaut? Look at us.
Very good.
Thank you. My producers are very, very, very good. Got Bo Bridges here on the Rich Eisen. Okay, continuing celebrity, true or false. True or false, you played basketball for John Wooden at UCLA and were able to draw on that experience when you portrayed him in a one-man show.
Yes, a lot of that is true.
Okay.
Not so much playing for John Wooden.
Okay.
I sat on the bench.
Okay. So you sat for John Wooden.
I was on the freshman team at UCLA back in the day when you couldn't play varsity when you were a freshman.
Yes.
And it was a great experience because he was, we maintained a friendship up until he died, almost at 100. And what an incredible man. I did a lot of his voice on his books, and I would introduce him at different events when he was awarded things. He would say we were a dog and pony show, but you're familiar with his pyramid of success, probably, aren't you?
Oh, sure.
For those who have never heard of this, I would recommend you Google up Coach Wooden's pyramid of success. It's incredible. And, the guy won almost 10 straight national championships in a row. No one will ever come close to that.
We have it on our set, as a matter of fact. Mike, why don't you just go grab it and hold it up? We are very well familiar with this.
The whole idea is the blocks of characters, things that you need to find success.
We believe it's signed by Wooden, is it not? That's what we have.
Yeah, I found this at a
coach.
At a flea market.
Success had nothing to do with winning. It had to do with finding peace of mind. And how do you find peace of mind? By leaving the task knowing that you've done your very best. And the two cornerstones of the pyramid, one, enthusiasm, joy, and the other one, industriousness, hard work. Because Coach said anybody can come to the task with hard work, but when you bring it in combination with joy, that's when great things happen.
I think we have a photo of you playing high school hoops. As a matter of fact, there you are.
Oh, there I am.
How many points a game, Bo? What do you got?
I averaged 1.5 points a game.
Come on.
Yes, and I think I got 1 or 2 rebounds or something.
Looks like a good defensive posture, though. At least looks like you're.
What a great time, and I guess the year. Maybe a couple of years, I can't remember when Kareem came in there, but do you remember that his freshman team beat the varsity that had won the whole thing?
Makes sense. So I guess that was my follow-up before I have one more for you, is while you were sitting for Coach Wooden, who was playing for him? Who were your teammates?
Our center was, people usually think that Coach won all his championships with big, tall centers. But our center, Fred Slaughter, was 6'6", but he was, built like a brick house. He was a force. And let's see, who else? Larry Gower was on the team. He went up and played a little varsity. Yeah, but that was it for me. I went out for track.
Okay.
Because they had a race in tennis shoes for the freshman team. And I won the race. And so everyone was excited. They said, you got to go out for track. And I said, oh, okay. I'll try it. I never had. So I went out there and I trained for like a couple months, learning how to come out of the blocks. And this young kid from Jefferson High School, I can't remember his name, he'd run like just under 900.
Right.
I mean, just under 1000. And so after I worked out a little bit, they had a match race for us. First time I'd been timed. Had a gun and everything. I'm in the blocks. I come out of the blocks. I'm running, and this guy's right there. And I was told, you never turn your head. You got to keep straight ahead.
Right.
So I'm doing that, and I beat him by about like this.
Hey.
And I'm thinking, man, this is a whole new career for me opening up. And I ran over to the coaches, and they're all laughing at me. And I said, what's going on? What was my time? He said, your time was 11:2. And I said, 11:2, but I beat him. He says, yeah, he fell. And I just beat him like that.
That's funny.
Track is tough.
Oh,
man,
no
I'm
doubt.
telling you.
Last one for you, Bo Bridges. True or false, your brother Jeff convinced you your fabulous Baker Boys character should have thinning hair and offered to shave it himself. Is that true?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's true. Yeah, we were having a couple of glasses of wine one night before we did the thing. And he said, you know, you're supposed to... your hair is supposed to be thinning, and you don't want to have a ball pate, you know. And he was right about that. You know, where I've had that done before, where they put a thing on you and a big makeup deal in the chair. And I said, okay, but not too much, please. And he just screwed me up, man. He just shaved me so bad. And then, you know, when it grows out like a little corkscrew.
Sure.
Yeah, it was bad.
Oh, okay. So that is true. I love that movie. That movie is just an absolute classic. I had the soundtrack and everything in college. I played the hell out of it. And it was awesome.
That movie, you know, they wanted... My career has been kind of a roller coaster ride. And then at that particular time, I was kind of dipping down in, you know, in my, you know, the different options I had. And he got the script first. He was cast, and they wanted to cast as his brother someone that was, you know, riding high. One of the young, new actors coming out, and or not new, the ones who were established. And my brother said, "No, I want my brother to play." Young Steve Clovis was directing.
Right.
And so I went and had lunch with Steve, and I brought a little Polaroid photograph of Jeff and I on the back of that.
How about that?
The back of that truck, and I think that's what helped me get that job.
Well, it's a good thing you staged the fight to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Get you on the truck. Fantastic. Bo, what a pleasure. Everybody check out The Neon Highway in theaters next week from Mountain Movies. Bo Bridges here on The Rich Eisen Show. What a pleasure having you on. Anytime you want to come back, love to chit-chat more. We barely scratched the surface on your career, so we can keep going. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me on.
You bet. That's Bo Bridges. Again, everyone check out The Neon Highway in theaters near you next week. We're back to wrap up this show in a moment. For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and... For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Prochowski with Prochowski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Having a family doctor is important, so Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Medical Group makes it easier to find one. Most of our physician offices offer online scheduling. When it comes to your family's health, you can count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're focused on keeping you at your best with annual screenings and preventative care. To find your new primary care physician or schedule an appointment, visit southerntnlawrenceburg.com or call 1-800-424-DOCS, 1-800-424-3627.
Hi, I'm Victoria Watts, a real estate agent in Middle Tennessee with Flora Mid-South Realty. I guess you can say I developed a passion for the real estate industry at a young age, working alongside my father in the construction business. I'm knowledgeable, dedicated, and have a keen eye for detail, and am committed to providing exceptional services to my clients. I'm Victoria Watts, and I can be reached at 931-253-1308.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Rich Eisen Show, desk furnished by Granger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Granger has the right product for you. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. I got to be honest with you again. Fabulous Baker Boys was one of my favorite movies in the 80s. In college, I would just listen to the soundtrack. Obviously, I was head over heels for Michelle Pfeiffer. And so that film was outstanding. And just to share the fact that I'm now sitting on a show with my name on it, which would have been a dream of mine in college, that both Baker Boys have now appeared on. Jeff Bridges in 2017 and Bo today. So
now
just going to talk to Liz through the camera. There is one missing individual. And we need to book, to complete the circle. That's all I'm saying.
It makes sense to me.
I'm just glad you love a movie in color. That's all.
No,
wow.
My goodness gracious. That's slander. It's slander.
Such a nice moment.
It's slander. It's slander.
Nice
you know what it is, too? You know what it is, too? You know what it is? It's ignorant. It's ignorant. You're an ignorant person when it comes to movies. Ignorant. Just because it's made in black and white. There are classics in black and white.
Susie Diamond was
classics.
Living Technicolor in that movie, Rich.
But you're off the point. You're off the point. The point is he's ignorant. You still haven't finished The Manchurian Candidate, have you?
Oh, no.
It's still sitting there on your DVR 3 years later.
It's not even on his DVR anymore. That thing's gone.
Because I haven't seen The Wolf of Wall Street, but they haven't seen. He hasn't seen classic. You have, TJ. I
I know. I mean, Wolf of Wall Street and Manchurian Candidate, though, Mike.
Come on.
It's like,
I mean, get out of here. Stop it. We shouldn't even spend another second on that slanderous statement. Franchise tags, right? Franchise tags. Franchise
going
tags.
Down.
What do we have? What do we have? Who's been franchise
Bears tagging Jalen Johnson.
That's
Jaguars.
not a surprise.
Jaguars tagging Josh Allen.
Yep.
Bucks tagging Antoine Winfield Jr.
That's not a surprise either. Which means, by the way, Baker can walk. By the way.
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Ravens tagging Justin Matabuke. Yep. Panthers
not a surprise there
tagging
either.
Brian Burns. Patriots transition tag Kyle Duggar. No tag for Saquon and a bunch of these other.
Or any other running backs. Every running back can walk.
Every running back. Dalton Schultz got a 3-year deal from Houston.
Okay, so somebody actually struck a deal.
Yeah.
A couple guys getting cut.
Bunch of guys getting cut. Quadre Diggs and Jamal Adams on Seattle, and Will Disley frees up about $30 million in change for Seattle. A lot going on right now.
Let me just say this. Do you think the Panthers would trade Brian Burns to the Rams for the million draft choices that apparently the Rams offered him?
Seems like they should have taken that deal
I mean,
back in the day.
One last thing here. I've been offering a lot of unsolicited cents to the Giants. A lot. Okay? And I'm thrilled that Joe Shane called in the show after what I was talking about, their handling of the Saquon thing. And, you know, I hope next time I see him, he still talks to me. But this team without Saquon Barkley would be, on the offensive end, thoroughly uninteresting to Giants fans. And that's with all due respect, and I know that's disrespectful to the other talented players that they have, skilled position players, but this guy is a star. And I'm sure they're going to be like, listen, we love you. He was their Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee this year. And they're going to let him see what the market looks like. I guess that's what they're planning on doing. And saying, if you want something that's like 13, 14, 15, 16 million dollars, go find it. I don't understand it. Certainly when your plan is X and now you find out that the salary cap is probably going up double what you expected. We can't figure out how to give a slice of that to this guy and keep him there. And I'm not saying that they're going to lose him. I mean, the next they have 8 more days. But the fact that they're willing to let him walk is kind of blowing my mind right now. And I know he's got an injury history. I get it. And I guess they could find somebody in the draft. Man, this is going to be wild. Derrick Henry's going to be on the free agent market. He's on the free agent market. Austin Eckler's on the free agent market. Josh Jacobs is on the free agent market. They're all out there. And I guess everyone's going to take the Chiefs' approach. But the Chiefs' approach works because they got the right quarterback. Mm-hmm. I guess that's the approach. You got the dominant quarterback. You don't need to spend 15, 16 million bucks on your running back. And all I keep saying is, look at the San Francisco 49ers. Do you think they would have made the NFC Championship game without McCaffrey?
Well, he literally scored a touchdown in every game but one.
That's what I'm saying. But I guess Saquon doesn't have the same production. I'm trying to, give pushback to my own initial gut thoughts. But the Giants' offense is just sometimes very difficult to watch, and certainly because Daniel Jones has not been playing as well as he did in the year they made the playoffs, certainly in that playoff game. And I believe that they, from what I heard, again, I don't believe that this is the case 100% because it's all rumor. I didn't hear it directly. All this stuff I don't hear directly from a team, and then I call it a rumor to cover my tracks. It's literally what everyone's talking about at the Combine. That's why I have a top 5 rumors I overheard at the Combine segment, and I bring it here. But it looks like their decision that they made at the quarterback position last year is something that they would like to undo. Saquon is additive, man. I just don't get it. But I hope that they do make this deal because he's great for New York. He's great for the Giants. Giants fans deserve a star player like that. And I think you need that pizzazz in New York. You got to do it. I'm going to say this over and over and over again for the next 8 days. So rinse and repeat. And if I'm the Chargers, I say, hey, man, you like Southern California? And Jim goes and uses him as the battering ram. Get out of here.
Sir.
That wraps up this show. We'll set up the rest of the week on the Roku channel in a moment.
Don't miss Power Torque Tools DIY days now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Power Torque hand tools come with a lifetime guarantee. Right now, you can save big on the best hand tools, power tools, jack. Don't miss Power Torque Tools DIY days now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Power Torque hand tools come with a lifetime guarantee. Right now, you can save big on the best hand tools, power tools, jacks, and more. Let the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts help you find the right Power Torque tools for your next DIY project. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call clickgrainger.com or
Did you know that RentRight in Lawrenceburg has a service department? They do, and they are waiting to serve you. When you are invested in making sure your equipment stays in great working condition for years to come, you need knowledge and skill you can count on. Whether it's warranty work or day-to-day maintenance, RentRight has you covered. RentRight is proud to carry a wide selection of parts and accessories in stock, and if they don't, their knowledgeable parts staff are happy to find it for you. They are committed to making sure you get the maximum value you demand from your hustler. RentRight staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Give them a call or stop by and talk to their qualified parts staff to help determine just what you need. That's RentRight, located at 721 Buffalo Road in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, 931-213-7654. Come on down to RentRight. We can help you out.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
A moment in real estate with my dad, Jeff Luke.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time, and nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
When you think Quick Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Guess who's back better than ever? Your favorite spot, Stetter's Restaurant. Our wings, beer, plate lunches are better than you remember. We are open Wednesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Rediscover the joy of great food and good times. Stetter's Restaurant, your go-to for flavor, fun, and fantastic plate lunches. Join us at 325 Jerry Street or check us out at stetters.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
The Fox News Alert racking up the wins. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in the Utah Democratic presidential primary. President Biden is expected to win this state easily. There are 40 delegates at stake. Republican caucusing is ongoing. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump has won the presidential primaries in Minnesota, Colorado, Texas, Arkansas, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Alabama, and Oklahoma. Fox's Aisha Hasni is at Mar-a-Lago. She says the crowd is waiting to hear from the former president.
The room has filled up quite nicely, not the 1,000 people that we kept hearing throughout the day, but definitely several hundred are here. And I've seen Congressman Byron Donalds, Florida. I've seen Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene here. Pam Bondi is here.
The Fox News decision desk can now project that Jason Palmer, a self-described entrepreneur and investor, will win the American Samoa Democratic Caucus. This marks President Biden's first loss in the 2024 primaries. Palmer takes 4 delegates, while President Biden takes 2. The Fox News decision desk can project that President Biden will win Texas, Minnesota, Colorado, Arkansas, Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. In North Carolina, Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein has won his party's primary. He launched an attack on his opponent during his victory speech for governor.
Mark Robinson's vision is bleak and divisive, consumed by spite and hate. He spends time pitting people against each other.
Robinson is hoping to become the state's first black governor.
I stand on the shoulders of my mother and all those who came before me.
Former President Trump endorsed Robinson over the weekend. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
A former Air Force employee and retired Army Lieutenant Colonel in Nebraska has pleaded not guilty to charges he shared classified information on a foreign dating site.
The indictment against David Franklin Slater said the former Air Force employee shared information about Russia's war on Ukraine. Slater's accused of giving out details about targets and Russian military capabilities. Prosecutors say he was sharing information with someone who claimed to be a woman living in Ukraine, and it happened while he was attending briefings about the war at the U.S. Strategic Command at Offutt Air Force Base. One of the messages prosecutors shared from that someone said, "You are my secret informant, love." The judges agreed to release Slater as the case proceeds, but he has to surrender his passport and stay in Nebraska. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Now, the U.S. airline is hiking checked baggage fees.
Delta Airlines is boosting the cost of your first checked bag by 17%. The increase adds $5 to the previous $30 fee for domestic flights. A second bag will cost $45 from $40. Delta is the third major U.S. carrier of late to raise bag fees in the past several weeks. The move follows similar increases from American and United Airlines, which followed fee hikes by smaller carriers Alaska Airlines and JetBlue Airways. Delta last raised bag fees for domestic flights in 2018. The airline said the price increase will help it keep up with unspecified rising industry costs.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. The Department of Veterans Affairs is reversing a memo that was sent to ban displays of the iconic VJ Day in Times Square kiss, where a sailor is kissing a nurse in VA hospitals. VA Secretary Dennis McDonough acted today, hours after a copy of the memo from a VA undersecretary, which said the removal was sought because the photo depicts a non-consensual act and is inconsistent with the department's sexual harassment policy. I'm Lisa Silasera. This is Fox News.
Tuck's Bar is at it again, consistently bringing you great artists to enjoy. And Friday, March the 22nd, they are bringing you Shelby Lee Lowe.
She's on her own. She don't need saving. She's patching the holes on a heart that keeps breaking. It's hard to go on. She just keeps praying. You wouldn't know she needs a miracle. She thinks she's broken, but she makes broken look beautiful.
From 8 until 12 with no cover charge. You don't want to miss this fun night. So Saturday, March the 22nd, mark your calendars to come out to Tuck's Bar starting at 8 to see Shelby Lee Lowe. Tuck's Bar is located 4397 Salem Road in Minor Hill. Come and enjoy great music along with amazing food and watch Shelby Lee Lowe.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
Live from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there. What's up? Good evening, America. I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. Welcome to the program. Super Tuesday special coverage of the primaries that are going on tonight. We're bringing all of that to you live with a bunch of really wonderful guests tonight. And, of course, our phone number, if you want to join the conversation, 833-482-5337, 833-482-5337. which spells 8334 Now, I want to give you a quick update on Super Tuesday. Trump is, let's see, he's at 393 delegates versus Nikki Haley's 47 delegates. He still needs plenty to go. He needs 1,215 delegates in order to win the Republican nomination. Joe Biden will very likely win the nomination for the Democrats. What's interesting is that they have not all pledged to him, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of opposition. The question, I think, remains now, what will Nikki Haley do? I think the idea here with Nikki Haley is, again, she's only won one primary, the Washington, D.C. primary, and all of the polls are closed except for Alaska and California, which will close, I believe, within the hour. California has 169 delegates. Alaska has 29 delegates. And Utah just closed at 10 p.m. Eastern time, which has 40 delegates up for grabs. And I think that's one of the states we want to see how Trump does, where I think there's a contingent of folks in Utah that are never Trumpers. And the party did go out of their way to say, make sure you vote for the right person. Interesting, right, in a Republican primary to say, to make a statement like this. And I think the reason they make the statement like that is because they don't like Trump, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't say that. If in a race that seems to be somewhat uneventful, right? This is not a very competitive race. There are no competitive candidates, right? There was a guy named Chris Christie. He dropped out January 10th. There was a guy named Asa Hutchinson. He dropped out January 16th. There was a guy named Vivek Ramaswamy. He dropped out January 15th. There was a guy named Ron DeSantis. He dropped out January 21st. So the big question is, what will Nikki Haley do? And I think this is really the protest vote. It's not about actually winning anything. And again, this is her right, and kudos to her at exercising her rights. I wouldn't want anybody to just say, hey, look, I know I have no shot, so I'm out. I mean, makes sense, but she could do what she wants to do. And in my opinion, it'll also show the American public how much of a dissenting Republican vote there is out there. You know, how many Adam Kinzingers and Liz Cheney's. I was going to call her Nick Cheney for some reason. How many of those there are out there. And I think we'd all be, curious to know what that number is like. Now, I'm not suggesting that everybody must be for Trump all the time. I'm saying that I am, but that doesn't mean that everybody should be. I think you need a competitive race. You need a candidate that's going to provide contrast. And I think that's exactly why Trump is doing well, because he's providing some contrast. Anyway, so I was interested in looking at a couple of states in particular. I'm going to look up the states now. I wanted to take a look at Vermont, because I know Vermont has a somewhat not very conservative leader, to say the least. And there was a lot of support for Haley. I see that Haley's at 49% of the votes there, 49.1 to Trump at 46%. So we're going to see how that, unless I've got old numbers, we'll see how that ends up. There are a couple other states too. Massachusetts, I thought was something that might be in play. And let's see, Massachusetts. This is not working fast enough for me. And Massachusetts, Trump is up by 29 points in Massachusetts, 63.3% to Nikki Haley's 33.8%. Let me see. There was another state, Utah. Virginia, actually. Virginia. Let's take a look at Virginia, because I think Virginia is also a suburb of D.C., and Trump is, again, up by 29 points, and that looks like they've called that for him, gaining the 24 delegates in Virginia. I think there was some speculation at some point that because of the amount of contractors and swamp residents in Virginia, that may sway the vote towards Nikki Haley. That clearly didn't happen. Trump, again, coming through with a majority there. And I think Utah is now the final one that's in play, and we're going to keep an eye on that. Now, some of the other things that are happening in the news that I want to make mention of. Let me see where my news page is. There's so many going on. You want to make sure you give all the information. The only close flight, again, was Vermont. I haven't seen the Utah yet. And control room, if you guys take a look, let me know what you're seeing in Utah in real time. I see an 18-point lead for Trump in Utah. So that's that. Now, Senator Bob Menendez was hit with new charges. I don't want to overshadow the news with all of this Trump news and primary news. But him and his wife have now been charged by federal prosecutors with another superseding indictment that was unsealed today. So we will get with the details on that in a little bit. But I think that's very interesting, to say the least. Let me see. There was one more here that I wanted to get to with respect to the news. Oh, Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. She was, I think she was the first openly bisexual member of Congress. She has dropped out of the race, not seeking re-election in Arizona. Listen to this.
I believe in my approach, but it's not what America wants right now. I love Arizona, and I am so proud of what we've delivered. Because I choose civility, understanding, listening, working together to get stuff done, I will lead the Senate at the end of this year.
Now, I don't know if that means she's got another really, really good job. Somebody pushed her out with some political gamesmanship. I really don't know. Maybe the Democrats have had enough, and they said, we're going to push hard for Ruben Gallego. I don't know. Or, whether they think she's just totally toast when in a matchup against Carrie Lake. I'm not sure. But Lake and now Gallego are going to be ramping up their campaigns to run against each other now that she's out of the picture. So that is an interesting thing. Again, she wasn't in the Senate for a long time, and she's a fairly young person. I think she's my age, if not younger. And or just in case she might be older than me. Anyway, I'm trying to cover my bases. And I'm being told in my ear that Trump is about to take the podium. He's making his way. They're playing his song. So I'm wondering, should we take a pause here and then give it a couple of seconds, and then take a pause and bring in our guest. I want to make sure we get some remarks from the 45th President of the United States as he gives his Super Tuesday, what I'm going to say is a victory speech. And if I had to guess, I would say it's going to be similar to the New Hampshire primary, the Iowa caucuses, rather, where he was very, I believe the word is presidential, right? Where he's trying to unify, trying to get the best of everything. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does not take too hard of a hit at Nikki Haley and instead tries to be a little bit of a unifier. I'm going to take a pause right here as Trump is approaching the stage. We're coming right back with Trump, live from Mar-a-Lago.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs, like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
By the way, your ratings are up. Congratulations, everybody. It's always nice to check. I like to see, even if they're friends, I like to see how are they doing. Are people listening, right?
That's
but
right.
You're doing great.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
That really tells you where they're coming from. They want all And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years. And nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's.
All right, folks, that is President Donald Trump taking his victory lap from Mar-a-Lago. You're hearing the beginning of his speech. He's there live right now, still on stage. We're monitoring that to tap right back in live momentarily. But I want to bring in our guest. He's one of the most accurate pollsters that I've seen in modern history, especially now that things are a little bit more complicated. I think elections are a little bit more difficult to call. We have all these nuances that we haven't seen in the past. Robert Cahaly is a senior strategist and chief pollster of the Trafalgar Group, and he's with us now. Robert Cahaly, welcome, sir.
Hey, it's great to be on the show.
You bet. So any races that were sticking out to you? I know I was looking at Vermont and Massachusetts and Virginia and Utah to see how they kind of ended up. I thought maybe Vermont might be a potential battleground for Nikki Haley, but it seems like that wasn't the case. Did anything stand out for you?
Yep, kind of felt kind of the same way. I was kind of waiting on that vote total for Vermont. I saw one day, point I think it started 3%. He had a 1 point margin, and I was like, "Wow, this is good, very close, one vote." But now it seems to be winding up. So yeah, I mean, it's a total, just across the board. It is unprecedented for a non-incumbent to be doing this, and I think it seems that the Republican Party is, like it or not. I mean, this is there's going to be a third trip with the Trump having the nomination, and they might as well. I think everybody's just kind of getting behind that for the most part, because might as well get behind it because nobody's stopping it.
Right. Yeah, and it really is quite a phenomenon, right? I think it's in many ways, from what I can see, and you tell me what your thoughts are, But it really appears to me a very grassroots campaign. While it's a very high-tech campaign, and lots of social media and all of that, granted. But I think it's really a campaign of the people. I think fed-up people are really the ones gravitating to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, you see all the telltale signs. People making signs with their own money, attending rallies and doing all kind of personal things, and see people wearing crazy buttons and things they made themselves. I mean, when you start seeing people making things themselves because they can't get the stuff from the campaign, that tells you exactly what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a campaign that is grassroots oriented, and this one certainly is.
Now, I haven't heard anything as of yet from Nikki Haley, from her campaign, whether she's going to abandon ship or not. I don't see how she stays in the race beyond today, just based on the fact that it seems like Trump he's sailing towards the direction of clinching the nomination. Do you see Nikki Haley pulling off an upset somewhere, or magically being able to muster up the gravitas with the donors to stay in the race?
Well, no. I mean, using my head, my rationality, I don't. But I don't really know what she's thinking. She may have a different plan, and I think she is recognizing that the future of the Republican Party, in the short term, is going to be America First Republicanism, and there's just not a place for her in that party. And so she might as well kind of be one of those outside voices talking about what used to be on the inside. Maybe she can get, a Lynn Cheney gig, or like the lady on The View did. But I think Nikki's smart. She'll figure out a way to monetize this and make herself relevant. But that's plenty of reason to stay in the race right now. She's making the donors and mainstream media, people who back her, very happy.
I think you might be right. And, folks, we're on with Robert Cahaly. Robert Cahaly is the senior strategist and chief pollster at the Trafalgar Group. When we come back, I want to address the comments today, a statement that was released by Michelle Obama's office saying, no, she's not running. I didn't even know anybody was asking. Speculation, yes. And I found it odd for someone to be so coy to say, no, I'm not running, especially when she didn't directly say it herself. It makes me think that she just might be saying, well, my office was quick to react, and it's something I don't have on my radar. But guess what? I just might have to come in and rescue Joe. I don't know. Maybe that's just wishful thinking, just because it would be interesting to talk about. But folks, are coming back with Robert Cahaly, and we're going to tap right back into President Trump.
We were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him. Look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS 100%.
All right, you hear President Trump again, still taking his victory lap. We'll continue to cover that. The music means we're coming right back with our guest, Robert Cahaly. He's the head honcho at the Trafalgar Group, and he knows how to call a race. We're going to continue to monitor Super Tuesday election results, and we're going to analyze, will Michelle Obama actually be out, or is she going to be in? Don't go anywhere. It's Rich Valdez with our guest, Robert Cahaly, on America at Night. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Cletus.
Yeah, Otis.
Reckon how them old boys at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty sell so many properties around here?
Well, I reckon it has a lot to do with their advertising and marketing.
Well, what does that mean?
It means they figure out how to put properties like ours in front of thousands of buyers by putting pictures and videos on these specialty websites designed just for rural properties, and then them folks with computers can look at them.
What if they're like me and don't have one of them computers?
Them old boys got that figured out too. They also advertise in newspapers, magazines, and even have a big old color catalog they can send to folks all over the world. Heck, they even got us advertising for them here on this radio. If y'all thinking about selling, give them a call at 931-244-4174. You'll be glad you did. And remember, if they can find Bigfoot, they can find you a buyer.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities, where your dream floor is just a visit away.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm gonna do that.
You should.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
There is more news in your commentary and your analysis than there is on the news network.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Well, I think what's at stake for everyone, and particularly the black voters, is that our very democracy is at stake. When I ran in 2020, and the black community was really significant in my winning in the first place, when I ran in 2020, I said democracy is at stake, and the press said, oh, wait a minute, that's an exaggeration. Except the vast majority of people understood what I meant. For example, making it harder to vote. What do you need to vote? An ID card to be able to go vote, a photograph. You know, this is a once-in-a-generation for us to be able to stand up and take on the extreme division and violence that the MAGA Republicans are pushing.
Spoken like a true president, right? Of course, that's your president, Joe El Baboso Biden, as he's affectionately known on this program. And Joe Biden saying that we must, we as Americans, have to face this once-in-a-generation opportunity to take on the extreme division and violence that the MAGA Republicans are pushing. I don't know if that's the right rhetoric for a sitting president to use. Maybe that's exactly what he needs to use to ramp up the support to make a move, to move the needle, I should say. Robert Cahaley from the Trafalgar Group is our guest. Robert Cahaley, when you hear this type of rhetoric coming from Biden, does it reek of desperation, or is this an act of genius and a strategic communication?
Well, I think it's just an act of Democrat trying to motivate their base. I mean, they've got to get their base outraged. Yeah, they've got to create a scenario where people want to vote against Trump more than they want to vote against Biden. And right now, it's overweighted them against Biden. So, I mean, they're not going to change people's minds. So, they might as well focus what we call the againer vote. They got to vote for the negative votes. People who vote negatively, that's what they have to focus, and that's what they're going to do.
Now, going back to what I teased before the break, which was the potential for Michelle Obama to be using this as a smokescreen, saying, "Look, I'm not running," and then using a line similar to Biden, maybe in the future, saying, we have to take on the extreme division and violence that the MAGA Republicans are pushing, and I have to run to save America. What's your thought, and do you have any polling on whether she gets in the race?
From the Republican hat, as a Republican strategist, I think that'd be a great addition to the race.
Yeah, well, I think so too. I think it'll invigorate Trump, and it will bring in a candidate who's totally untested and unprepared. She's run twice with her husband, never had to run herself, and I think that presents its own challenges. Tell us more why you think there's an upside.
Yeah, I think the upside is because, upside for Republicans, because I think that she is undefined and, compared to her husband, who was always seen as affable and the kind of guy to get along, I think she was always seen as angry. Mm-hmm. We don't tend to elect angry presidents. We tend to elect presidents that can get angry on your behalf that are not generally angry. And I think that's the demeanor that's hard to change. People, even those who see Trump give a speech, will tell you that if they met him, that he didn't seem angry. And Biden didn't seem angry in person. And Clinton didn't seem angry. None of them seem angry in person. I think that's a real problem.
Yeah, and coming across as angered is not not a good way to go. And I feel like there's a piece in the Washington Examiner that kind of talks about what you're addressing, where they're saying Biden's new plan is to try and set Trump off so that he does come across as angered. Do you think they'll be successful?
Well, I think Trump has been known for taking what other people see as bait and turning it around on people. So we'll see if it works the way that Biden planned. I certainly don't think all these indictments have worked the way he planned.
Now, let's talk about some polls, because over the weekend there were some polls that came out, and I'd love to get your take on it. One of the polls that I saw was 73% of Democrat voters, 2020 Democrat voters, said that Joe Biden is too old, in effect, to be the president because of cognitive deficits and whatnot. Do you think this is a defining part of his campaign? Is this what the Democrats really have to contend with? Or is it the economy? Is it the border? Is it a combination thereof?
It's a combination of all, but first on voters' minds, especially Democrats who are not for him, has to be his ability to do the job. They are a lot less worried about the border and economy than are most of the average working family type Republicans. So that makes sense to me. And, from a Democrat perspective, he's kind of looked like, in their minds, he looks like he's done a decent job. Kind of their superhero, and they have to believe that if his age was good, then he would have no problems. Now, that's a fantasy world, but that's what they believe. And so they can't contend their ideas are wrong, so they have to go with the idea that it must just be his age.
Right, and I think that is a big issue that Democrats are trying to overcome for themselves. I'm curious to know if you think that translates into an equal concern in the general for everybody else.
No, I don't think it's equal for everybody else. I think the people who are worried about the border and worried about, putting their family's dinner on a credit card, are less worried about the president's age.
Right, that's Democrats that are concerned with electability and whatnot.
Right.
All right, folks, we're on with Robert Cahaly. Robert Cahaly is a senior strategist and the chief pollster at the Trafalgar Group. Very, very accurate polling organization. And we're going to come right back. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Every woman's life is a journey, and every woman's journey is unique. But no matter where your journey takes you, there is something that remains true. Every woman deserves compassionate health care every step of the way. OBGYN Dr. J.T. Thomas, nurse practitioner Meg Newton, and midwives Chelsea Caperton and Sarah Whitmore are a phone call away at the Women's Health Clinic to meet all of your women's health needs as well as your labor and delivery care. To learn more about these providers or schedule your appointment, visit SouthernTennesseeMedicalGroup.com or call 931-766-4560.
All right, let's talk about real estate. I can help you buy or sell, even do your rental property for you. I can even find you a rental. Hey, I can even marry you. We can talk about auctions, whatever you want to talk about. Give me a call. I can help you get to sold. Pat Bradley, 931-345-2736.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Night with Rich Valdez.
And you wonder, where are we in this? Where are our hearts? What's going to happen in this next election? I am terrified about what could possibly happen because our leaders matter. Who we select, who speaks for us, who holds that bullied pulpit. It affects us in ways that sometimes I think people take for granted. The fact that people think that government, does it really even do anything? And I'm like, oh my God, does government do everything for us? And we cannot take this democracy for granted. And sometimes I worry that we do. Those are the things that keep me up.
That is Michelle Obama saying she's scared to death about what could happen in the 2024 election. Is she foreshadowing? Is she saying a 2024 election in which I don't run? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see how that turns out. Folks, our guest is Robert Cahaly. He is the chief strategist at the Trafalgar Group. Wonderful polling agency. They call it right very often. And Robert Cahaly, the results are in for Vermont. It's been called by the New York Times and by the Associated Press. Nikki Haley has won with 49.7% of the vote. I think this is not an upset, but I think it was something that we'd been watching, given the support Nikki Haley had in Vermont. What's your initial reaction?
Vermont and the District of Columbia, she is on her way to the Republican nomination. She might as well give a congratulations speech to herself. What a win
Right.
tonight.
And if she does give one, we will tap into that and bring it to you live. Folks, we're on with Robert Cahaly. Yeah. To see what she says. I'm curious to see if she says something like, all right, so we won our second race, but lamentably we can't move forward and I'm pulling the plug on the campaign. Or, hey, we've run our second race. Do you have a few more $1,000,000 for me? Do I stay in the race? What do you think she does?
I think she stays there as long as the money's there. And by the money being there, I mean enough money to let her fly around the country and be relevant.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the mother's milk of politics, right? Good old cold hard cash. Now, going back to the audio clip we just heard of Michelle Obama and circling back on that, because, again, I want to, I'm of two minds here where I feel like I would love to watch that happen. And I'm also, thinking, who in their right mind would want to get into a race right about now? It seems like a pretty tough one to win to get in this late in the game. In your polling experience, being less than a year out, does that pose a big advantage as well?
Yeah, I think it would be actually an advantage because you're not beat up. I mean, the candidates these days are the ones who survive the maelstrom, and so you're not beat up as much. So, that's a reason to consider running. But the other thing is you got to look at where your life is now and where your life is going to be. And, maybe she should just get some Ambien because if she's living in Nantucket and, 1,000-count sheets, I think she's going to be fine. And how she sees herself and how she sees her life will be radically changed if she gets elected or if she doesn't. But either way, I don't think her life gets better. And so unless she has a real internal drive to do this, why mess up a good thing? Then again, Donald Trump messed up a good thing to go be president. So maybe,
right.
But it's a lot to risk from where she sits now.
Right. Right now, it's a very nice record of first lady to two-term president. That was very popular. You put all of that at risk by running in and potentially losing. Plus the grind of a campaign. It can't be easy. I think that, to me, that's the reason I think she doesn't ultimately get in. But we'll see what happens. Now, Robert Cahaly, before we wrap up, I want to get your overall, I guess, long-term thoughts as a pollster on how this unfolds moving forward. You've already alluded to the fact that Trump, secures the nomination. How does this look to you in the long run? If it is Trump, Biden, or does somebody else get in? Does Gavin Newsom get in? How do you see this playing out? What happens on November 8th? Who's president?
Well, I think if it remains Trump, Biden is going to be quite a fight. But until the Republicans learn to equal or to counteract the election day and the grassroots organization the Democrats employ in the last 6 weeks of the campaign, until they figure out how to counteract that, any jump ball I'd give the Democrats. So I'm not convinced the Republicans have turned that around yet. And that ground game, where they build that blue wall, it can stop even a big red wave.
Yeah, those are the buses that show up at polling locations filled with union members and people that have done this 1,000 times and they're pros at it, that get out the vote effort that Democrats are infamous for. I've seen it plenty of times, and you're right.
Yeah.
Few do it as good as them. They almost look like the mob.
Nobody does as good as them. I'm not sure the people in Russia do it as well as they do. I mean, these people don't know what they're doing.
Robert Cahaly, let everybody know how they can keep up to speed with the work that you're doing at Trafalgar and any forthcoming polls you're going to be releasing?
Well, it's best always to follow us on X at Trafalgar_group or at Robert Cahaley, and we'll keep you up to date on what we're doing with our podcast that we work with Matt Towery called Polling Plus, that we discuss a lot of polling issues and, the views of two of the nation's top pollsters. So there's a lot going on, and you can keep track of us there.
Robert Cahaley, thank you, sir. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a patriot, and I thank you for staying up late with us.
Well, I appreciate it. I only think I can prove two of those.
So I'll take it. All right, folks, more to come straight ahead. Your phone calls and more after this.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
It's easy to see. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. We all know something big is coming, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming more self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, and they make it easy for you to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure some emergency food kits. There's a dozen to choose from that contain tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, heirloom seeds for your garden, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items will ship that same day. Time is short. Prepare today. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY. Why?
America, this is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we We wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of the street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly.
Of course, that's President Trump at his victory speech earlier tonight, winning, looks like 14 of the 15 states that were up for grabs, or at least 13. We still are counting Utah and don't know what the count is on that. Nikki Haley, of course, winning D.C. and Vermont, and Trump winning everything else, and D.C. was yesterday. So I want to pivot to Joe Biden's wins tonight, where he's won, a healthy number of primaries, being that he doesn't have a ton of people running against him. But there's one he didn't win, American Samoa. Incumbent President Joe Biden lost on Super Tuesday to entrepreneur and Democrat Jason Palmer, who ran as a long shot candidate against President Biden. The race was called on Tuesday night by the decision desk, according to KFOR, and the outlet confirmed the loss with the Democrat Party of Samoa. And Palmer has qualified for the presidential ballot in just 16 states, according to a campaign release. Palmer also campaigned in the territory of American Samoa, and looks like Biden's got some competition on his hands because he's not going to be clinching the win in American Samoa, which I think is interesting, right? I mean, I didn't know he was really banking on American Samoa, but interesting to see that Biden is losing to people that we haven't heard of before. Right? I've never heard of Jason Palmer until today. I hadn't seen him do anything. Palmer's 52 years old, and he's standing out as one of the youngest candidates on the Democrat field, offering what some are saying is a fresh perspective based on his experience as an entrepreneur and a businessman. And again, some of this is from the release that his campaign put out, talking about his platform being based on people first, being conscious of that, being conscious of capitalism, modernizing the federal government, and reigniting the faith of young people and independents who've lost confidence in America's institutions. You know, when you read stuff like that, that's not designed for people that listen to talk radio every day, right? Because people that listen to talk radio every day, they hear every top and bottom of the hour news break. They get a lot of analysis from different guests on different shows and a lot of opinions from many of the great hosts that are in talk radio. And they know a lot. They're a very informed voter, very, very informed, lots of information. That's coming as faster than television in most cases. So who buys that load of rhetoric that they just put out there? That's for people who work, right? Those are people, and I'm not saying you don't work if you're listening to talk radio, but I'm saying people who don't work near a radio, don't work in the car, aren't able to stay as plugged in as we all are. And those people that are there, bringing their kids back and forth to daycare, saving their $1,500 a month to pay for that daycare bill, this, that, and the other, just trying to survive. Those people hear stuff like this, and it sounds refreshing to them. They're like, wow, he's not at anybody's throat. He's not saying anything mean. He just says he wants young people to have faith in the system. And, oh, that's lovely. Problem is, it's not real. Right? It's just not real. How do you do any of these things? And how does that make America any stronger or more competitive? That's the question. But kudos to him. He won. It worked in American Samoa. Folks, we're coming back. We've got more analysis. Super Tuesday edition here with me, Rich Valdez.
Join us every Friday evening from 5 to 6 p.m. for an exciting new program called Free Speech News.
Here on WDXE.
Brought to you by Chris Morris
and Lawrence Sutton, where we will discuss two things you are not supposed to talk about: politics and religion. Where we are not politically correct, but biblically correct, and we will bring you the truth in news.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, or our worship gatherings starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is a Fox News alert. A big night for the former president. I'm Lisa Sarah. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have closed in California. The Golden State offers more delegates than any other tonight. Republicans has also finished caucusing in Utah.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one.
The Fox News Decision Desk can project that Donald Trump has won 11 of the states holding Republican contests today at this hour.
This has never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time.
Former president speaking at Mar-a-Lago, posting solid wins against former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. The lone win for Nikki Haley tonight. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that the former governor will win the Vermont Republican primary. This is her second primary contest win following D.C. Fox's Bill Malugin in Charleston says they don't expect to hear from Haley tonight.
The last time we heard from them, they told us they were having a private watch party with campaign staff and that everybody was in a good mood. But you take a look at some of these early returns from states she spent a lot of time in recent days, probably not going the way they had hoped.
The Fox News Decision Desk can project that President Biden will win 14 states holding Democratic contests so far. The Biden campaign issuing a statement reading in part, tonight's results leave the American people with a clear choice. Are we going to keep moving forward, or will we allow Donald Trump to drag us backwards into the chaos, division, and darkness that defined his term in office? The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Jason Palmer, a self-described entrepreneur and investor, will win the American Samoa Democratic Caucus. This marks President Biden's first loss in the 2024 primaries. Palmer takes 4 delegates, while President Biden takes 2. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Republicans and Democrats battling over immigration policy in Arizona amid an influx of migrants at the border there.
Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed a Republican bill that would have made it a crime to enter the state through Mexico other than at a port of entry.
This bill does not secure our border. On the contrary, it will be harmful for communities and businesses in our state and a burden for law enforcement personnel.
The bill would have allowed local police to arrest illegal immigrants. Hobbs adds the measure raises constitutional questions that would lead to costly litigation. The bill's sponsor says the veto is a prime example of the chaos Hobbs is unleashing on our state. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
The Army Corps of Engineers has begun testing soil beneath homes in a small subdivision outside of St. Louis to determine if people are living on top of Cold War-era nuclear contamination. They're testing 6 properties near Coldwater Creek, which was contaminated after nuclear waste was dumped there in the 1960s. Corps officials are testing the properties, but activists say the testing needs to be more widespread. Armed gangs are trying to take control of key government sites in Haiti.
Haiti's main international airport was closed when the attack took place. Police and soldiers exchanging gunfire with gangs as onlookers ran in search of safety. It happened just after the government ordered a nighttime curfew. They're trying to stem an outbreak of violence which began when gang members broke free thousands of inmates from Haiti's 2 biggest prisons. It's thought gangs already control the vast majority of the capital, Port-au-Prince. The US is urging citizens to leave Haiti as soon as possible. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Haiti's prime minister has landed in Puerto Rico as he tries to quell that gang violence. On Wall Street, the Dow lost 4,804, the Nasdaq off 267. The S&P off 52. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
Hi, this is Donna Rawson with the Bank of Frank Ewing. Sorting through terms, rates, and programs can be overwhelming. Bank of Frank Ewing wants you to focus on finding the home of your dreams, and we'll help with the rest. Our lending experts are experienced and trained to make the process as easy as possible for you, while making sure you get the best rate and terms. Give our local lenders a call at 931-762-6800. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. Welcome to our special Super Tuesday edition of the program, keeping you up to speed on everything that's happening with the primaries that are going on this evening. If you want to join our late-night national town hall conversation, give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-Valdez is the phone number. And the state of California has just been called for Donald Trump. One more state that he has just picked up. That's 169 delegates in California. And again, Trump has just been projected the winner of that. One less state for Nikki Haley, who's only won Washington, D.C., which has 19,000 Republicans, by the way. And Vermont tonight. Her big win of the evening, her only win on Super Tuesday. Again, no word from Nikki Haley as of yet, but we did hear, speaking of California, we did hear from former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, who had some complimentary things to say about Nikki Haley. Listen to this.
Probably her campaign is going to come to a close, but it's not the close for Nikki Haley. She did a tremendous campaign. She is still standing. She is beginning 30% most places. So that means she has a big voice in this party. And if this party, the Republican Party, wants to be the big tent, the party I know it to be, and you want to expand, Nikki Haley has a bright future, because either one of the two men who are up for the nomination this time to win can only serve one term. So I think she has a very bright future, and I would hope she'd be part of the future administration. She did a tremendous job at the UN. She's very capable of her job as governor. She has a great force across this nation, and she can help unite this party. And I think it would be upon her to find the way where you can find common ground. Look, I watched Bernie Sanders sit down with Biden. I watched Kamala Harris, who said some of the meanest things about Joe Biden in the future, and sit down with him as well. So this is an opportunity to put the country before yourself. And also, when I look at President Trump, open this up even further, this party. And I watched when he picked Mike Pence to be his VP nominee, Mike Pence had endorsed against him just 2 months prior. So President Trump has proven again that he can open the party up one more time.
This is a very big statement, in my opinion. I don't know what it means. I honestly don't know what it means. I know that Trump did not trash Nikki Haley. We did hear from Trump this evening. He had some comments at his victory speech. He made comments about the southern border. I'll get to those momentarily. But this is a very big thing, because it seems like McCarthy, who's always been a Trump ally, is signaling that there should be an opening for Nikki Haley in a future Republican administration, which I glean from that, a Trump administration, being that she's the only person in the race against him. And should that be the case, that he's saying that, even he worked with Mike Pence to bridge that gap, and rather than have Haley join with the Democrats, that Trump may want to extend an olive branch to Nikki Haley. I don't know. I know a lot of Trump people would be upset with that because Nikki Haley's got Democrats on her campaign, and she's really just fallen a little too far outside the lines for me. And I like Nikki Haley. I just think this campaign wasn't run very well, and it wasn't run on the principles that I thought that she espoused. She came across a lot more like a Liz Cheney than I expected, than a Nikki Haley would have. But we do have a quick clip of Trump making his victory speech and discussing the border. Listen to this.
325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in, airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country.
So that's Trump again reiterating what's going on with the border, and I think that's an issue that again got him elected back in when he announced in 2015 in the 2016 election, and I think it's an issue that is still a winning issue right now. It seems to have surpassed the issue of inflation and the economy, which is usually top of mind in elections. So we'll keep you up to speed on everything that's going on there. And whether Michelle Obama throws her hat in the ring. She's made an official statement today from her office saying she would not. But, of course, just as recently as, 8 weeks ago, was saying she's nearly deathly afraid of what would happen if the 24 election doesn't go the way, many Democrats think it should. So I think she might be setting the stage for herself. And sometimes that's what people do. They say one thing and they do another. That's kind of what's going on with the Federal Trade Commission, right? You've got Lena Khan there saying that she's trying to win, but it seems like she's putting up a very little effort so that she can lose, and she's trying to win by losing. Interestingly enough, there's an interesting opinion piece in The Hill and it's by Robert Bork. I recommend you take a look at it. But here to walk us through it is Robert Bork. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it's Robert Bork Jr. for anybody who's listening. I don't want to make things more difficult. So tell us a little bit about the piece. And again, thanks for being here.
Sure. Well, a couple of years ago, I started a group called the Antitrust Education Project when I saw what was going on Capitol Hill and with this administration in terms of undoing 45 years of success in antitrust policy, moving away from the consumer-centric policy of the consumer welfare standard, and now into a time of just the big is bad again, and suing everybody in sight. And so in following the cases that Lena Khan, the chair of the FTC, is bringing, and even the DOJ is bringing, they're just throwing the spaghetti against the wall and hoping something sticks. And they are having a horrible record of success, which actually I'm kind of glad they're having a horrible record of success, but it's clearly a deliberate strategy, it seems, rather than just mere incompetence. I mean, last summer, and I wrote about this in this piece in The Hill, Representative Kevin Kiley of California pointedly asked Lena Khan at a hearing, "Are you losing on purpose?" And just, and actually there's something to suggest that maybe that's what they're doing. And also because they're horribly mismanaged the Federal Trade Commission. People are leaving in droves. She's a heavy-handed boss, but she's lost the case against Microsoft in its attempt to in its merger or purchase of Activision. She lost a very weird case where Meta, Facebook, wanted to buy a small what do you call those things? Virtual reality, goggles. But used in fitness and exercise, and they wanted to buy that for just a few $100 million. Nothing really, in the world of mergers, very big. And she jumped all over them, tried to block that, saying, it was very weird because it was sort of like the what was that movie with the Tom Cruise where they could see into the future and try to stop pre-crime.
Minority Report.
That's right. This is she could foresee a crime in the future, a horrible monopoly in the future of this. So she tried to block that, and her theory was thrown to the curb by a judge. And her Amazon case now, the big Amazon case, this is her life's work, her white whale, is in trouble already. She's now asked the judge to throw, to split it into two cases, which suggests to many experts that she realizes that the case she has isn't very good, and maybe if she could sort of break it into some little pieces, she might get a victory in one of them. So the theory is, or the people are speculating, I'm speculating, that what she's really trying to do is to be able to make an argument to Congress, hey, look, the law needs to be changed. I'm having trouble bringing these cases. I'm having trouble reining in big tech. I'm having trouble, stopping these big mergers. And so you need to change the law. Now, there have been attempts to change the law since Biden came into office. Amy Klobuchar, senator from Minnesota, put forward several bills, all of which died on the vine, and even with some Republican support. What's really going on, I think, is that she has doesn't know really what she's doing. She's cast economics aside, for one thing. Her cases she brings have no economic evidence. They're all sort of aspirational cases. We have to do this because, and she's not doing very well. On the other hand, I got to say, it's not a perfect world for those of us who believe in growth and wealth creation and job creation and innovation. She's, I think, probably killed a number of mergers just by the threat of bringing a case. I mean, I think there's some CEOs, some boards that look at the situation and say, this it really isn't worth it. I don't, it's going to be expensive. But others like, ExxonMobil and other, there are other energy companies and then now what's the Capital One? They're going to charge ahead with these cases because I think they see clearly that these people don't know what they're doing, and of course they have the size and wherewithal to
to get into that battle of attrition. Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
they've got it.
Yeah.
Folks, we're on with Robert Bork Jr. He's president of the Antitrust Education Project, and we're talking about these antitrust cases where big tech is trying to monopolize things, and the FTC is just racking up loss after loss after loss, seemingly trying to punt this to Congress to, pass these progressive antitrust laws. Robert Bork Jr. is also the head of the Bork Group, a public affairs agency. He's the eldest son of the late Judge Robert Bork, and we're going to come right back and talk a little bit more about where we left off right after this. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CLEAN or text CLEAN to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CLEAN to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Get 50% off site-wide and save on mouthwatering favorites today. Go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale, where you can load up on all the delicious flavor you crave at half the price. And when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. Save big on delicious, tender, juicy steaks, big, beefy burgers, and so much more. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor and endless value. Every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. Simply go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale today. And don't forget to use promo code SIZZLE at checkout to get an extra $30 off your order. Hurry, because this deal won't last long. Kickstart your spring grilling today. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. GI Bill.
I want to listen
listen to you, Rich, all the time.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. And we're on with Robert Bork Jr. He is the head of the Bork Group and president of the Antitrust Education Project. And we're talking about how the FTC is seemingly punting their responsibility to oversee certain mergers and bringing cases that they know they're going to lose and are losing these cases, perhaps in an effort to have Congress oversee what's going on. And it's not just happening in big tech, it's spilling over into other industries. Robert Bork.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons we know all this is that the House Judiciary Committee has done an investigation of the Federal Trade Commission and has talked to a number of current and former staff and through, I guess, subpoena, gotten a number of emails. And, career FTC staff have expressed concern that Chair Khan does not want the FTC to be successful and has purposely put staff in a position to complete a poor work product and even brought losing cases on purpose, as you were saying. And quoting one of these managers, I'm not sure that being successful or even doing things well is a shared goal. It's hard to understand how that would be, because this has been a lifelong, although only 34 years, ambition of Lina Khan to be put in a position to remake the economy, which is really what she's trying to do. Right. And to a certain extent, one has to say, well, maybe this is a fallback excuse. I'm losing because none of my theories are working. The courts are still ruled by Supreme Court precedent, stemming back to 1979 in a case called Ryder v. Sonotone, which put the consumer welfare standard in as the sort of operating system of antitrust enforcement. And that's, again, a neutral principle that puts consumers at the heart of antitrust enforcement. As big is not necessarily bad. Monopolies are not necessarily evil. What's really important is the consumer and prices and service and quality and those things. And when you apply that standard, some of these cases that she's bringing are just being laughed out of court, although very expensively laughed out of court. And but I think maybe this might be a fallback position of that someone would take to say, well, really our real theory here is that we want to try to lose so we can win in Congress. I've also heard rumor that Lina Khan wants to be nominated to the Supreme Court. I don't know.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. It's funny. It seems, that is so funny. I guess it'd be fun to watch, right? I mean, if we thought Ketanji Brown Jackson's hearings were fun with What is a Woman and her inability to answer that, the Lina Khan are going to be even better. Robert Bork, tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing in both of these organizations and how people can learn more about each of them.
Well, I started out as a newspaper magazine reporter and then became a public affairs consultant. But really now I spend 98% of my time really working on this antitrust area because it's so important to the economy. And frankly, it's a familial legacy thing. My dad wrote the book, The Antitrust Paradox, came out in 78. The Supreme Court adopted his thinking in 79. I mean, how many times does that happen? And now, 45 years of growth and innovation and job creation and wealth creation, with that as part of our economic powerhouse of capitalism in this country, and now it's under attack. So I decided to jump in, and I republished his book, The Antitrust Paradox. I wrote a new foreword to it along with Senator Mike Lee, and that's what I do now. Is I'm out there every day. I've had this piece you're talking about in The Hill. I had a piece today in the Wall Street Journal, and I'm just having a grand old time because it's a target-rich environment. These people who are running this administration really, really have some strange ideas about what's going to work and what's good for America. And so I'm in my own little corner of that. I'm trying to fight back.
Folks, Robert Bork Jr., the eldest son of the late Judge Robert Bork, what an amazing jurist. He would have been an amazing Supreme Court justice. Thanks for the work you do in the antitrust education area. And check him out at antitrusteducationproject.org. Robert Bork, thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you.
You bet. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
In 1978, RentRight was founded by Jerry and Pat Adams with the vision to be an equipment and rental store that was focused on providing customers top quality equipment rentals at the right price. Today, 46 years later, Jerry and Pat's son, Bill, still shares his parents' values of the right price and takes pride in the cleanliness and reliability of all equipment rentals to ensure that their customer satisfaction is guaranteed. RentRight is now an authorized Hustler dealership serving the southern Middle Tennessee area. They carry a large selection of new and pre-owned inventory. RentRight staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Stop in and see them today at 721 Buffalo Road. Come on down to RentRight. We can help you out.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise, and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
A Moment in Real Estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time, and nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
When you think Quick Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Cookie Monster posted on X that shrinkflation is making his cookies smaller. The White House official Twitter or X responded that blaming shrinkflation basically on companies. So does the president again believe that shrinkflation and inflation are solely a company problem, or do his policies play any role in that?
So also for my tweet, I believe we said C is for consumers getting ripped off, right? And the president has called on companies to stop taking advantage of Americans. He's been very clear about that. He's repeatedly called on large corporations, more specifically, to pass along their savings onto their customers. We've said that. We've been very consistent about that. And that includes ripoffs, such as shrinkflation. We see that. and where the size of a product, for those who don't know, gets smaller even as the price stays the same or increases. That's what we've been seeing. And so it's giving families less bang for their buck. And the president has said, and I'll quote him, the president said, Americans are tired of being played for suckers. And so the president's going to have the American people's back. That's what he's going to continue to do. He's going to talk about this, not just shrinkflation, but other ways that he sees corporations are ripping off Americans.
There you have Karine Jean-Pierre, White House press secretary, responding to a question from a reporter that is a follow-up from Sesame Street character, the Cookie Monster. That's right. The Cookie Monster tweeted on its official Twitter, and I believe Cookie Monster is a he, by the way. How dare I say that? But yeah, tweeting something like, Cookie Monster, no like shrinkflation, cookies getting smaller, rah, 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 rah. And because he said that he didn't like the way the cookies were becoming smaller and he didn't like shrinkflation, this became the subject of a follow-up question from a reporter to Karine Jean-Pierre, who seemed all but too prepared to take the response and start to blame the companies for shrinkflation. And what's interesting here is this reminds me of Biden causing inflation, of Biden destroying the legacy of the previous administration, where we were an energy-dominant country, and then going and blaming the gas companies. Now, record profits, windfall profits, and making it somehow it was the fault of the cars and the gasoline station owners and the gas companies themselves, but never the fault of him or his administration or any of his disastrous economic policies. Well, today we see the same thing where it seems like KJP, the Cookie Monster, and this reporter were all in cahoots with a planted question so she could now blame the potato chip companies and the cereal makers and everybody else that's putting a little bit less in those bags that are filled mainly with air because of inflation, and they're trying to not raise prices, so they're reducing product. And again, a result of Biden's disastrous policies. So I want to get into this a little bit and the rest of what's going on in the economy with a research fellow for financial regulations, and he is the Thomas A. Rowe Institute for Economic Policy Studies fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Joel Griffith. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me on tonight.
You bet. Now, I know I'm no Cookie Monster, but you'll have to do with me and our audio of Karine Jean-Pierre. And my thought is, what's your initial reaction to this, I'm going to call it a pseudo-conversation or pseudo-exchange between the reporter, Karine Jean-Pierre, and the Cookie Monster?
Absolutely disingenuous. You know, American families right now are suffering from a $4,000 a year decline in real income thanks to these high inflation rates. And I know they want to put the blame on these companies instead of actually taking responsibility for their own actions that have caused this inflation. But the fact is that companies are actually shrinking their profit margins, the manufacturers and the retailers, in order to keep prices lower than there otherwise would have been. And, of course, we're all noticing the packages getting smaller and the prices going up. But that's happening because of the disastrous policies that actually date back to the middle of the COVID crisis, when a Republican president and a bipartisan Congress passed trillions of dollars worth of deficit spending and used the Federal Reserve to finance it. And then Biden comes in and makes it worse, despite the fact that the pandemic is now over. So this is absolutely ludicrous, and I think disingenuous for her to be making such claims.
Now, Joel Griffith, I agree with you that this is this is straight politics at its worst. But help us understand where we are. I think we've known for a while that this was the big issue, and it was polling is the big issue, the top issue for most Americans, up until recently that it was overtaken by the border. But it still remains a very important issue, the Biden inflation and the fact that people are, I think it's combined, and you tell me what you think, but I feel like it's combined with the housing market issue, where people are holding on to their super amazing mortgages that are 1% and 2%. So there's a lack of inventory. People can't really be upwardly mobile in society, or guys like me that want to buy a condo in Miami, harder to find right now. Although the prices are coming down a little bit, it's still an inventory issue because people don't want to jump into these higher mortgages because interest rates are so high. But break it down for us.
Yeah, well, this is why there's such a disconnect between what the headline economic numbers are showing with the rosy numbers of growth and declining inflation rates and what people are actually feeling. That's because what people are feeling is the reality of the matter. For instance, on the inflation side, we know inflation is still higher than it has been. The rate is slightly lower than it was about a year ago. But the problem is that rate does not factor in the rising costs of housing because it assumes that we're all paying basically rental prices, which rental prices have been rising more slowly than actual housing prices. But if you're a family looking to buy a starter home, well, you're realizing that the mortgage that you're paying on a standard home has nearly tripled in some parts of the country over the past few years. A standard home outside of Miami, which of course is one of the prices in the nation, but a standard home just around the country in general is going to run you around $2,600 per month. And the same holds true on other types of items that we need to get around. If you're looking to buy a car, the sticker price of the car is only rising at, say, 8% a year. But if you're looking to buy a car, you're seeing your payments have actually doubled over the past 2 years. So these economic headline numbers are disguising the fact that American families have not been under this type of intense economic pressure since the late 1970s and early 1980s, which means that if you're a listener under the age of 65, you have never experienced as much economic hardship as you're experiencing right now.
Unbelievable. We're going to pause right there, take a quick break. Folks, we're on with Joel Griffith, research fellow and with the Heritage Foundation, and we're discussing Bidenflation, the economy, and we're going to get into a little bit of the more on the International Index of Economic Freedom when we return. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Guess who's back better than ever? Your favorite spot, Stetter's Restaurant. Our wings, beer, plate lunches are better than you remember. We are open Wednesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Rediscover the joy of great food and good times. Stetter's Restaurant, your go-to for flavor, fun, and fantastic plate lunches. Join us at 325 Jerry Street or check us out at stetters.com.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt.
That's President Trump earlier tonight at his Super Tuesday victory speech from Mar-a-Lago. We brought that to you live earlier in the 10 o'clock hour. And those were his comments on the economy. Of course, we continue our discussion on the economy, where we left off with shrinkflation and are working our way towards other things like the housing market and others with Joel Griffith from the Heritage Foundation. And Joel Griffith, let's pick up where you left off.
Well, I think we left off with how American families right now are struggling under the worst economic conditions in terms of the decline in real income since really in the last 45 years. And I think in former President Trump's speech tonight, when he mentioned energy dominance, I don't think we can neglect how important of a matter that is. If you look at the electricity prices in our nation, thanks to the natural gas boom that has continued despite President Biden's best efforts, that's a big part of the reason why our energy prices are just a third of what they cost in Germany, where, of course, Germany has pursued their own vision of the Green New Deal now for several decades. And it's because our energy prices are lower that our manufacturing sector has actually remained competitive on the global stage. And it's a big part of the reason why the typical family in the United States earns $12,000 more per year in disposable income than over with our friends in Germany. And unfortunately, from day one of the Biden administration, the current president has tried to scuttle all of the progress we have made on energy independence. If you look at the killing of the Keystone XL pipeline on day one of the Biden presidency to what happened just a few weeks ago where the Biden administration is trying to curtail the exports of natural gas to other countries, he has made it clear, this current president, that he wants to put the fossil fuel industry out of business. And I am confident that if President Trump were to win re-election, that this is one area in which he will be a boon to the economy by scuttling the Green New Deal.
You know, and this has been a thorn in the side of America, I think, for quite a while, this Green New Deal. Many, myself included, contend that this is nothing more than a way to redesign the economy. It's another way to redistribute wealth in the name of green this and that. But I don't know that we're making enough headway in the direction of stopping it. What are your thoughts? Do you think that we're curtailing efforts and people are hip to what's going on with the Green New Deal? Or do you agree with me on the Green New Deal? Where do you think we stand with that, and what does the future look like concerning the Green New Deal?
Well, unfortunately, on the policy side, I don't think we are winning yet. If you look at the so-called Inflation Reduction Act that passed just a few months ago in Congress, that is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to actually force us to transition away from the abundant, affordable fossil fuel sources that we have by subsidizing the electric vehicle sector, which you know, of course, is actually quite dangerous to the environment and is actually far more expensive. So, no, we're going in the wrong direction, as are a number of the states in this country, such as California, which is experiencing rolling blackouts numerous times in any given month in certain parts of the year. And something I think, too, we can't neglect is that far too often Republicans have endorsed parts of this Green New Deal because parts of it contain a lot of crony capitalism for battery plant producers, for instance. So I think if President Trump wants to remain true to his word and he is indeed reelected, it's time to scuttle all of that, from the crony capitalism to the blatant provisions within the Inflation Reduction Act that are really pushing us along a dangerous path.
Do you think there was a lot of talk, I'd say, when there was a technical recession on paper about it getting worse? Do you think we're still headed towards a recession, or have we gotten out of that danger zone?
Well, it's a great question. So a recession typically means 2 quarters of negative economic growth. But for some reason, the handful of economists that determine whether or not we're in an actual recession decided that for the first time in history, they weren't going to count that contraction as a recession. But that brings us to, I think, another important point. We continue to see the economy grow on paper by 3.2% last quarter. But if you dig a little bit deeper, something very troubling arises. 2/3 of all economic growth on paper comes from consumer spending. Well, how is it that consumer spending continues to grow faster during this stretch in which we know real incomes are declining? And there's actually a pretty simple answer to that. It's because of 2 things. Number one, people have drained their savings accounts. The savings rate is down by around 80% since Biden took office. But second of all, consumers have been able to increase their spending by taking on copious amounts of credit card debt. The typical family has added $4,000 worth of credit card debt since Biden took office. So a big part of this rise in consumer spending that leads to a economic headline of economic growth has actually come from people draining their savings and putting on credit card debt just to make ends meet. And another big component of that economic growth, of so-called economic growth, comes from government spending. And, of course, that increase in government spending has been from borrowing and printing. So regardless of whether or not we have an official recession, and it does nothing to change the fact that American families are suffering from the policies of this administration and are going into debt to pay for it.
Folks, Joel Griffith is a research fellow at the Heritage Foundation, and we're talking about the economy, Biden inflation, and so much more. Stick with us. We're coming right back with him, and we're going to wrap up this conversation before we move into your thoughts and comments with Open Phone America at the top of the hour, 833-482, 5337, 833-4-VALDES. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
It's easy to see. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. We all know something big is coming, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming more self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, and they make it easy for you to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure some emergency food kits. There's a dozen to choose from that contain tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, heirloom seeds for your garden, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items will ship that same day. Time is short. Prepare today. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CLEAN or text CLEAN to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CLEAN to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions. Provisions.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back, familia. Now, amigos, we continue our conversation on the economy with Joel Griffith, research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Joel Griffith, for everybody that's listening, tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing at Heritage and how people can keep up to speed with everything that you're doing.
Well, Heritage Foundation is doing our best to promote a civil society in which freedom and opportunity flourish. That is our motto. And so what that means is that we are focused, of course, on ensuring free market economics so we can all make independent choices. But we're also doing a lot of work on expanding school choice for parents, on ensuring that our schools, public schools, are not indoctrinating students. We've done a lot on the right to life issue, on encouraging the prior president to appoint, which he did, to appoint solid conservative justices. And we also are promoting a strong national defense to protect ourselves from foreign enemies. And, of course, we've been focused immensely on the border and on trying to force the Biden administration to actually do their constitutional job in protecting our border, particularly the southern border, from the influx of illegal immigrants.
Well, it's amazing work that you do. And for everybody that's intrigued by the work, how do they keep up with you? Is there a social media page that you want to share with them or a website?
Well, I think the best way is just to go to heritage.org, and any issue area that you want help in to educate yourself, you can just put that in the search term. And, of course, I'm on X, Twitter, at Joel Griffith.
Well, Joe Griffith, you are a gentleman, a scholar, and a patriot, and I hope everybody will give him a follow, and I hope you'll come back. I appreciate you staying up late with us to discuss Biden inflation and the economy, and Godspeed to you, sir.
All right. Thank you as well. Talk soon.
You bet. All right, folks, now we begin Open Phone America. Of course, our Super Tuesday election coverage continues. There's only one state left that has yet to be called, which is Utah, and it still looks like they're busy counting there. And Alaska, forgive me, 2 states left. We'll see what the results of those. Hopefully they come in with the next hour. Hour number 3 of the program is right ahead of us. And I'm looking forward to your calls and all the off-the-beaten-path stuff that we're going to get into in this final hour of the program. I don't know about you, but I'm a little Super Tuesday'd out, right? I've had enough of Nikki Haley for one night, so stick with me. We're going to get into some stuff. We're going to let our hair down a little bit. 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. Don't go anywhere. Don't move a muscle. I'm Rich Valdez.
Everybody listen up. Richie McDonald.
Every little thing that you do, baby, I'm amazed by you.
Larry Stewart.
Dancer was a deacon, every Sunday found him there at the Lighthouse Gospel Church with his hands folded in prayer.
And Tim Rushlow.
God bless Texas with his own hand brought.
The frontmen are voices of some of the biggest songs in country music history, and they'll be appearing live at Tuck's Bar and Grill Sunday, March 24th. Doors open at noon. The show begins at 5. Tickets are $40 and $50 and available at Tuck's Bar and Grill, 4397 Salem Road, Minor Hill, or by calling 931-565-1568. Get your tickets now before they're gone. Tuck's Bar and Grill, 4397 Salem Road, Minor Hill, your place for great music. Come on down and join us for the best live music around.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities where your dream floor is just a visit away.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is a Fox News alert. Haley wins one. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley scores an upset on Super Tuesday. The Fox News decision desk projects that Haley will win Vermont. Her victory, however, won't do much to close the huge delegate gap with former President Trump.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one.
The former president easily winning the other 12 primaries with only Alaska and the caucuses in Utah pending. He spoke a short time ago in Mar-a-Lago.
We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly.
On the Democratic side, President Biden racking up wins around the country against only token primary opposition.
President Biden's projected to win Democratic primaries in Massachusetts, Vermont, North Carolina, Virginia, and more. The president issued a statement Super Tuesday night warning that former President Trump is determined to destroy our democracy.
Fox's Jill Nato, the Super Tuesday victories all but cementing the long-expected November rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. Several down-ballot races Tuesday as well, including North Carolina's governor primaries. Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson winning his party's nomination, with the Democrats choosing Attorney General Josh Stein. As wildfires burn out of control in Texas, a separate house fire claims the life of Stritch Fire Chief Zeb Smith. He died Tuesday while fighting a house fire.
Chief Smith arrived on scene. He entered the residence, the structure, to identify if there was anyone inside needing to be rescued. Chief Smith did not exit that residence.
Borger Assistant City Manager Brandon Strope. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Repeating our top story, President Biden sweeps the Super Tuesday primaries, losing only to mostly unknown candidate in the America Samoa territory. Republican Nikki Haley with a surprising upset in Vermont, while former President Trump racks up wins in 12 primaries so far. Alaska and Utah still pending. And this just in, Republican Steve Garvey advances to the general election in the U.S. Senate in California. Some House Republicans want to talk to former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo about one of his COVID policies.
The House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic has subpoenaed Cuomo. They want the Democrat to testify about his COVID-19 nursing home policies on May 24th. The committee posting on X, Governor Cuomo forced New York nursing homes to accept COVID-19 positive patients. Americans died. Accountability and honesty are non-negotiable. In a letter to Cuomo, Subcommittee Chair Brad Wenstrup says, in addition to the order itself, the Cuomo administration at best downplayed its impacts and at worst covered them up. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
An iconic stretch of Florida highway is about to be named after an iconic tropical rock singer.
Singer Jimmy Buffett is known for his love of cheeseburgers in paradise, searching for his lost shaker of salt, and soon will be known for a scenic Florida coastal highway.
Wasting away again in Margaritaville.
Florida lawmakers have voted to rename State Highway A1A the Jimmy Buffett Memorial Highway. Previously, the singer named one of his albums after the 340-mile stretch of road. Now the state is returning the favor. Buffett became synonymous with Florida over his career, so much so when he passed away last year, flags were ordered to be flown at half-staff in his honor. Tom Graham, Fox News.
And the Dow dived 404 points on Tuesday. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Hey, Cletus, I'm thinking about selling my place out here in the sticks and moving closer to town.
Well, then, Otis, you need to call United Country Southern Tennessee Realty. Them old boys got the know-how in advertising when it comes to selling farms, land, and homes out here in the country.
Sounds good, but how do I get a hold of them?
Just give them a call at 931-244-7126 or stop by the new office there on Highway 43 in Lawrenceburg. Tell them where you live, and they'll come out, take a look, and let you know what kind of price they think they can sell it for.
Well, now, how much does that cost?
That's the best part, Otis. It's free.
Well, if I decide not to list it?
Then there's no hard feelings, and they'll even give you a cap or one of them Bigfoot t-shirts just for letting them look.
Well, that sounds like a mighty good deal to me. What's the number again?
931-244-7126. Call United Country Southern Tennessee Realty.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty. Reach out to us today. Thanks and God bless.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm gonna do that.
You should.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be here with you this Super Tuesday. If you want to join our late-night national town hall conversation, the phone lines are open. 833-482-5337 is the number, 833-4-VALDEZ. And I just got, give me those numbers again, the numbers for Alaska. We have Alaska and Utah that are still outstanding in the race. And I understand that we have numbers. What were the numbers you just gave me? Minnesota, give me those numbers. Joe Biden is at 70%, and you'll never guess who's at 19% in the delegate count. I'm going to give you a chance here. Going once, going twice. All right, it's uncommitted. Uncommitted about an hour ago was between 7 and 10% in 7 states. Now it's at 19% in, what's it again? Minnesota. I was going to say Montana. Forgive me. So Minnesota. And I find this interesting, being that he's literally the sitting president. I mean, that's the easiest race to win, is the one where you're in office. It doesn't always happen. We've seen it in the past where, there can be an upset. But this is Biden's to lose, in my opinion. He's got everything going for him. Not the economy and the issues. No, I don't mean that. But, I mean, he's got the media. He's got, a very sympathetic press corps. So there's a lot that he can do. They try to criticize Trump. There was a really funny piece spoofing Trump on SNL, maybe not last week, the week before, on his sneakers, and saying, if you get these sneakers, you get these magical Trump powers where you just tell people what to believe, and they will. So there's people, there's a bunch of scenarios that they play in the skit, and one of them, the guy says, "Oh, well, I don't know if that's correct." And he goes, "No, of course that's correct." And he's like, "Well, says who?" He says, "Well, says you." And he goes, "Oh, okay." And there's another one where he's laying beside a woman, sharing a bed with her, and she says, "I don't know how that went." And he says, "Oh, it was terrific." and she says, "Was it?" He goes, "Oh, of course." And she's like, "Oh, okay, great." And it really was. It was funny. I thought it was funny. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that just because it was SNL putting out these skits that they would think it's not funny, but I thought it was funny. And my point was, Joe Biden literally has that same power. Joe Biden goes out there, he falls up the stairs, he forgets what he's doing, he hugs the air, the Easter Bunny goes the wrong way, he's got 14 different babysitters, and confuses world leaders, doesn't know if it's Ukraine or if it's Israel. All sorts of interesting things are going on. And ultimately, they say the nicest things, right? They ask questions about Cookie Monster, like we heard in the last hour. So it's just interesting to me to see how this stuff really ultimately plays out for Joe El Baboso Biden. And today, he says that he's leading in the polls. Now, I think there's one poll that showed Biden doing well, but for most of the polls, he's not really doing well, at least the ones I'm looking at. But he cited the New York Times poll. Listen to this.
Mr. President, what's your message to Democrats who are concerned about your poll numbers?
My poll numbers, the last 5 polls you guys don't report, I'm winning 5 in a row. You guys only look at the New York Times. They're a great paper.
I don't know. So I just did a quick Google. I put New York Times poll Biden. Here's what I got. 12 hours ago, polls show more voters say Trump's policies helped than Biden's. Okay. New York Times poll. That doesn't look good for Biden. Next one, 4 days ago. Voters doubt Biden's leadership and favor Trump. New York Times, 4 days ago. Let's see what else we got. This one doesn't give me anything clear. And then we saw the Times Siena poll coverage from the weekend where they were questioning his cognitive ability. So what is Biden talking about? Of course, he's citing the last 5 polls that could have gone back, 2 or 3 months. Joe Biden is really special. He should be wearing a pair of those gold Trump sneakers if he's going to try and pull this because, according to the skit, that's the only way it works. You can't just sit there and tell people things. I know he tries. And he tries to blame the potato chip companies and the cereal companies for putting, less product in the bag for shrinkflation. He blames the energy companies and gasoline station owners for gas prices at the pump instead of him and his reckless policies. This is the Joe Biden that we're dealing with. He says that he's ahead in the polls. Godspeed to you, sir, because he's our commander-in-chief until he's not, and we need this man to be better and do better. Anyway, I want to get to your thoughts and calls on things tonight. Let us go to Orlena. Orlena's calling from Kennewick, Washington on KTEL. Orlena, welcome. You're on with Rich Valdez. Go right ahead.
Hi.
I was just wondering. I was telling the call screener the voting process here in Washington State. I got my ballot in the mail, but you have to sign the outside of the envelope. But you also have to mark on the outside of the envelope Republican or Democrat.
Or Democrat, right? In order to vote in the primary.
To me, is not prime. That's not private. You know, it used to be that I could go to the
well, even there, I mean, when you vote in the primary, at least my experience has been when you go to the primary and you go to the usually it's an elderly person sitting at the table with a little book. At least for me, that's been my experience. They'll ask you Democrat or Republican if it's a primary. If it's a regular general election, they'll just say last name and they'll look you up in their book and do a signature verification. But they have to, I guess, send you one way or the other during the primary to make sure that you're eligible to vote in the primary. Because for many states, primaries are closed. So if you're an independent, you're not entitled to vote in a primary, right? You have to be registered with one of the parties that's conducting a primary election. So I think that's the reason for that. And when you're doing it by mail, which I totally disagree with, I think this process just should not be done by mail. I think voting is one of those things you should be able to do in person. And if you're doing it by mail, like most states once did, you should have to qualify it, right? You should have to be able to say, I'm serving in the military, or I'm serving in jury duty, or I'm doing, I'm in a wheelchair, I'm in a hospital bed, I'm in some sort of physical situation where I can't make it. And it should be some sort of extenuating circumstance, not something that people just choose to do because it's easier and it's, it lends itself well to that ballot getting used by somebody who wants to use it, and maybe not even the intended user of the ballot. So I think that's why they do that. But I'm with you. We shouldn't have these mail-in ballots, Orlena. Now, let me ask you about tonight's primary. What were your thoughts? Did you expect Nikki Haley to win Vermont? Does it surprise you that she's only won 2 out of the many, many states that have had primaries thus far?
I didn't know about the primary. I just got off of work, and I've been at work all day. So, but I.
What type of work do you do?
I'm just a housekeeper.
Okay, well, you're working late. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the call. Go ahead. I'm sorry?
Oh, thank you. And I was just helping a friend, but the Vermont thing, I guess that surprises me. Maybe it doesn't. You know what? Actually, I'm surprised she wins anything, because I actually thought she was an okay person about 6 months ago, and then that just started kind of going downhill.
Yeah, well, I think that tends to happen when you kind of abandon the principles that people think you have, and you go a different direction for your own political career. And, that I think a lot of politicians are in for themselves. That's part of the way that process works. But ultimately, when you have Democrats on your staff, when you've got Democrats that are funding the campaign, because even the establishment Republicans like the Koch Foundation, Koch brothers, they've pulled out. I think it just says a lot. And this is why my hope is that Trump won't try to pick up Nikki Haley as anything that Kevin McCarthy might be suggesting in his comments tonight. But Orlena, again, thank you for the call. Big shout out to Kennewick, Washington, KTEL, and everybody out there. Folks, we're coming right back with the rest of your calls and more. Don't move a muscle.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Get 50% off site-wide and save on mouthwatering favorites today. Go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale, where you can load up on all the delicious flavor you crave at half the price. And when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. Save big on delicious, tender, juicy steaks, big, beefy burgers, and so much more. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. And endless flavor and endless value. Every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. Simply go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale today. And don't forget to use promo code SIZZLE at checkout to get an extra $30 off your order. Hurry, because this deal won't last long. Kickstart your spring grilling today. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Mr. Call Screener, who is a budding radio star, by the way. Richie Valdez is terrific.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
The hostage deal is in the hands of Hamas right now. Okay. Because they've been an offer, a rational offer. The Israelis have agreed to it, and waiting to see what the Hamas does.
Do you think there will be a deal by Ramadan?
Well, there's got to be a ceasefire, because Ramadan, if we get into a circumstance where this continues through Ramadan, Israel and Jerusalem getting together, it could be very, very dangerous. So we're trying hard for that ceasefire.
So Biden's trying hard for the ceasefire. Let me tell you, I applaud his efforts to bring the conflict to an end. And I'm wondering, where were those efforts for a ceasefire with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky? Cue the cricket sound, right? They never happened. Not once did we ever hear about that. I remember Zelensky crying and pleading, we need air support, we need air support, right? The whole thing, you look back now, and it feels like a con job. They're still fighting, they're not fighting, they are fighting. Things look great in Ukraine from afar. The Russians are still losing troops. The Ukrainians are losing troops. Everybody's coming back asking for money. Putin seems intent on winning in the long run. The whole thing is just crazy to me. And Biden never talks about a ceasefire there. He confuses Ukraine for the Gaza Strip on occasion, but he hasn't confused them in terms of policy. I wonder, why is one war better than the other to call for a ceasefire? Is it because people from the squad are doing that? Because the extreme, the hard left in this country? Let's call it the soft left, the moderate left, whatever type of left you want, right? Because I think ultimately everybody wants the fighting to stop. I know I do. I would love to see that fighting end, but I'm not going to call for a ceasefire because I understand that Israel has a responsibility to do what they set out to do, and that's to eradicate Hamas. Once there's no more Hamas and they've gotten back the hostages, they're gonna pull out. But you can't do it too soon. And what's interesting is regular NBC News headline. Listen to this. The United Nations finds clear and convincing information that hostages have been raped in Gaza. A senior UN official also found reasonable grounds to believe accounts of rape and gang rape during Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. I think we were talking about that on October 8th. Unbelievable. Maybe the UN should listen to this show. This is by Anna Schechter from NBC News. A senior UN official says that they found clear and convincing information that the hostages have been raped and sexually abused in Gaza, and reasonable grounds to believe sexual violence, including rape and gang rape, occurred during the October 7th terrorist attack led by Hamas. Here's a quote. Listen to this. Based on the information it gathered, the mission team found clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment has been committed against hostages, the UN said in a report, adding that it has reasonable grounds to believe that such violence may be ongoing against those still held in captivity. Look at that. The UN finally not blaming Israel and understanding that the savagery of the Hamas terrorists continues. Pramila Patten, the Secretary General's special representative on sexual violence in conflict. Imagine that. They have a special representative for sexual violence in conflict. It's amazing, this UN. They have a position for everything. She said in the 23-page report that she was unable to determine the exact scope of sexual violence that occurred October 7th. She concluded that finding the precise number of sexual assaults and identifying the perpetrators of such crimes would require a full-fledged investigation and may take months or years to emerge. Listen to the statement. She's going to find out how a bunch of people attacked Israel on October 7th, did all sorts of atrocities, and it's unclear. Now, listen, I understand making the statement that it's unclear. How would she know? Were there Ring cameras? Did they have a CNN embedded with them as they went to do this? Now, many of them recorded these things and bragged about it. That's a fact, and we've seen about that, and it's been reported, and I got a story on that coming right after this one. But the things that these people, this special representative on sexual violence in conflict, the things that they come up with. Anyway, she says in most of these incidents, I think we're fortunate that they're actually acknowledging that these terrorists are savages. In most of these incidents, victims first subjected to rape were first subjected to rape when there were killings going on. At least 2 incidents relate to the rape of women's corpses. Oh my God! So these people are raping dead women. How savage is that? Not only are they savages, there's necrophilia going on with the savages. The UN report said it has reasonable grounds to believe that at least 5 rapes occurred during the October 7th attack, in which members of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other armed groups also took part. Patton said her team heard credible accounts of at least 2 rapes of corpses at the Nova Music Festival and in the surrounding area. 1 rape outside of a bomb shelter at the entrance to a kibbutz, and 2 on Road 232, which runs parallel to the Gaza Strip. Quote, based on the examination of available information, including credible statements by eyewitnesses, there are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of rape, including gang rape, occurred in and around the Nova Festival site during the October 7th attacks. The report states, credible information was obtained regarding multiple incidents whereby victims were subjected to rape and then killed. There are further accounts of individuals witnessed at least 2 incidents of rape of corpses of women. I mean, again, I understand this is how they've been fighting since day one, you know, coming in machetes and swords blazing, raping your women and children and pillaging your village. But this is just sick. UN officials said the reported rape of a woman outside of a bomb shelter at the entrance of the kibbutz was corroborated by witness testimonies and digital material. Patton was unable to verify reports of sexual violence at Kibbutz Be'eri, where Israeli officials say more than 100 people were killed. More than 1,200 people died in this attack on the 7th. And what's interesting here with this whole thing is that the Times of Israel, now switching gears from NBC News to the Times of Israel, they have one of the UNRWA staffers, UNRWA as it's called, IDF has been able to get a recording of this, these staffers bragging of the crimes on October 7th. They're supposed to be there to help. More on that, and AOC getting accosted by her friends on the crazy left. Plus, MSNBC pulls the plug on Trump as he's giving his victory speech. More to come straight ahead, and your calls. Looking forward to speaking with everybody. 833-4825-337-833-4-VALDEZ. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Perchowski with Perchowski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski offers 3D mammography. For more accurate screening that can improve breast cancer detection, and early detection improves the odds of successful treatment. If you're 40 or over, remember to schedule your annual mammogram. Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski, count on us for your 3D mammogram. Learn more at southerntmpulaski.com or call 931-363-9365 to schedule your annual mammogram.
Why would you buy or sell a home without a realtor? Would you go whitewater rafting without a life jacket? Let me protect you with all things real estate. Hi, I'm Teresa Flora with Flora Mid-South Realty, and you can reach me at 931-271-5790. Let's see how we can work together. Catch us on Tuesday mornings from 8 to 9 on 105.3, 95.3, or online at FloraRockstars.com. Flora Rockstar Power Hour, brought to you by Flora Mid-South Realty, rocking the real estate news and all things local.
Join us every Friday evening from 5 to 6 p.m. for an exciting new program called Free Speech News.
Here on WDXE.
Brought to you by Chris Morris
and Lawrence Sutton, where we will discuss two things you're not supposed to talk about: politics and religion. Where we are not politically correct, but biblically correct, and we will bring you the truth in news.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
You haven't been calling it a genocide. Don't tell me I'm lying. Then just say it's a genocide. Just say it. Over 30,000 people are dead, AOC. You can't just say it for once. Just say the word. That's it. That's all we want you to say. Or you
AOC at a movie theater with her boyfriend, and some pro-Hamas protesters are asking her to say.
And you're going to cut this and you're going to clip this so that it's completely out of context. I already said that it was, and y'all are just going to pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's up, man. And you're not helping these people, and you're not helping them.
You refuse to.
You're not helping them.
All right, that's AOC, and they were forcing her, literally chasing her through. She's walking fast, trying to get out of there quick, fast, and in a hurry with her boyfriend Riley Roberts, and she's at a movie theater in Brooklyn, New York, and the pro-Hamas people are, your typical leftist, an overweight, unattractive woman, and some other weirdo guy. And they're there with, their phone in her face, and they're like, come on, just say it. Just say it. Just say that it's a genocide. Why won't you say it? And this is called bird dogging. This is a very popular tactic, along with Mao-Mowing. That is very common to the left, and things that the CIA has used in the past for uprisings in other countries. And these techniques, again, are what AOC's friends employ. And it's what she uses many times, right? And it's interesting to see how she reacts to this. Now, the reason I take exception to this is because I remember, I don't know, what's the math? If they're in 24, it's like 5 years ago, maybe 6, whatever it was, 2018, 2019. I was in the Puerto Rican parade, and I saw AOC. As a matter of fact, Curtis Lee, who was a guest on this program, was standing right next to me. He said, hey, look, Richie V, it's your girlfriend over there. And I said, oh, you know what? I've been trying to get her on the program, my radio show in New York City, to have a debate about capitalism versus socialism. So I decided to go over there and walk over to her. And I did. I was with my teenage daughter at the time. I walk across the street because she had paused. She was walking with this group of Puerto Ricans in the parade. I walked over. She was greeting some people. The parade had paused. And as I looked over to her and I said, Congresswoman, one of her staffers came and kind of like, shoulder checked me and got in between the two of us. And I wasn't able to talk to her any further. And I did shout, and I was like, hey, look, you could run, but you can't hide. But that was all it was. I was trying to invite her and tell her, hey, look, we've been trying to contact your office to have you on the show. And I was met with such criticism. The New York Post reported this widely as, AOC opponent, because it was rumors that I was going to run for Congress against AOC, and they were just rumors. I'd given one speech to a Republican group in Queens that asked me to do that, kind of testing the waters, but I never filed any paperwork or anything like that. Anyway, I was just going to ask her to engage in this debate with me because her office was silent on the issue because she didn't even have an office. She was supposed to have an office in the district, but there was no office to be found, and no phone calls or emails were getting returned. Well, lo and behold, they tried to skewer me, saying that I was a stalker, and Valdez, how dare he go to her at a cultural event like the Puerto Rican parade to try and debate her. And they thought I was trying to debate her on the spot, as if I was, armed with 2 podiums, one underneath each arm, and I was going to set them up in the middle of Fifth Avenue in New York City and say, hey, listen, lady, we're going to debate capitalism versus socialism. We're going to do it right now. No, it wasn't like that. And it's all on video, right? That's the funny part. The whole thing is on video. She ends up running away, literally running, like trotting, straight across Fifth Avenue. And that whole thing was interesting because the New York Post reporters were like right over my shoulder, and other people that were getting this on video. So you could see it, and that was the headline. AOC runs away from potential opponent Rich Valdez. And it was a fun moment because, I got to do a lot of media and whatnot, and my show became very popular after that. But I was treated very poorly by the left. The left said that I was stalking. The left said that I was inappropriate, that I was not, in good faith inviting her to my radio show, but I was trying to force her on the spot to debate me. And that's, in fact, what just happened with the left, right? Her friends, probably communist sympathizers from Brooklyn that were probably marching a week ago with those red flags with the hammer and sickle on them. These pro-Hamas protesters were in her face as if she had no free speech rights. And her, saying, you're not helping, and it's effed up. And I got to tell you, I agree with her. I don't think they're helping. I think they make themselves out to look like Looney Tunes. When the left is attacking AOC, it really goes to show you, it's like the communists versus the Democrat socialist. And they're trying to blur the line, but AOC's holding her ground, saying, look, I will be an antagonist in Congress, but I'm not going to allow you to antagonize me. She doesn't like it when she gets a dose of her own medicine. But I'm curious to know, will the left be critical of of these activists the way they were critical of me for simply inviting her on a radio program. All right? We both were at the parade. It wasn't like I went there just to see her. These people did go there it wasn't like they were at the movies and bumped into AOC. They were clearly stalking her so they could create this video and try to pressure her. And that's the difference. So I think that's a double standard, to say the least. Anyway, I wanted to jump back into this story before I get to your calls because the Times of Israel is reporting that the IDF has captured some recordings of UNRWA staffers, UNRWA staff members that were bragging of October 7th crimes. Now, this was a story that broke a while back, but they have more information. This is an update. 2 further workers are now accused of taking part in the attacks, bringing the number to 14. So, in fact, the UN itself was involved in the October 7th attack on Israel through this part of the UN, the UNRWA, which is supposed to be there to help. Obviously, the only thing they're helping themselves to is attacking Israel. The IDF on Monday released these audio recordings that say it's incriminating 2 additional UNRWA employees who allegedly participated in the Hamas-led October 7th onslaught, bringing the total number of agency workers that Jerusalem says actively participated in the attacks to 14, saying, I'm inside with the Jews. That's Madhu al-Khali, an Islamic Jihad terrorist who the IDF says was employed as a teacher in the UNRWA school. And that's what he's heard saying in one recording. How will you get home? He is asked in the phone call, and he replies with a laugh, when I die. Sickos. In another recording, an UNRWA teacher can purportedly be heard bragging about kidnapping Israeli hostages, saying, we have female hostages. I captured one, says Youssef al-Hawarjara, a Hamas terrorist who worked as a teacher at an UNRWA school in Deir al-Balah. According to the IDF, everything's fine, I hope. He later says in the recording, we will enter Al-Aqsa Mosque. He says that he entered into Israel and saw, quote, the sights. They shot them in the eyes. They did actions for liberations, God willing. Asked what he found while he was in Israel, and he says 1,000 shekels. IDF spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari in an evening press conference said that despite the difficult content, the military chose to release the audio recordings to remind and not forget. And we'll bring you those audio recordings a little bit later on as we get to them. But just shocking stuff that's going on here, right? And yet we're supposed to tell the Israelis, ceasefire, stop killing these people that went there and raped your women and then raped them after they killed them. Slitting the throats of children, setting a village on fire. Absolutely crazy. And the UN investigating their own people, saying, "Yep, looks like the Hamas people are definitely guilty." Why are they saying that? Of course, they're saying that the Hamas people are guilty when their people are the Hamas people. They don't want to talk about that, do they? But we'll talk about it right here, folks. Your calls and more coming up straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yeah. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Congratulations on just an amazing show. I know you've worked so hard in the industry and nobody deserves it more than you do. So I'm happy to see you really succeeding here. It's awesome.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice.
Yeah, okay. You know, it is, okay. I will say that it is a decision that we revisit constantly in terms of the balance between allowing somebody to knowingly lie on your air about things they've lied about before and you can predict they're going to lie about, and so therefore it is just, it's irresponsible to allow them to do that. It's a balance between knowing that that's irresponsible to broadcast and also knowing that as the de facto, soon-to-be de facto nominee of the Republican Party, this is not only the man who is likely to be the Republican candidate for president, but this is the way he's running.
Well, here's how we'll balance it.
Yeah.
Why don't we fact-check the hell out of him?
Yes, and we do that after the fact, and that is the best remedy that we've got. It does not fix the fact that we broadcast it.
Isn't that something, right? We're going to silence your speech instead of doing our jobs and providing analysis. I don't stop Biden. I mean, I might occasionally, stop an audio clip to make fun of him, but I always pick it up right where we left off so that you can hear the full clip, and then I give you my spiel saying I think he's a liar. I think he's a liar because of this, that, and the other. We don't silence Biden the way they just silenced Trump, saying, oh, we can't allow that on our air. Why not? Whatever happened to the First Amendment? I think that's just so crazy because the job of the journalist, at least from my view, is not to determine what is suitable for you to hear, but to report what's happening and to allow you to make up your own mind about it. It's a novel idea, right? It's what I do. I give you my opinion. I give you the actual clip. You hear the audio clip. You make your own decisions. I give you my thoughts, and that's that. And then you call and you tell me your thoughts. It's a very nice system, I think. I don't understand. I wish they would allow calls into the Rachel Maddow show instead of the little cast of people that she's got there, where nobody can challenge her in real time the way people call me and challenge me in real time. I mean, most of you are fans of the program, and I appreciate that. I love that. But I never shy away from somebody who wants to have a discussion or an argument. Somebody tried to say that I do that the other day. I thought that was very disingenuous. It's not very true in any way. But anyway, before I get into that, I want to talk about some of the comments we're getting on social media. I also want to get to your calls. Let us go to Sarah, Bedford, Indiana, WBIW. Go right ahead.
Well, what you have to remember about the left is that some people are more equal than others. So when it comes to war crimes against women, you know, during the 90s, when Yugoslavia broke up, we heard everything about Serbian rapists and Bosnian Muslim victims, and that was a big impetus for us to get involved. And yet, when Israel was invaded, and very clear evidence that the attackers themselves broadcast of the atrocities which they committed are somehow nebulous, and no one wants to really come out and condemn it, because it's not about violence against women. It's who the women are and who the attackers are, and the left has a little tier system, and I'm sure you're aware of that. And by the way, you do a great show, and you have given plenty of time for people who disagree with you, and you give them a lot of time to have a discussion with them. So I don't know where they get off saying you don't let people talk.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I thank you for bringing that up, Sarah. And I think you're right. There's a hypocrisy of the left. And you're right, whether it's how they allow people to speak on their air, like Rachel Maddow just announced that she would censor this presidential candidate, or what they talk about with sexual violence, like you've brought up, and how we're seeing that the UN was complicit in these attacks. They're going to say, well, those are a handful, 14 employees. But, I mean, really, these are your employees. Right? If there were 14 members of the Biden administration that were involved in the human trafficking fiasco that's going on at the border, I think it's safe to say that the Biden administration is overseeing the largest human smuggling operation in human history. I think that's a fair statement. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Fact check away. Do they work for Biden? Yes. Are they at the border? Are they derelict in their duty? Yes. All right. Sounds like it fact checked pretty well to me. Unbelievable. Let us continue. Doc, Wilmington, Delaware, WDEL. Go right ahead. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm late in the show, so please bear with me, Rich. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I am sickened by the hypocrisy of the American left on Israel versus Hamas. To me, it's clear-cut who is committing atrocities. The Israelis are making accidents, and I'm against that. The atrocities are being made by Hamas against Jews in Israel. The American left is silent on it. It has to stop. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, I think you're right, and we just heard some of that, right? We have the UN finally coming out saying we've heard about this rape. We've heard about people being raped multiple times, gang rape by Hamas on Israeli corpses, dead women that they killed, and then they raped them afterwards, or women that they raped and then they killed. And maybe some other sicko came and raped the same already raped woman. I mean, the thought of this doesn't fit in my mind because you know why? As much as I joke and I say I'm a Neanderthal, I don't really think I'm a Neanderthal. I don't. This is a very foreign concept to me that because I have beef with somebody, that I'm going to use Stone Age tactics of killing your women and children. And I understand war is war, and perhaps that's my naivete for never having served in a war. But I can tell you that I thought our conventional fighting was a little bit more civil. I thought the Geneva Conventions were designed to kind of mitigate these things from happening. And this is pure barbarism, in my opinion. And it's so sad. And I can't for the life of me just wrap my head around it. I don't think I'll ever be comfortable with the idea that it's okay to go rape people because you don't like them or because you're having a real estate dispute over land. It doesn't fit in my mind. Perhaps that's my own naivete. But, Doc, I appreciate the call. Big shout-out to everybody in Wilmington, Delaware, except Joel Barbosa Biden, my least favorite neighbor of yours. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're coming right back.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Get 50% off site-wide and save on mouthwatering favorites today. Go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale, where you can load up on all the delicious flavor you crave at half the price. And when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. Save big on delicious, tender, juicy steaks, big, beefy burgers, and so much more. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor and endless value. Every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. Simply go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale today. And don't forget to use promo code SIZZLE at checkout to get an extra $30 off your order. Hurry, because this deal won't last long. Kickstart your spring grilling today. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. It's the speed round, so I want you to talk as fast as you can so you don't get cut off by the music. Let us go to Dan, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You had a comment about AOC. All out crazy. Go right ahead.
I changed my original topic to this because I heard you speak, and on Puerto Rican Heritage Day, I believe in my heart that you take it very seriously as a celebration and not to be a political campaign.
Of course.
So I applaud you for that. You're with your daughter, and and her goons or whatever she has, El Cockroacha. I'm like, she just bothers me completely. But I support you wholeheartedly.
Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that, and exactly, it was done in that spirit of everyone being together on that particular day. But they didn't take it that way, so she got a taste of that here 5 years, 6 years later. Thank you, Dan. Big shout out to KDKA. Let's go to Michael very quickly. Pendleton, Oregon, KUMA, West Coast in the building. What are your thoughts on President Trump and Nikki Haley?
Yes, Rich. Hey, good talking to you again. It's a difficult situation. I understand. We want to have President Trump back in the White House to lead us back to prosperity where we were in 2019 and in that period. My concern is Nikki Haley and him have had their differences, of course, but, I feel that she could help him with.
Yeah, you cut out, Michael, but maybe she could help him. Maybe she could really hurt him because she's been so critical of him. And I think that's kind of like a Biden-Kamala Harris situation. I don't know if it would help. I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't want Nikki Haley being vice president. But let's see what the Trump campaign decides to do. Thank you, Michael. Big shout out to Oregon in the building. Paul, Boise, Idaho. You've got like 25 seconds. Make it count.
Okay, the Geneva Convention rules were not used by Hamas. They cannot expect any rules like that to be used. That's why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, you're right. They're acting like savage terrorists. It's very evident, and it's very sad. Paul, thank you for your call. Folks, I appreciate you. Make sure you check out the Facebook page. Lots of interesting comments there. I'll be back tomorrow. God bless.
Tuck's Bar is at it again, consistently bringing you great artists to enjoy. And Friday, March the 22nd, they are bringing you Shelby Lee Lowe.
She's on her own. She don't need saving. She's patching the holes on a heart that keeps breaking. It's hard to go on. She just keeps praying. You wouldn't know she needs a miracle. She thinks she's broken, but she makes broken look beautiful.
From 8 until 12 with no cover charge. You don't want to miss this fun night. So Saturday, March the 22nd, mark your calendars to come out to Tuck's Bar starting at 8 to see Shelby Lee Lowe. Tuck's Bar is located 4397 Salem Road in Minor Hill. Come and enjoy great music along with amazing food and watch Shelby Lee Lowe.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is a Fox News alert. He says this Tuesday's a big one. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Former President Trump has lost only one of Super Tuesday's 15 states so far.
We're going to take it and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected.
The former president calling the 2024 election crucial.
November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country.
And Nikki Haley with an upset victory in Vermont. She issued a statement saying there remains a large block of Republican primary voters expressing deep concerns about Donald Trump. In Alaska and the caucuses in Utah, still pending. President Biden, who won all the Democratic primaries except the one in American Samoa, issued a statement about what would happen if the former president wins re-election.
It says if Donald Trump returns to the White House, all of this progress is at risk. He is driven by grievance and grift, focused on his own revenge and retribution, not the American people. He is determined to destroy our democracy, rip away fundamental freedoms like the ability for women to make their own health care decisions, and pass another round of billions of dollars in tax cuts for the wealthy, and he'll do anything to put himself in power.
Fox's Peter Ducey. In California, Republican Steve Garvey will take on Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff for the late Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat.
The two were leading in this race out of the 27 candidates who were on the ballot.
Fox's Christina Coleman. And Senator Kirsten Sinema of Arizona says she won't seek re-election.
Because I choose civility, understanding, listening, working together to get stuff done, I will leave the Senate at the end of this year.
The independent senator says compromise has become a dirty word on Capitol Hill. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. from the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
U.S. forces have been airdropping aid to civilians in Gaza.
Pallets of food float through the sky, dropped into Gaza for a second time by the U.S. military. Inside, more than 36,000 meals for hungry Palestinians, including some of Gaza's most vulnerable residents. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs warns of a growing humanitarian disaster inside Gaza that will only be made worse as the conflict continues. 151 days into the war, Hamas representatives are meeting with mediators in Cairo to continue ceasefire talks. After 2 days of discussion, it was decided to extend the conversations as President Biden calls for an end to the fighting.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Los Angeles police are searching for whoever shot a man with an arrow Tuesday morning. The attack happened on Sunset Boulevard in Echo Park area. The victim was struck in the shoulder and taken to the hospital in unknown condition. No word on a motive. Financial stress is a real thing for Americans, especially those who live in cities highlighted in a just-released report.
Okay, Chicago, take a deep breath. You're on top of a new Wallet Hub survey, which ranked 100 large American cities populated with people experiencing the highest financial distress levels. The study, using a variety of metrics, including the average credit score, bankruptcy filings, and total number of people with accounts in distress, Chicago actually had a 30% increase from last year of people with accounts in distress. Houston in second on this list, a place where residents are reportedly declaring bankruptcy at a higher rate than people in most other cities. New York, no surprise, is third as NYC residents search for debt or loans on Google more than anywhere else in the country. John Saucier, Fox News.
And Liberty University agrees to pay $14 million in fines after it failed to disclose information about crimes on campus, including sexual assault. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast.
A Health Mart Pharmacy. The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, or our worship gatherings starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
Hello and welcome. He is Gary McNamara. I'm Eric Harley as the morning after begins. A Trump defeat in Vermont. We'll have continuing coverage.
Well, I'll tell you, at least Trump didn't kick it off with Sinead O'Connor last night.
Well, no, he did not. That's
true. He absolutely did not kick it off with Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah, right.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much. They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's.
And as I told you, we played this in our pre-show meeting, and then I looked at you and said, "Prove him wrong.
Tell him where he's wrong."
Prove him wrong.
Right,
Because that you hear that, and again, looking at this, both of us as political consultants. Number one, after Super Tuesday, it's big. I have to ask this question because it's all over the place. Trump speaking. Did Biden speak afterwards?
I tried to, but it wasn't.
Well, I mean, it was a disaster.
Audible.
It was a disaster for him yesterday.
Man,
I mean, it was.
It was horrible.
It was
horrible.
And utter disaster. We'll get to the numbers here and everything else. But when you look and number one, you had said it yesterday because we were having fun with it when we said that Sinead O'Connor's estate said they don't want the Trump campaign playing Sinead O'Connor, and you and I looked at it and says, "Excuse me, the Trump campaign is playing Sinead O'Connor." No, stop playing it. You said just play patriotic music.
Right.
And, of course, they've used Lee Greenwood before. I mean,
right.
It wasn't that they went, oh, wait a minute. Eric Harley said patriotic music, so we're going to do it. But when
I called Lee. I said, hey, Lee.
Well, you know him. You know Lee.
Yeah, I do.
You know
I do. We actually had last time we talked, we actually had a conversation about Trump. And it was just, basically he and I were waiting for him to go on and do a private show for us. And he was... by the way, he nailed it. He nails it every time. He nails it every time. But he was just making the simple observations then that you can still make now. That they're just out to get him. They just don't like the guy. And the whole thing, he was just making those simple observations. But patriotic music is always going to be the thing. That song, I don't know, you and I collectively have probably heard that song literally thousands of times. And
don't exaggerate. It's many more times than that.
I was maybe millions.
Yeah, I was still in music radio at that time, and
I was too. Yeah, I played it when it was a hit, and gladly, and every single time. But when you're standing in front of Lee, and he's doing that on stage, and we had kind of an intimate setting. It was a fairly sizable room, but and probably a few hundred people there, special guests, and he sang it and just nailed it. I mean, it was just incredible. But that's the sentiment that you want to send. Some people refer to that as, our assistant national anthem. And so it's just one that, a lot of people have loved for a long time. But that kind of sentiment that you're setting out. And we joked yesterday, actually, the Trump campaign should be suing the Sinead O'Connor estate.
Exactly.
To prevent any of her music from ever being played within, I don't know, 100-mile radius of any event. I don't know.
And then you just said play patriotic music. But when you look at it, because I just want to complete my thought here, the looking at it, and you're like, because, all right, people are paying attention now. It's Super Tuesday, 15 different states in there. And so you see him, and Lee Greenwood is playing, and he's just standing there at attention.
Yeah.
He's just standing there at attention. He has no podium in front of him.
Yeah.
He's just standing in front of it. And then he comes out and you notice his tone. His tone was...
Yeah.
And that was, I was reading, where was it about, the new, the de facto campaign manager yesterday, and the fact of that one of the things they said is everybody around Trump always wanted to direct Trump and tell Trump what to do, and she doesn't. But she is so calm.
Yeah.
And they are very focused that she doesn't have any agenda of her own.
Right. Yeah.
And
right. Yeah.
And
right.
and I forgot.
No, that's a good point, by the way. Who in the line of people that have been associated with him at that level did not have an agenda of their own? I mean, it's most often the case.
Well, the agenda of their own was we want to turn Trump into what we want.
Right.
And the point they're trying to make is Trump understands that this election is different than anything else. One of the things is this election, if he wins, could keep him out of jail.
Yeah, that's a huge thing.
I mean, it
it's
could
not
change,
a small thing.
It could change everything. And they said expect a more disciplined Trump than what you've seen before, but you can't force him to be disciplined. He knows the seriousness of winning this particular election, but he said when everybody around and they talked to, I don't know which son it is they talked to, but they were saying, yeah, she's just so calm. She's just so calm, and this is what we're going to do and everything else, and it's like that calmness is bringing a calmness to the entire internal close campaign to the president, and they hope it what they want it to do is trickle down. But when you heard his tone was perfect, and his tone was even perfect because that when he ended it, and both you and I laughed, and you looked, you said, oh, okay, wow, he's taking credit
already
for the stock market. It was like, okay, prove him wrong,
right?
And I don't think, and again, we found it humorous, but in no way outrageous, because you can make the point, and I have no idea whether that's why it's going up. But the fact is, you use that to bring back the fact of inflation, and he mentioned inflation and how bad inflation was, and then talked about the stock market, and gave himself credit for it, which was just it ticks off liberals to begin with, because I can hear on CNN, well, he's saying he's taking credit for it. Well, he shouldn't be taking credit for it. And it's just like, the economy stinks, and the average person, number one, the average person really isn't hugely into the stock market to begin with.
Right.
If you're talking about a ton of people. So for people that are in the stock market, you might have gone, oh, okay, well, if he wins, probably it will do better. But it wasn't a big issue, even though, like I said, you and I both found it
I'm surprised
humorous.
he didn't take credit for the spike in Bitcoin that everybody was also talking about yesterday.
Oh, gold prices. Gold prices.
And gold prices, yeah.
Well, don't. But the thing is, you don't want to take credit for that.
Well, you don't want to. You certainly don't want to approach Bitcoin. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe he does. But the fact of the matter is, when we say, look, prove him wrong, we don't know what the market is reacting to. We talked about it. We're very careful about, look, things go up, things go down, the market goes up and down. The market, sometimes it's like the market is drunk for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden they sober up and go, oh, crap. And so they may sober up and go, if it were the case that they're kind of high on the fact that he's leading in more and more polls, then they may sober up when they realize, oh, wait, then there's the Republican Party on Capitol Hill that needs to pull it together to get spending in line and fiscal matters in line and everything else. So,
Right.
but again, the thing is that the tone was very good. The tone was reminiscent of his victory speech on election night in 2016.
That nobody heard.
And it's quite unfortunate. Couple of things. When he met with the internet that night, when it happened at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, depending on where you are, and Hillary was already at home crying on her sofa. Admittedly, by the way, she told us that after the case. And then it's that night his tone he kept using. You and I noticed we played it live in his victory speech, but he kept using the word "we." We. And that's, if you know Donald Trump, that's very unlike Donald Trump. It applied there. But also the night that he was overseas and he was talking to the international media about, the meeting with Kim Jong-un, and he said, look, and he was talking to them and he said, hey, and I think he had a very good tone. And he said, look, I'm a little punch drunk because of, the jet lag. And I'm going to say some things tonight. Who knows, maybe in a year from now, I might say something different. You know me. I mean, he was about as down to earth as you can get in a moment like that. But the tone was good that night. The tone was very good on his acceptance speech in 2016. Tone was good tonight. And what I wondered too, certainly, and I think a few people have written and talked about the whole idea of, look, he needs to win because he needs to stay out of jail. But also this underlying thought that maybe, just maybe, I want to be very careful here, if he is able to turn the economy around, and there are things he can do administratively, it's going to require long-term, as we've always said, long-term it requires Congress to put things in place in a permanent way, especially when it comes to things like energy. But if he were able to turn the economy around and it were to come back, if his spending power comes back, and by the way, I have my doubts about anybody being able to do that after what we've gone through. The border, those are things he can do. We know that for a fact. He can do that on day one. But those are things that's going to, I believe, set people at ease. And he has the possibility, I just want to be very clear, possibility of coming away after a second term of people going, you know what, that wasn't bad at all. We're already seeing it. How many liberals are saying, no, I may not like the guy personally, but I'm voting for him over Biden.
Mark Cuban isn't one of them.
But, if Michael Rappaport, we talked about, Barry Weiss, who is a true journalist and my gosh, at the New York Times, very liberal, and has in recent months written about how she was wrong about Trump and how Trump was right. These are things that you never would have heard in years past. And so it is possible that Trump is settling in, but also that the nation is settling in. And only time will tell. I'm not saying I think this is the case. But if everything is settling in, think about it. If these cases implode, well, first of all, the ballot cases, which weren't that wasn't a major case. That was fairly fresh, actually. But if the other cases kind of implode, if the Fani case just implodes sometime this week or next week, and all that happens, major victories, and all that stuff kind of fades away. Not that the liberals won't be throwing things at him, but it may just be at a point where they've played that card way too often. The American public is done with it, and things settle in. I don't know. I'm just saying possibility.
Yeah, I just mentioned Cuban because he said that he voted for Nikki Haley. But again, Cuban doesn't matter. We remember, Cuban lost any type of credibility with our show and many people when he backed the NBA on their lie that police departments are systemically racist.
Yeah.
He bought into the lie, and that's reprehensible. And I will never forget that he did that.
Right.
You'll never see me. I used to go to Mavs games. You'll never see me there again.
Right.
Not after that.
Right.
Because you're playing the race baiting game with the NBA. And it's like, he probably would say, well, I can't fight against it. Sorry. Eventually you have to come up and say, look, the truth is important.
Yep.
And I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to lie and
Right.
promote something because of my business.
Right. We need to right the wrongs, but that wasn't the case. And, but
Right.
we'll see if
Cuban is way overrated as to the influence that he has.
Especially, by the way, with his team playing their home games just blocks away from where 5 officers were gunned down several years ago in downtown Dallas.
866-90-RED-EYE.
This report is brought to you by Shell Rotella. With advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance. It's not always easy to spring back from the harsh days of winter to warmer months ahead. From de-icing chemicals to hidden debris underneath snow and ice, winter conditions can do serious damage to your truck. Here's a must-do maintenance check to help you minimize downtime and stay rolling. Make sure your fluids are at proper levels ahead of spring. Fluid is to trucks what blood is to the human body. Low fluid can be just as harmful as no fluid, and the damage this will cause to your truck is unavoidable. Pay attention to your engine oil, coolant levels, power steering fluid, transmission fluid, brake fluid, and differential fluid.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
At Motel 6, we'll leave the light on for truckers. Truck parking is available at many of our 1,400 locations. If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/long-haul.
Get ready for the 2024 Mid-America Trucking Show, the largest annual trucking event in the U.S. of A. Register at truckingshow.com. Thursday, March 21st through Saturday, March 23rd at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville, Kentucky. Experience the entire trucking industry with 1 million square feet of exhibits. Visit 1,000 manufacturers, suppliers, and service providers of the U.S. and abroad. Experience the latest trucking technology. Take part in hands-on demonstrations. Learn the latest at the Matt's Pro Talk Seminar Series. Explore career opportunities and more. See elite custom show trucks with nighttime light displays and a parade at the 35th Annual PKY Truck Beauty Championship. Also returning this year is the highly anticipated Big Rig Build-Off, where 4 elite builders will showcase custom truck builds for a chance to win $20,000. The Friday Matt's concert at Freedom Hall in the Kentucky Expo Center will feature the Steel Woods and Tony Justice. Presented by Bennett, Ridge Hall, and Ace Doran. It's the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in Louisville, Kentucky. Register now at truckingshow.com.
Hey folks, this is Jason Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
Accidents, illnesses, heart attacks, strokes. When an emergency strikes, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're here providing emergency care 24/7, including higher levels of emergency health care found in our accredited chest pain center. Emergency care at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski. Count on us. Learn more at southerntnpulaski.com.
Hi, I'm Mark Logston with Flora Mid-South Realty. I'm licensed in both Tennessee and Alabama and would love to help you with all your real estate needs. Give me a call today at 931-345-2499.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or stop by their offices at 1288 First Avenue in Lawrenceburg or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
Call Flora Mid-South Realty.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
It's Friday Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. And so here's Super Tuesday, and this is the president yesterday. Okay, all right, ready for this? Here we go.
Yeah. In fact, some of the small snack companies.
Released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
It's Friday Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. So a lot of the other stuff, with the decision would be judging on hypothetical. And so in the Supreme Court, when they came out, it was 9-0 again on what the actual issue is right now. Because the actual issue is, can a state take Trump off the ballot?
Right.
And no.
Right.
Whether he was charged, convicted, or not charged or convicted, state can't take him off. That's up to Congress to do it. Now, how far that law goes, I actually think it was reasonable that the majority said it's conviction.
Yeah.
You need conviction to do it.
I mean,
and they also talked about the fact that, the case for Trump, can't remove him if he wins in November, you can't remove him either.
Well, this case was about Trump, but this case also is at a time when more polls show him in the lead. And I think that's also the fear of many liberals. What if Trump were president again, and it looks like he might be? Can you imagine what he might do, or judges that agree with him, and blah, blah, blah?
Aw, buddy, listen up. Richie McDonald.
Every little thing that you do, baby, I'm amazed by you.
Larry Stewart.
Dancer was a deacon, every Sunday found him there at the Lighthouse Gospel Church with his hands folded in prayer.
And Tim Rushlow.
God bless Texas with his own hand rock.
The frontmen are voices of some of the biggest songs in country music history, and they'll be appearing live at Tuck's Bar and Grill Sunday, March 24th. Doors open at noon. The show begins at 5. Tickets are $40 and $50 and available at Tuck's Bar and Grill, 4397 Salem Road, Minor Hill, or by calling 931-565-1568. Get your tickets now before they're gone. Tuck's Bar and Grill, 4397 Salem Road, Minor Hill, your place for great music. Come on down and join us for the best live music around.
Are you ready for some home improvements? Or maybe you've been dreaming of creating your own personal oasis in your backyard. This is Donna Rawson with Bank of Frank Ewing, and we want to help make your dreams come true. Call us today at 762-6800 or stop by and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. I look forward to being your friend in banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
When you think Quick Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
With advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Tom Bodette here, thinking about all the goofy stuff you only seem to find at truck stops. Somebody must be buying all those alligator eyeballs that are really just marbles, but I bet they're just delirious from driving all night. Well, if you start to think a bobblehead cow seems like a good investment, wheel on into Motel 6. There's over 1,400 locations and many have truck parking, so you can sleep on it before you buy that commemorative mud flap. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a free CDC-based diabetes prevention program to all Class A over-the-road drivers. This 12-week program utilizes weekly live webinars focusing on nutrition, exercise, stress management, and more. This program focuses on ways drivers can prevent diabetes and its devastating effects. Visit truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab.
You're listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
And he is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Download our Red Eye Radio app today, and you can listen when and where you want. Yeah, this is Biden yesterday, and this is just, it's so poor because, this whole thing that shrinkflation, what they're trying to do is saying all the problems that you have today is because companies are greedy.
Yeah,
it's not the government. This is their attempt, and we knew that's what they were going to attempt to do, but it comes out just horribly.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
But in fact, some of the small snack companies, you won't and think you won't even notice what they're doing. When they charge you just as much for the same size bag of potato chips, only has a hell of a lot fewer chips in it. I'll tell you who did notice, the Cookie Monster. He pointed out his cookies are getting smaller, paying the same price. I was stunned when I found out that's what actually happened.
I don't even know what to say on that one. I mean, and then
so ad lib or somebody wrote it. Either way, it was horrible. I mean, if it was ad lib, I get it because it's Joe Biden. But if somebody wrote that for him, fire them.
Well, what it shows is a lack of seriousness in this administration.
Well,
That's what it shows.
it's equivalent to handing them an ice cream on a global stage.
Yeah. And then this is another one where the press was there, and he actually picks up the mic. It's very low at the beginning, then he picks up the mic and says, "I better not start taking questions. I'll get in trouble." And then everybody gets kicked. It's just horrible optics. Horrible. Here we go.
I have a lot of questions. I better not start the questions. I'll get in trouble.
What's your message for Super Tuesday voters? Everyone, please move this way. Super Tuesday, sir. Do you have a message for voters? Thanks. Come on.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
And then he just He's just in a daze, just looking.
He's just looking around. He's lost.
The optics are absolutely horrible.
Because he's probably being told something directed somehow in his earpiece. And he's probably just waiting for, and he doesn't know what to do. And it's just horrible. And by the way, well, I better not, because I'll get in trouble.
Yep.
Once again, they told me not to. There's a reason they're telling him not to.
And here it is, according to the New York Times. Joe Biden is pushing his aides to let him be himself ahead of the 2024 election, staffers and people close to the president told the New York Times. As Biden battles concerns about his age, the president and those around him are considering a new strategy that would involve, I can't make this crap up, would involve letting Joe be Joe and interact with the American people more frequently. According to the New York Times, as part of that strategy, the White House has worked on getting Biden outside of Washington, D.C., to participate in one-on-one experiences with voters and engage on social media. I have been saying for several months to the campaign, please let him be Joe Biden. And so have many others, Democratic Delaware Senator Chris Coons told the outlet. Wow.
By the way, that's a horrible idea. What you're thinking of is the Joe Biden from 20 years ago, or even 10, 15 years ago. That's what you're thinking of. Let him just be Scranton Joe, a man of the people. He doesn't know who any of the people are, even those he already knows.
I like the part that said he believes that if he can be Joe and he goes out and attacks Trump, that Trump will respond to him and Trump will lose it.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow.
So I noticed yesterday during the day, I was waiting for, it was about noon our time. I was waiting for AP to call all of the races. They seem to be on it like so quick. Polls closed now. Trump won. Biden won. You and I talked about the visit to the border. And, you know, I said, well, why not have the photo op be a sit down with the current U.S. Border Patrol chief, Jason Owens, the sector chief, a sit down at a table with some other agents. By the way, things that Trump has done. It's more than just optics. The point of the optics is you want to send the message that you care. Now, we already know Joe caused all of this, and so he doesn't care. But I did notice yesterday that the White House and the liberal media were putting out more footage of that little walk he took with the Border Patrol chief, the current Border Patrol chief, Jason Owens. And what was interesting is Joe put his arm around the chief and, you know, just kind of patted him on the shoulder, said something to him, you know, and kind of smiled. And the Border Patrol chief didn't smile much in return. And I thought, the body language here is very telling. And I think it's probably because the Border Patrol chief is very nervous. When Raul Ortiz, you and I saw it, there is that, you know, moment a couple of times, I think, when the former Border Patrol chief, Raul Ortiz, who I know, went down to the border, and there was some feedback, very blunt feedback from agents when he was there. You know, you got to help us, you got to do this, you know, we need your help, that kind of thing. And Jason Owens is probably dealing with the same thing. You know, I mean, clearly he's going to be going back to D.C., but you've got to go to the border. You've got to talk to the sector chiefs. You've got to also talk to the union heads. In fact, you don't have to talk to them. You just listen because they're going to come to you. And in that moment, I thought to myself, well, there's a guy who's going to have a reckoning here if he hasn't already had it. You know, he's going to hear from the agents, look, this is what we need. Or he already knows it because the problem is just so bad and the agents are resigned to the, you know, I mean, look, they're following orders. We got to process. We're rubber stampers now. That's all we do.
Getting back to the president and what he was saying there about prices and that the inflation that we see, because what he's saying is the inflation we see today is simply corporate greed.
Yeah,
government has been trying to help, and that's the whole. Yeah, and by the way, the public isn't going to buy it. They didn't. The latest polls, they don't buy it, but. Wall Street Journal, the Biden strike force is coming for you. The White House on Tuesday previewed what sure is to be a theme of President Biden's State of the Union address on Thursday by announcing a new interagency task force to crack down on unfair and illegal pricing. Well, and they write, how about rolling back burdensome government regulation that's raising prices? The administration's new strike force, led by the Justice Department and the Federal Trade Commission, will stop illegal corporate behavior and price hikes on American family through anti-competitive, unfair, deceptive, and fraudulent business practices. A press release said Mr. Biden went off on a similar riff in last year's State of the Union to target what he calls junk fees. And you saw we'll get to this later on, what he wants to do by executive order on late fees for banks, take them from an average of $32 as a late fee to $8. On cue, the White House Council of Economic Advisors on Tuesday said the administration's actions are already yielding billions of dollars in savings for Americans. Most don't see this when they pay their bills.
Right, exactly.
While inflation has moderated, prices for services and food in particular continue to rise faster than they did before President Biden entered office. Businesses are also increasingly tacking on charges, which the administration doesn't like, but most aren't unfair or illegal in any way. Such fees have proliferated under Mr. Biden because business costs have increased. One way businesses passed on cost to consumers is charging more for different products and services. As even the CEA acknowledges, in the absence of these fees, businesses would likely raise their advertised prices to some degree. That's the Council of Economic Advisors. The real point of the president's new price strike force isn't to help consumers, but to blame business for the price increases. It's political deflection. Hence, the FTC, Justice, and Department of Health and Human Services on Tuesday launched a sweeping investigation into the impact of corporate greed in health care, with a focus on private equity firms. That old Democratic punching bag, corporate greed. Private equity firms have increasingly acquired physician practices, which provides a competitive counterweight to large hospitals and health insurers. While consolidation can raise health care prices, the culprit isn't greed, it's government regulation. As we've written, Obamacare's medical loss ratio caps health insurer profits. The regulation has spurred insurers to acquire pharmacy benefit managers and providers which aren't subject to government price and profit controls. To gain more leverage with big insurers, physician practices and other providers have bulked up with the help of private equity. Independent physicians are also struggling financially because Medicaid and Medicare, which covers about 40% of the U.S. population, typically reimburse below their cost of care and doesn't cover their overhead. This makes buyout offers by hospitals, insurers, and private equity firms attractive. Meanwhile, the administration's regulatory juggernaut is pushing up prices. Securities and Exchange Commission Chair Gary Gensler is targeting the zero-commission trading model. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rules limiting bank overdraft and credit card late fees will reduce the availability of free checking. The Biden presidency is becoming more expensive for Americans by the day, and what they will do is they will increase prices more, and they will take away options that people have. We saw it with the credit card bill of rights when the Democrats put that in, over a decade ago?
Yep.
And what happened? Within 3 to 4 months of that happening, 8 million people lost the ability. Their credit cards were pulled from them. Sorry, we can't make money off you. You're gone. And what was their choice?
Payday loans.
Payday loans.
They popped up everywhere. And then liberals went crazy about that. These are predatory loans, and you guys came in and destroyed their credit. So if you're going to do this, great. It's going to cost everybody. There's no way it doesn't. I was the part you were reading about smaller health clinics and practices, medical practices. I actually have somebody in my family who's taking over a medical practice for a doctor who's been in business for a long time, and it's very real. I haven't asked her directly about it, but I've heard through the family that, it's very tough. It's expensive. And the government squeezes more and more just through regulation. And we're not going to pay this. We're not going to pay. Well, we talked about it. We hit it the other day on Obamacare. Oh, we didn't cut Medicare. We just quit paying the doctors.
Well, it was it went viral a couple of weeks ago, and we challenged it because we actually did research on it, and it was saying, look at all these companies. Walmart made $155 billion in profits last year.
Right,
it's a complete lie. They made $11 billion.
Right,
and when you look at their profit margin,
right,
their profit margin was, I believe everyone was under 7%, which is the average of the profit margin in the United States.
Right.
So, but it didn't matter. It's like just put it out that all these incredible. Doesn't matter whether you lie now. Watch the lies start about what corporate profits are.
Well, absolutely, and also be careful when you see someone list it and they don't have a source.
Yes,
like even a story. Not that you can trust all the news media, but something linked to where you can actually at least. They have a basis for what they're claiming. Well, a lot of that went viral about that was just people just listing things that weren't true.
866-90 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
DTNA Parts, the one-stop solution for Freightliner and Western Star trucks and the people who drive, manage, and care for them. With more than 900 locations and seamless online shopping through Accelerator, DTNA Parts keep trucks singing and businesses humming. For a customized experience, speedy delivery, and comprehensive selection of over 175,000 quality truck parts, go to DTNAparts.com. DTNA Parts. Parts that move you.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at redeyeradioshow.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Todd Dills, editor of Overdrive, with a big congrats here to owner-operator Jay Hosty, current reigning champ as our Trucker of the Year. For the rest of you, join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show March 22nd for a chance to meet Jay and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs, to stay choosy about freight, a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years in business. Meanwhile, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. You can do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker. Top truck.
Did you know that Rent Right in Lawrenceburg has a service department? They do, and they are waiting to serve you. When you are invested in making sure your equipment stays in great working condition for years to come, you need knowledge and skill you can count on. Whether it's warranty work or day-to-day maintenance, Rent Right has you covered. Rent Right is proud to carry a wide selection of parts and accessories in stock, and if they don't, their knowledgeable parts staff are happy to find it for you. They are committed to making sure you get the maximum value you demand from your hustler. Rent Right staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Give them a call or stop by and talk to their qualified parts staff to help determine just what you need. That's Rent Right, located at 721 Buffalo Road in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, 931-213-7654. Come on down to Rent Right. We can help you out.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Striker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Striker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Striker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Hurley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Coming up, we'll take a look at some of the results of Super Tuesday and what that means. I was surprised in Texas. I think Trump won. It was like 78-79 last I saw, 79-16 for Haley, and then there were other candidates that were still listed in there on that particular ballot. But Texas being an open primary, I didn't think it would be that huge of a lead.
Oh, you're surprised that he got that huge of a lead?
That he got 7, he got 78. I mean,
that's a good point.
He dominated,
right?
And which means,
because we see in the other blue states where she does well in the blue states.
Right.
Texas isn't a blue state, but even still, with an open primary, you could have had a lot of Democrats show up, and it wasn't as many, at least as you expected, and I think that's a good point. I probably expected less. I haven't done the math, but it would stand to reason. By the way, that was one of the propositions on our ballot.
Yes,
is to change it to where you would have to register as a Republican to vote in the Republican primary. So in our state, so we'll see where those things go. But Trump doing very well, and the whole thing about the liberal media making a big deal about Vermont. She can win 3 Vermonts tonight. She's not going to be the nominee.
Top of the Hour News is brought to you by House Products. Visit houseproducts.com.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Are you a trucker struggling with IRS problems? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has a full team of CPAs, enrolled agents, and tax attorneys who are ready to fight for you and resolve your tax matters. They'll file any missing tax returns for you.
And if you owe money to the IRS, Allies Tax Relief will negotiate your debt, protect your wages from being garnished, and keep your bank accounts from being levied.
Before calling Allies Tax Relief, I feared the IRS would take all of my assets. I owed them over $562,000. Thankfully, I was referred to Allies and called them for help. Allies negotiated my giant tax debt to an unbelievable $1,500.
For your free consultation, call 800-214-6871. That's 800-214-6871. Or go to AlliesTaxRelief.com.
Eric Harley for Valley Chrome Plating. Drivers, are you looking to outshine everyone rolling down the road? Look no further than Valley Chrome Plating, your one-stop shop for premium chrome and stainless bumpers, plus a huge inventory of stainless accessories for all makes and models. Valley Chrome will always outshine and outlast the competition. Their products are made with the highest manufacturing standards, made right here in the USA. Family-owned and operated, Valley Chrome Plating has been putting the shine on America since 1961. Check out valleychrome.com today, valleychrome.com.
Hey everybody, it's Todd Dills here, editor of Overdrive, urging any owner-operator who hears this to take a close look at our Trucker of the Year competition for 2024. Ongoing for owner-operators of up to 3 trucks. If you've controlled cost in a time of huge inflationary pressures and with demand on the decline in many segments, you're no doubt a worthy contender. Nominate yourself or the singular successful owner-operator you've admired for solid business via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker. And here's a big congrats to owner-operator Jay Hosty, the current reigning champ as Overdrive's Trucker of the Year. Join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 22nd in Louisville for a chance to meet owner-operator Hosty and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs. Do that, and you can stay choosy about freight. It's been a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years now in business. Like I said, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. Do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free flu, pneumonia, and shingles vaccine vouchers for all uninsured over-the-road truck drivers with a current Class A CDL. Vaccine vouchers can be used at any Walgreens or Kroger store. A copy of your Class A CDL is required with your voucher to receive your vaccine. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to get your voucher today. Again, that's truckersfund.org.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is a Fox News Alert, taking a victory lap. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Former President Trump calls it a great evening as he celebrates 12 primary victories on Super Tuesday, losing only Vermont to Nikki Haley and waiting on results from Alaska and Utah.
We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity. And it's going to happen very quickly.
President Biden with a nearly clean sweep of the Democratic primaries, losing only the one in the territory of the American Samoa.
President Biden's projected to win Democratic primaries in Massachusetts, Vermont, North Carolina, Virginia, and more. The president issued a statement Super Tuesday night warning that former President Trump is determined to destroy our democracy.
Fox's Jill Nato. Super Tuesday's vast number of delegates won't cement the nomination for either party, but it puts President Biden and former President Trump on a nearly certain path for a rematch in November. In the U.S. Senate race in California, former baseball star Steve Garvey wins the Republican nomination.
What you are all feeling tonight is what it's like to hit a walk-off home run. Kind of like San Diego in '84.
In November, he'll take on Democratic winner Congressman Adam Schiff, who thanked supporters.
You helped us build the biggest grassroots campaign for Senate in California history, and I cannot thank you enough.
The two will compete for the late Senator Dianne Feinstein's seat. In North Carolina, it will be GOP Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson versus Democratic State Attorney General Josh Stein in the governor's race in November. And on Wall Street, big tech stocks dragged down the indexes from their recent records. The Dow dived 404 points, the Nasdaq down 268. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for my brand new podcast, Perino on Politics. Listeners of Everything Will Be Okay will gravitate toward this podcast too. Every Monday, I'm going to talk to people I trust in politics as they tell me what they're seeing and thinking in the 2024 election cycle. As they prep me to cover the upcoming election, they'll prep you, the voters, too. Make sure you subscribe to this series on FoxNewsPodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts and leave a rating and review.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey there, it's me, Kennedy. Make sure to check out my podcast, Kennedy Saves the World. It is 5 days a week. Every week, we check in with Jimmy Fallon, bring in authors for the book club, and even treat some of your favorite Fox personalities to a very special happy hour. Download and listen at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast.
Kennedy Saves the World. America's listening to Fox News.
House Republicans shining a spotlight on crime committed by migrants who have entered the U.S. illegally.
The murder of Laken Riley sparked the House to act. Republicans are working on a bill to prevent illegal immigrants from committing other misdeeds. There's a plan to force the detention of illegal immigrants if they have brushes with the law. The problem in the Riley case, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says the feds need help from local police if they know someone who poses a threat. But DHS was unaware of issues with murder suspect Jose Ibarra. Police cited him for shoplifting and arrested Ibarra for endangering a child.
Fox's Chad Pergram. Police on New York's Long Island discovering yet more body parts.
Body parts found on opposite sides of Southard's Pond Park in the village of Babylon belong to a 53-year-old male and a 59-year-old female. This according to police, who also found more remains believed to be theirs on Tuesday in a wooded area in West Babylon and at Bethpage State Park. Police are not releasing the names of the victims pending family notification, but did say they both lived at the same address in Yonkers. Neighbors tell us there was another active scene on Railroad Avenue in Amityville on Monday night that continued into Tuesday. Police raided this two-story home in search of human remains possibly connected to these disturbing discoveries. Sources say arrests have been made.
Jody Goldberg with Fox 5 New York. A temporary ceasefire may be on the horizon between Israel and Hamas.
What we're looking for and what we want, temporary ceasefire for about 6 weeks. That'll allow us to get more aid in and, more importantly, get all those hostages back with their families where they belong and reduce the violence. That's the deal on the table.
National Security Council advisor John Kirby. This as the U.S. forces drop another round of humanitarian aid on Gaza. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Hey, Cletus.
Yeah, Otis.
Reckon how them old boys at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty sell so many properties around here?
Well, I reckon it has a lot to do with their advertising and marketing.
Well, what does that mean?
It means they figure out how to put properties like ours in front of thousands of buyers by putting pictures and videos on these specialty websites designed just for rural properties, and then them folks with computers can look at them.
What if they're like me and don't have one of them pewters?
Them old boys got that figured out too. They also advertise in newspapers, magazines, and even have a big old color catalog they can send to folks all over the world. Heck, they even got us advertising for them here on this radio. If y'all thinking about selling, give them a call at 931-244-4174. You'll be glad you did. And remember, if they can find Bigfoot, they can find you a buyer.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
It's the Super Tuesday hangover. Really wasn't that super, to be honest with you. We all knew what was going to happen.
The morning after.
In all of this. What I find really interesting when you look at the vote total. For example, in because one of the things we always talk about is what is the excitement level,
right?
And when I was looking at Texas, for example, and one of the problems is you don't know how many people are going out and voting for Nikki Haley,
right?
But the fact is, since Trump won, and I'm using Texas here, roughly almost 79 to 15 or 16 for Nikki Haley. It's like, oh, okay. If somebody did vote Republican that was a Democrat or an independent or whatever, it looks like they won for Trump. It doesn't look like the protest vote, because you and I talked about that. Will there be in some states people that Republicans that wish it was somebody else but Trump? Maybe they wanted DeSantis or whatever, and so in order to have a protest vote, they vote for Nikki Haley.
Right.
And how many Democrats will cross, because it's an open primary here, didn't seem to happen in Texas based on the numbers and based on what Trump won. So then the next thing I looked at was, okay, what was the total number of Democrats that came out to vote versus Republicans? For example, in the state of Texas, where, remember, Ted Cruz just a couple of years ago barely squeaked by Beto. Remember how close that race was?
Yeah.
Way over 2-1 Republicans to Democrats coming out to vote in Texas.
Interesting.
And now these are just rounded numbers, but roughly 2.1 million Republicans came out, 800,000 Democrats in Texas.
Wow.
And that was, when I saw that, I went, whoa. And then you look at Massachusetts, for example, about 50-50. About the same number of Republicans came out as Democrats in a hugely Democrat state.
Right.
And let me just very quickly here. And Trump won, basically 60 to 37. Okay, is what he won, 60% to 37. Now, you look at that, and I don't know, is Massachusetts an open? Let me just check here. I don't know. Didn't even look at that open primary state here. Okay, that's.
It says here, at least one source saying, it is.
Okay. All right. Well, she may have benefited from that in Massachusetts. So,
we talked about that, hit on that earlier. She's doing better in blue states.
Right.
Especially where there's an open primary.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. And so, but you look at, remember, just a couple of years ago, remember Democrats talking about the fact we're going to flip Texas?
Oh, yeah. 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 I mean, part of that was kind of carried through with that race between Beto and Ted Cruz.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, what did Abbott win last time by?
Oh,
9?
Yeah.
Or was it?
I don't remember.
I thought it was, yeah. But it's interesting when you look at that. What were people thinking? This from Fox Business. Voters are headed to the polls on the biggest primary election day. This was before it all happened. With one issue in particular on top of the minds, the state of the U.S. economy. About 1/3 of Americans think that economic problems are the most important issue facing the country today, according to a monthly poll published by Gallup. Now, we know other polls have showed that it's, the border. That includes 12% of voters who are worried about the economy in general, 11% who identify the high cost of living and ongoing inflation crisis as a top platform, as a top problem in the country. Another 3% expressed concern about the steep federal budget deficit, while 2% said taxes. So, as you can see, 3% concerned about the federal budget deficit, which means Americans don't care.
Right. Right.
Because you should care about the federal deficit, because that's the reason that we have inflation. That's one of the reasons of government attempting to manipulate the market as to why we have inflation.
In 22, Greg Abbott with 54.8% of the votes, and Beto with 43.9.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
11, 10. Okay.
Right at 11.
So,
and by the way, I mean, I was going to say, my gosh, in such a short period of time, so much has changed. But there was a lot going on. I mean, if you look at the 22 election, we talk about freeze apocalypse and everything else, and the hit that the incumbent, Greg Abbott, was going to take, likely. In part, it wasn't going to cost him the election, but that was a big deal. But, the sentiment would be different now, of course, and it changes. It's the ebb and flow of the political landscape. And now with the fight of the century for the southern border, and Greg Abbott being a big part of that, he might fare better, and freeze apocalypse being further in our rearview mirror, maybe. We'll see next time around. But it is interesting because when you said that to me in the top of the hour, you were crunching numbers. I was going down the hall to get some coffee, singing some Ozzy Osbourne, and I came back and you were, you said, look, because we were so interested in what it takes to motivate people, to get them to the polls. And, this is just the primary, but it is a big deal. And we're only in March, but there's so much that is changing right now that it has the makings of a big day for Trump, November 5th. We'll see if it holds. But with the shift, you look at the polls, especially the February polls and early March polls. I mean, as of the first week of February or so, I'll have to go back to RCP, but I think that's where I was when I was breaking that down during a break earlier. When you look at those, that's where that turn, those numbers started to become clear. And there's so much going on. The border, as you and I said, after Christmas last year, at the end of the year, we said, look, after Christmas, reality is going to hit. Because you had economists going, well, people are spending a lot on Christmas and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the credit card bill is going to come due. And credit card debt, personal debt, revolving account debt is at an all-time high. And then you have your delinquencies also going up. That means people are underwater. And you don't need us to tell you that. And especially after the first of the year, that was going to start changing because you're back to life. You're not buying from the wish list anymore. You're buying now. It's back to the necessities and having to make cuts and changes like a lot of people do. You and I have talked about it before, I think, off the air, maybe on the air, where, once a year, especially as you start prepping to get your tax stuff together, you kind of organize your stuff and then look at your spending habits, look at this and that, and everybody goes through that. In January and February, the mindset changes. And it's not good right now because of the spending power. And we saw the inflation numbers where prices are still going up. And that's a problem. And that's not going to turn around. We can say, well, it's just the first week of March. That's true. But tell us what changes the sentiment in the other direction.
I'm looking here at North Carolina, where the total number of people that voted Republican was over 1 million, about a 1,040,000. And for the Democrats, roughly 690,000 people came out.
Right.
When you look, Trump himself got 790,000 votes, almost 790,000 votes. And both Biden and Williamson, Biden and no preference, got roughly 690. So Nikki Haley got 23.3% of the Republican vote. What is interesting here is, and I don't know how many of those that voted for Nikki Haley are Democrats that crossed over to do that. But when you look here at the exit polling in North Carolina, check this out, 85% of Nikki Haley voters approve of President Joe Biden as commander-in-chief. 85% in the exit polling. Only 18% of Haley voters disapproved of Biden, while 78% of voters supporting former President Donald Trump disapproved of Biden. And it's interesting when you look at it, when you look at it, you can see clearly a ton of Democrats voted, which, number one, again, it's tough because you can't break it down here at the moment.
Right.
You can't break that down exactly what it was. But it says one thing in these states where Nikki Haley might have only gotten 7% of the vote and got 20%. That you have, as the Democrats have talked about, they want Trump to run.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you have a ton, or you have, I won't say a ton, you have a significant portion of Democrats in these open primaries that are crossing, and they're voting for Nikki Haley because they're scared to death of Trump becoming president.
Yeah, right.
Or they're scared to death of Biden. And so what the point is, I don't know, because if you vote for Haley, the polls show she does better against Biden. So you wonder, what is the purpose of somebody, a Democrat, crossing over to do that? What is the purpose of it? A lot of times in the past, there's been a purpose, for somebody doing that. What is the purpose of a Democrat crossing over?
No, that's a great question. That's a great point, too. You look at it and...
Emotional rage.
Well, emotional rage, but because you look at it as, all right, you bring up the words protest vote. But in this case, protest against Biden, right? If a liberal is crossing over...
Is that a protest against Biden? I don't know.
That's I have to, throw that out as one of the columns of possibilities, right? But then you look at it and say, okay, is it not so much about Biden, but the fact that, man, the far left has gone way too far, and I'm done, but I'm not going as far as Trump.
But they will in the general.
Because it's the binary choice. I mean, we might see a few for RFK Jr., but it's going to be a few.
That you just made the point right there. Why are they? Is the Nikki Haley vote an anti-Trump vote of Republicans? Which it probably is. There are some Republicans,
some probably
without question, that would do that. But when we talk about Democrats crossing over in these open primaries, what's the point you're trying to make to the Republican Party?
Right.
If you're a Democrat and you're crossing over and voting for Haley, is that just another protest? Is that just an uncommitted vote that you see from Democrats in these primaries?
Saying I can't support my own party on this?
Right. I can't support my own party. I can't support Trump, but I'll support Haley. Well, how many of those people by the time we get to November will say, I think I'll pull the lever for Trump?
Well, because at that point, what would be the point in the general election? You can send a message during the primary. It's a very different vote in November. Philip Klein writes, it was always at National Review a few hours ago. It never stopped being Donald Trump's party. One paragraph basically that sums it up in the center of this, again, at National Review. It is now taken as obvious that the sympathy for Trump stemming from multiple indictments put the nomination out of reach for anybody else. But the fact that the reflex among Republican voters was to totally rally behind him suggests that they never truly left him in the first place. It's hard to know, but I would say that, look, he had his base, and I would argue that actually his base regrew, because this wasn't like momentum. I mean, we're seeing momentum in the polls in the head-to-head, but his base was there, and it was solid, I don't think that ever went away. As far as the party is concerned, yeah, I'll leave that to November 5th.
866-90 Red Eye.
Brought to you by FPPF, Fuel Power Max.
Most owner-operators leased to larger carriers are paid on a per-mile basis or a percentage of revenue per load. The per-mile basis is most prevalent among larger fleets. Percentage at smaller. Pay per mile tends to dominate discussions about pay just because it's easier to measure, and pay per mile often is wrongly used as the deciding factor in leasing to a carrier. While pay per mile can be a vital factor, it's not a cure for every ill, nor does it mean a big settlement check is coming an owner-operator's way. Why? Because pay per mile always must be considered in balance with gross revenue as well as total costs. Gross revenue can include flat mileage pay that varies by length of haul, percentage revenue pay, and more. Most importantly, though, for every revenue dollar generated, only part of that dollar is profit. But for every extra dollar of cost saved, the entire dollar contributes to profit. Knowing and understanding your cost to operate is fundamental to understanding the true value of any pay package. Owner-Operator Business 101 is provided by Overdrive's Partners in Business program. Go to overdriveonline.com to the Partners in Business section of the website for more details on this and many other topics. Brought to you by Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Coming up, more with Gary McNamara and Eric Harley. It's Red Eye Radio.
Check out all the latest in news, events, trucking information, and podcasts at Red Eye Radio's website at rediradioshow.com. That's rediradioshow.com.
When you drive a truck, pride makes its way into everything you do, including how you take care of your engine. If you want to treat your truck right, Shell Rotella is the only heavy-duty engine oil for the job. You'll get unrivaled protection and performance, plus up to $40 in digital gift cards when you buy today. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. Ends May 15, 2024. Terms apply. See rotella.com/rewards for details.
Progressive Commercial presents Long-Haul Dramas. The night covered Dale's rig in a blanket of darkness. I think it was dusk. Suddenly, a detour appeared, and Dale was left with no way to his destination.
Just took the detour and I made the delivery on time.
What a nightmare.
That was fine.
Truckers don't have time for drama. That's why Progressive Commercial offers specialty coverage for heavy trucks, like primary liability limits up to $2 million. Get a quote at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Get ready for the 2024 Mid-America Trucking Show, the largest annual trucking event in the U.S. of A. Register at TruckingShow.com. Thursday, March 21st through Saturday, March 23rd at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville, Kentucky. Experience the entire trucking industry with 1 million square feet of exhibits. Visit 1,000 manufacturers, suppliers, and service providers of the U.S. and abroad. Experience the latest trucking technology. Take part in hands-on demonstrations. Learn the latest at the MATS Pro Talk Seminar Series. Explore career opportunities and more. See elite custom show trucks with nighttime light displays and a parade at the 35th Annual PKY Truck Beauty Championship. Also returning this year is the highly anticipated Big Rig Build-Off, where 4 elite builders will showcase custom truck builds for a chance to win $20,000. The Friday MATS concert at Freedom Hall in the Kentucky Expo Center will feature the Steel Woods and Tony Justice. Presented by Bennett, Ridge Hall, and Ace Doran. It's the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in Louisville, Kentucky. Register now at TruckingShow.com.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities, where your dream floor is just a visit away.
Join us every Friday evening from 5 to 6 p.m. for an exciting new program called Free Speech News.
Here on WDXE.
Brought to you by Chris Morris
and Lawrence Sutton, where we will discuss 2 things you are not supposed to talk about: politics and religion. Where we are not politically correct, but biblically correct, and we will bring you the truth in news.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise, and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm gonna do that.
You should.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. You know, I just saw this as we just talk about, where the momentum is. And clearly the momentum over the last month or so has been fully going for Trump, as we have seen. I just found this really interesting. The Des Moines Register poll that was 225 through 228. This is a likely voter poll. Wow. Trump up on Biden 48-33 plus 15. He won Iowa in 2020 by 8. Now, the difference is you have a lot of registered voter polls that are still out there right now. Likely voters polls, you're going to start seeing a lot more as you get into the summer because they change from registered voters to likely voters, which is perceived as being, which I say perceived because it all depends still on your method of polling. But it's perceived as being more accurate, which is why they go to likely voters at that point. And so if that's, again, we don't look at these one individual poll as a gospel, as political gospel, but it does show momentum. And I'm going back through all the polling and wow. Through all the polling, and there is no 15-point lead that he's ever had. Wow. Closest was 11. Wow.
A moment in real estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time. And nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and to be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
When minutes matter, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're here providing emergency care 24/7. We constantly monitor ER wait times to ensure prompt treatment so you get diagnosed, treated, and back home as soon as possible. Emergency care at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. Count on us when minutes matter. Learn more at southerntnlawrenceburg.com.
When thinking about buying or selling a home, it's kind of like baseball.
It's important to know all the players and to have all the bases covered.
Now, what's the guy's name on first base? Now, what is on second? I'm not asking you who's on second. Who is on first? I don't know.
Finding a realtor that you can count on and trust to help you in every inning of the game
Will also help you knock it out of the park.
Hi, I'm Holly.
And I'm Nathan with Florida Mid-South Realty, and together we are the Cabins Home Team.
Let us help you get a home run with buying or selling your home.
Give us a call at 931-345-2406.
Join the conversation using the Shell Rotella hotline, 866-907-3339. Red Eye Radio at Shell Rotella. What matters is inside.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. If you've logged as many highway miles as me, you've seen billboards claiming the world's best something or other, like the world's best peach pie, chicken gravy pancakes, or the world's best or least worst truck stop bathroom. Well, believe me when I say the world's best night stay is at a Motel 6. Many even have truck parking for all you world's best drivers out there. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you. So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund's Rigs Without SIGs program is a free tobacco cessation program available to all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Rigs Without SIGs participants receive free tools to help them quit, along with support and accountability from a certified tobacco cessation specialist. To learn more, you can go to truckersfund.org and look under the Health and Wellness tab and sign up today. That's truckersfund.org.
More listeners not now than now, depending on when now is. Red Eye Radio.
Yep. And he is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Here we are. You know, we're just, what are we, 8 months out now?
We're 8 months
from,
out.
You know, from the election, which is a long time, and a lot of things can happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, to cover this election. You know, I know a talk show host who recently quit. You know, the business, saying just didn't want to go through another Biden-Trump presidency.
Right.
And you and I have always looked at that and go, you out of your mind?
This is the greatest time to be in our business. It just is.
If you're in talk radio, you live for these kind of moments, and I wish the moments weren't here.
I wish the
that's
problems weren't
right.
here.
But that's beyond anything that I can do about it. I can't
that's not in our control.
I can't control. You can't control what happens as a nation. We can comment on it, and we can say this is wrong and that's what you do. In fact, if you believe in the United States of America, and if you're unhappy with both candidates or all candidates or both parties, then say so and be specific on it.
Well,
we
yeah,
do.
Well,
that's what we do
look,
when we're.
If you've been listening to the show for any amount of time, then you know that I don't have a problem criticizing somebody that I voted for. I think we should all do that. If they do something that you believe that you're against, I may vote for that person again, but that's not even the point. The point is that they're public servants. This is the time to have the conversation. One of our great listeners, was on X and posted, can't wait to hear the show tonight. I'm as giddy as our 4 listeners are, and
really?
Sorry,
the ratings went up.
I know it's 3, but it's election night. We can fudge the numbers, and I really am. I know you are too. We've talked about this. It's like, oh man, chomping at the bit, and because this is the time, because we are at this crossroads. I really believe this. Every election cycle is critical. We talked about the national debt, the story that came out of how fast the national debt is growing. And if that's to hold, my gosh.
$1 trillion every 100 days.
That's
over the last 3 cycles.
Right. And if that holds, if that pace holds, then that cliff is coming a lot sooner and the ride is over. The time is right now to have these conversations. Now, I don't know how you change the mindset of an American public, most of whom seem to care zero about the national debt, our audience notwithstanding.
But at the same time that it's not high, their number one issue has been inflation, which the cause of inflation
is overspending.
And Fed policy,
right?
The same thing. But the Fed policy, the reason that we printed money to buy our own debt was so you could keep interest rates down.
Right.
The whole Fed policy was keeping interest rates down so we could have more debt and don't have to pay the interest rate on it.
Right.
So everything of the government policy that has caused inflation is because of debt.
Yeah.
And the American public, well, national debt is with the rest of the problems. And you can see, well, the economy and inflation is number one. The national debt is way down there. Well, they're one and the same.
They're one and the same. And this cliff event, and it will be that. We will get to a point where we can no longer service the interest on the national debt.
That'll be a while,
but we will get there, because I'm convinced, because right now there's no political will to talk about it at all.
No, I know.
Who was it? Was it Rick Scott that brought up something? That brought up
Senator
something.
Tuberville the other day.
Well, Tuberville did, but I mean, it was last year sometime. Some Republican brought up, well, we got to,
Rick Scott. It was
Rick Scott, and I can't remember specifically what it was, but austerity in general.
Right.
And we were like, dude, you're not going to, not that we disagree with him, but that's a political loser.
Well, just like right now, when you look at it's not even a huge issue right now, because it's like it's been going on and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's continuing resolutions again.
Yeah.
This Friday to everything's being kicked down the road again.
Right.
Hey, we told you it wasn't McCarthy.
It's not. It wasn't going to the new boss, same as the old boss, and that's this is the and the fact of the matter is, those people are again the public servants, and they're doing the will of the American people. If we all, as a nation, stood up and said no more, then they would hear us loud and clear.
I think it was Nancy.
We're not saying that.
Nancy Mace, Representative Mace, who came out the other day and just said, well, we've got to give Johnson leeway here because there's a lot of problems that we face when it comes to when it comes to spending and everything else, and it's like, well, yeah, because you can't be kicking out your speaker every 2 months because of continuing resolutions,
right?
Because the Republicans know, they've done the research,
right?
They know that Americans, even though Americans claim that they care about the debt and they hate the fact that the debt causes inflation, that really they don't want to stop the debt. Well, because if you're going to stop the debt, you're going to have to cut.
Yeah.
But then again, it's like, whether it's you see Biden out there screaming, that the Republicans are going to destroy and change Social Security. And so Trump comes out and says, we don't touch Social Security and Medicare. So that's where both parties are. Right. You have no choice. And then we're sold this delusion by the same two parties, including the Republican Party, that we can solve this problem by getting rid of wasteful spending and foreign aid.
The influence of delusion instead of the illusion of influence.
Exactly. And it's all a pile of horse manure.
Well, it is.
That's how bad it is. But both parties' leadership will not tell you the truth.
Well, and this is the problem too. I said it yesterday during a break. I was kind of walking out of the studio, and I said, the problem is that regardless of what Trump may want to do as president, if he's to win, the bigger problem right now is the Republican Party. And I was thinking to myself, my gosh, can we bring back Drain the Swamp, the original Drain the Swamp? But that's not going to happen. We're too late in the game. But John Cornyn, the other Texas senator, several hours ago, I don't know, it was roughly probably 8:30 local time here in Texas, posting on X, congratulations to former President Trump on his victories tonight, and then wrote something about bringing all of us conservatives together. And I thought, because the talk is that Cornyn may be the at least the GOP leader. We'll see if they get the majority in the Senate. But he's, he could be the heir apparent to Mitch McConnell. And when I see him standing there with Susan Collins, it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. And he's from Texas. And this is why the conversations are important. If you don't want to be a part of the conversation anymore, okay, I get it. But it's more important, more vibrant now, more critical now than ever. And you and I have talked about it. If we didn't have these microphones, we'd still be having the conversation somewhere. Because hearts and minds have to change. Something is going to have to, look, the border, that's the reality. That's going to change. That's the American people saying, we're done with this. Inflation, but you still have to make the connection. Again, by the way, during the expanded child tax credit, at the end of that 6-month period, the American people the polls showed, look, we can't keep this up. They know, but now they put the blinders on again. Way too many people.
And Republicans are doing the same thing with Democrats, agreeing to expand it again.
Well, and the editorial board at the Wall Street Journal on certain things, it was like the one article they wrote, it's like, what is going on?
We said, have they been hijacked?
Someone has hacked in to their account and posted this online. One of their liberal reporters or something. It was just bizarre. Because we have to get down to the values. Conservative, liberal, blah, 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 blah. Because I don't know what the if you're going to give somebody a merit badge as a mediocre Boy Scout, you made Eagle Boy Scout, very good Boy Scout. For a Boy Scout, I was a pretty decent guitar player. If we were to have a merit badge, I don't know, by today's standards, you and I have done this before, what would earn you that conservative badge, because it's kind of all over the place if you look at social media. But if we get down to the principles, the ideas, you and I have always adhered to the ideas. The people come and go. The words can change, but the fact of the matter is the ideas remain. And we absolutely must get on top of things. And our national debt has the potential to bring us to our knees and bring in the enemy and all enemies who essentially want to take advantage of that. And the liberals don't have a problem with it. It's something they've been trying to do for a long, long time. They don't have a problem eating away at the fundamental principles of this nation. We talked about it yesterday and have talked about it to no end on the Constitution.
Yeah. It's a slam dunk. I saw where somebody on CNN said, well, the Supreme Court voted on a technicality. And who was it? It was Jonathan Turley goes, technicality?
Technicality?
You're talking about taking something that states don't have any business being involved in and making the claim that they do. Right. And the Supreme Court saying, no, the Constitution's absolutely clear here. This is delegated to Congress, not to the states. He goes, if that's a technicality, it's a hell of a large technicality.
Well, it's like saying, look, the Constitution, it's just words.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just a bunch of technical items in there.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of words. And look, the
Bill of
Constitution
Rights is just a bunch of technicalities.
Right. All these rights you have are just words written on a piece of paper that they're just technicalities. We can change a few of the words. It's no big deal.
They tried that before with the living, breathing document crap.
Oh, God, I know.
And this is where, honestly, this is where we are. This is why it's so important to be a part of this discussion. And I'm not going anywhere. They'll have to drag me out of here kicking and screaming.
Yeah, I'm not leaving the country either.
No.
Hell no. I had a buddy of mine the other day say, I may go to Costa Rica. And I go, well, go ahead, go. I'm not. You wouldn't ever think of going anywhere? No, I'm staying here. I'll be buried here.
I'm
not going. I mean, I may go on a weekend vacation somewhere, but I'm not moving ever. That would be betraying every single soldier that sacrificed and gave up their body, their minds, and their life.
Yep.
I'll never do that.
Ever.
Not
going to happen.
And anybody who says that is a coward.
They are.
You're not.
If you want to run, run.
Yeah, don't ever call yourself an American if you say something like that.
And if you leave,
ever.
Don't come back.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Lines open for your calls. 866-90-RED-EYE on Red Eye Radio.
If you like listening to Red Eye On Demand, we have more of Eric Harley and guests for you. Download RER's Extra Mile podcast. More topics and issues discussed.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
DTNA Parts, the one-stop solution for Freightliner and Western Star trucks and the people who drive, manage, and care for them. With more than 900 locations and seamless online shopping through Accelerator, DTNA Parts keep trucks singing and businesses humming. For a customized experience, speedy delivery, and comprehensive selection of over 175,000 quality truck parts, go to DTNAparts.com. DTNA Parts. Parts that move you.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. we've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the 1,000,000-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1,000,000 miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Yeah. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to the vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you get one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Prochowski with Prochowski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
When you think Quik-Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quik-Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quik-Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quik-Mart today.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thanks so much for being here. I'm just reading here. Britt Hume warns the country sees that Biden is senile as the State of the Union approaches.
Oh, man. Not going to be good. Not going to be good. What do they typically run? 40, 45 minutes, sometimes even longer?
Oh, I remember one time Clinton, Clinton was on there. It was like your grocery list of what the government was going to give you. And he never stopped. Yeah, it was like an hour and 20 minutes.
Right. Yeah. There's a big problem with Biden being anywhere on script or not. A State of the Union is just a massive bad night waiting to happen. We'll see where it goes.
I'm scanning down here as I go through how long it was. Reagan's 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Then Clinton is the one where it really got over an hour.
Yeah.
Clinton's average was an hour and 14 minutes. George Bush before that, his average 45.
Wow.
Wow.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Are you a trucker struggling with IRS problems? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has a full team of CPAs, enrolled agents, and tax attorneys who are ready to fight for you and resolve your tax matters. They'll file any missing tax returns for you. And if you owe money to the IRS, Allies Tax Relief will negotiate your debt, protect your wages from being garnished, and keep your bank accounts from being levied.
Before calling Allies Tax Relief, I feared the IRS would take all of my assets. I owed them over $562,000. Thankfully, I was referred to Allies and called them for help. Allies negotiated my giant tax debt to an unbelievable $1,500.
For your free consultation, call 800-214-6871. That's 800-214-6871. Or go to AlliesTaxRelief.com.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road. Like that 2004 sedan who didn't want to merge 2 miles back when everyone else did. Their bumper sticker may say peace, but their actions say otherwise. We can't save you from selfish drivers, but we can help safe customers save over $2,700 on average when they share their ELD data with us. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Safe customers based on FMCSA inspections, driving history, and other data for hire transportation. Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, it's Todd Dills here, editor of Overdrive, urging any owner-operator who hears this to take a close look at our Trucker of the Year competition for 2024. Ongoing for owner-operators of up to 3 trucks. If you've controlled cost in a time of huge inflationary pressures and with demand on the decline in many segments, you're no doubt a worthy contender. Nominate yourself or the singular or successful owner-operator you've admired for solid business via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker. And here's a big congrats to owner-operator Jay Hosty, the current reigning champ as Overdrive's Trucker of the Year. Join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 22nd in Louisville for a chance to meet owner-operator Hosty and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs. Do that, and you can stay choosy about freight. It's been a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years now in business. Like I said, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. Do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free at-home cancer screening kits to Class A over-the-road drivers. Getting to a doctor for preventative appointments can be difficult. The St. Christopher Fund wants to help make it easier. Currently, prostate cancer screenings are available, with colorectal and cervical cancer kits becoming available soon. Get your free kits at truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab. That's truckersfund.org.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Moving closer to a rematch. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one.
Former President Trump and President Biden sailed through more than a dozen states on Super Tuesday, all but nailing down a November rematch and increasing pressure on Nikki Haley to drop out of the Republican race. Haley scored a surprising victory, though, in Vermont,
garnering 50% of the Republican vote. It's the second win she's gotten after taking the Washington, D.C. primary this past Sunday.
Fox's Jill Nato. President Biden won all the Democratic primaries except the one in American Samoa, and he issued a statement about what would happen if former President Trump wins re-election.
It says if Donald Trump returns to the White House, all of this progress is at risk. He is driven by grievance and grift, focused on his own revenge and retribution, not the American people. He is determined to destroy our democracy, and he'll do anything to put himself in power.
Fox's Peter Ducey. Results from Alaska and Utah still pending. Several down-ballot races, including 2 for the U.S. Senate in California. Former baseball star Steve Garvey wins the GOP nomination to run for the late Senator Dianne Feinstein's seat.
Welcome to the California comeback.
Will face off against Democratic nominee Congressman Adam Schiff. In Texas, Congressman Colin Allred wins the Democratic primary to take on GOP Senator Ted Cruz this fall.
I can't tell you how much it means to me to be your nominee, to be the next senator from the great state of Texas.
And the banking industry is in a fury over the Biden administration's new rule, putting a cap on credit card late fees at $8. Currently, they average $32. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for my brand new podcast, Perino on Politics. Listeners of Everything Will Be Okay will gravitate toward this podcast too. Every Monday, I'm going to talk to people I trust in politics as they tell me what they're seeing and thinking in the 2024 election cycle. As they prep me to cover the upcoming election, they'll prep you, the voters, too. Make sure you subscribe to this series on FoxNewsPodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts and leave a rating and review.
Well, they say there are certain things that shouldn't be brought up at the kitchen table, but not here at the Duffys. So pull up a chair and join me, Rachel Campos Duffy.
And me, former U.S. Congressman Sean Duffy, as we share our perspective on the discussions happening at kitchen tables across America.
And we're going to share some real-life solutions as well to the everyday issues that you all talk about. And we're going to talk about some of those things that we agree on.
And some that we don't.
Download from the kitchen table, the Duffys at FoxNewsPodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Federal Reserve Chairman Powell heads to Capitol Hill today.
Chairman Jerome Powell will give the Federal Reserve semi-annual report to Congress. House Small Business Committee Chairman Roger Williams sits on the Financial Services Committee Powell is testifying before, and he wants answers on Basel III Endgame, a proposed policy that could ramp up capital requirements for big banks by up to 20%. Williams believes that will hurt Main Street America.
When they carry more capital, that's less money small business can borrow.
The policy has faced significant pushback by the banking industry. Powell could also face questions about the effectiveness of the Fed's plans to slow inflation. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
As wildfires burn out of control in Texas, a separate house fire claims the life of Fritch Fire Chief Zeb Smith.
Chief Smith arrived on scene. He entered the residence, the structure, to identify if there was anyone inside needing to be rescued. Chief Smith did not exit that residence.
Borger Assistant City Manager Brandon Strope. You can now make phone calls within the X social media app, but how private are they?
Elon Musk's X social media app, the one we used to call Twitter, now gives users the ability to make voice and video calls to each other, but X calls don't seem to be end-to-end encrypted. And what's more, users engaged in a call can see each other's IP addresses by default. And it might bother privacy-minded users that turning these features off or selecting enhanced privacy modes is a bit of an effort. They're located under Privacy and Safety Direct Messages. X calls work only on the X mobile apps and not in web browsers. Eben Brown, Fox News.
And the reward offered in the case of a missing Wisconsin toddler rises to $25,000. 3-year-old Elijah View last seen on February 20th. I'm Carmen Robertson. This is Fox News.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
And good morning, it's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thank you for being here this morning.
Not so super Wednesday.
All right, this thought just went through my head, and I just saw this the headline here because, as we know, Cinema's out. You know, she's not going to run it. And I just happened to be going through the Drudge Report, and I saw this, and I went, And it says, centrist extinction looms. Sinema, Manchin, Romney, quit. And the interesting thing is, Donald Trump is a centrist.
Yeah.
On the actual issues, he is not a radical.
Well, I think we hit on this the other day.
Yeah, we did.
The left calls Joe a moderate. No, look, he's a moderate. He's a radical. Trump's not a radical.
Right.
By any definition. On policy, on issues, he is not.
No, he's not.
He
not
is
at all.
mainstream.
He is.
We've been saying this, by the way, since 2016.
Yep. And so they're still using these labels. Well, Romney is liberal in areas, and that is unacceptable to me. Now, Sinema was great with the filibuster.
Yeah.
Even Carrie Lake came out and thanked her yesterday.
Yeah. Right.
And said, it's okay. This is who you are. But you did, what you did there took a hell of a lot of courage. And it did.
Right. Yeah.
But, but when you look at it, it's like, well, no, I disagreed with Romney on specific things where he was a liberal.
Right.
What the whole thing, what does being a centrist mean in 2024? What does it mean?
Yeah.
John McCain was a centrist. No. With all due respect, because we've talked many times about what he went through in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we disagreed vehemently when Trump attacked his military service.
Right.
Because you read what he went through, he is an American hero, the way that he was tortured.
Yes.
By the Vietnamese whatsoever.
Right. Separate from his Senate service.
Right. But at the same time, when he joined forces with Russ Feingold for McCain-Feingold, he was un-American at that point.
Yep. And remember,
at that point on that issue, he was un-American. He was a liberal because he wished to carve out, to weaken the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the amnesty bill, McCain-Kennedy, with Ted Kennedy back then.
Yeah,
yep. There were a number of things that was like, no.
Well, and they talk about the fact, well, Trump at the border, that's where he's a radical. Is he a radical? Let us go back to Barack Obama in 2008.
Oh.
All right. Let's go back to Barack Obama and show the similarities between Barack Obama and Donald Trump on the border.
All right.
I think we should have strong border security. It doesn't make sense for us to allow hundreds of thousands of people coming through our borders without us knowing who they are, oftentimes in very hazardous situations and unmonitored situations that could do us long-term damage. I think we should have a serious employer verification system where employers, when they hire somebody, find out what their work status is. Are they able to work here legally?
E-Verify.
Right now, what employers will say is, well, we check their Social Security card. That's the best we can do. So we've got to set up a tamper-proof system and then hold employers accountable.
Hold employers accountable if they do so.
Which is something that we talked about at one point.
Tell me where that differs from Trump on border security.
Right.
Trump's not a radical. Trump simply said, well, no, I'm really going to enforce it. Democrats went, including Obama at times, we need to be tough. all right, behind the scenes, we're not going to be tough.
Well, I mean, Harry Reid in Nevada, in his last couple of years of service, was saying we need a barrier at the border. We essentially need a wall, or some type of barrier. And he was, by the way, he was adamant about it. When there's, and maybe we can find it later, but there's one point where he's talking about it, and he sounds like, I mean, by today's standards, sounds like somebody who would maybe be a Trump pick for VP. It's just the fact that, you know, the left starts, you know, changing the definition of words, the whole sanctuary city policy came about, and this whole, you know, abolish ICE. And by the way, remember abolish ICE? I'm old enough to remember abolish ICE. And all of that, and it was that ebb and flow, right? And then all of a sudden, Biden comes in and boom, 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 executive order, and opens the border, and people are going, whoa.
But this is where nobody ever asks the actual questions. The statements are made, you know, the Republican Party is losing the centrist. No, the Republican Party has become more centrist.
Right.
The Republican Party is not as conservative as a party as they were 20 years ago.
Right.
And the centrist and the Democratic Party have become whacked out liberals.
Well, that's the thing, is that for the radical left, a centrist looks like Ronald Reagan. I mean, it's so far to the right from where they are for the radical left. You know, this is the thing, though. Conservatives have been screaming about this. Well, I mean, we go back to John McCain, reaching across the aisle. We're here again. I mentioned Cornyn, you know, the possibility that he may become the GOP leader in the Senate, whether, you know, they win the Senate majority leader or minority leader, remains to be seen. But if he's to take that spot after Mitch McConnell is done, I can't tell you where Cornyn's going to, you know, the handshake deals and the reaching across and bipartisan and blah, blah, and nope. We've hit it probably a million times.
As we said,
that every time every time you hear the words bipartisan, working together, that's the Republican Party moving further left. Every time. Yeah. It's not Chuck Schumer saying, you know, I think we need to build a wall. Maybe we need to reconsider that. That's not the way it is. Now, I do know that more and more rank and file Democrats, based on the polling, are saying they support a wall as opposed to where we were in 2016. But it's the left going to the right when you talk about bipartisan moves.
That's because the Democratic Party, there are no centrists in there anymore.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
there aren't.
You know, that's why you had what's happening. Because Trump is a centrist on the border. He says the law that has existed for a long time, I wish to enforce. You're a radical right winger. Well, we just played Obama. Was Obama a radical right winger?
Mm.
Or do you want to be lied to? Is a centrist somebody like Obama or Biden who tells you he's enforcing the border and the border is secure and it's not, and it's complete chaos and he's lying to you? Is that what a centrist is now? Is a centrist now somebody who lies to you?
Tells you one thing and does another?
Right. Can somebody help me with these definitions? Because when I see stuff like that, and again, Drudge has gone left for some reason that I can't imagine.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one thing, too, that you see. I think one of the one of the things that isn't talked about is the never Trumpers.
Mm.
You know, look, I'll criticize Trump, but there's no way you can view me when I criticize Trump or you and say, well, you guys are liberals. In fact, when we got called that a couple of years ago, you guys are rhinos. I go, absolutely, because the Republican Party is going too far left and we're still conservative. And, and the insult of a rhino is you're going too far left. Well, no, we're going too far right.
Yeah.
And so but the fact is, when you look at when you start looking at how the media portrays things, you look at it and you go, well, wait a minute. Trump isn't radical right. Trump is a centrist in where he stands on the issues. Now, the issues are this is the law, enforce the law.
Mm-hmm.
That's a radical right-winger.
Right.
But on what issue is Trump radically right?
Can't tell you. Can't tell you one.
I don't know one.
Can't tell you. I can't tell you.
And by the way, I'm not that's not an insult. I'm just looking where he stands on the issues.
Right.
Where is he radical right?
Right. Right.
Whatever the definition of radical right is today.
Mm-hmm.
But if, things changed all the time, but we use the same labels.
Yeah, right.
And that can be dangerous. And we know, for example, if somebody writes to us and says, I'm more conservative than you guys will ever be, odds are they're more liberal.
Yeah.
That's how the word is
Those
perverted.
are the talking points of that's the telltale sign of somebody who's actually liberal, and then they're just going to give you a backhanded argument. But you said something a minute ago, and with Democrats, there are no moderate Democrats anymore. You don't have to go any further than what happened in the Senate this year with Manchin and Kirsten Sinema yesterday. Their room in their party, I know she's an independent now, but she's an independent,
right?
Because there was no more room for her in that party. You get on board the radical train or get out.
Yeah, and Manchin was the so-called centrist because he was wishy-washy.
Because he couldn't make a decision.
Right.
No backbone.
Right.
That's what we called him a maverick. The left media didn't call him a maverick. John McCain was a maverick. It's all of that is so silly.
Look,
the fact of the matter is that there is zero room. You hit it. Zero room for anyone in the Democratic Party who wants to be a moderate. Look, Fetterman.
Let me
on the border and on Israel.
Let me make clear, though. There you have places where in local government, Democrats, I believe, are forced to be more conservative.
Yeah.
If you're a congressperson, if you're
here in Texas,
right,
border districts,
right, and in other towns. I mean, there are Democrat towns that haven't done to fund the police.
Well, I meant to say that's one example,
right? And but for example, when you're a Democrat who does not. When you're a Democrat who, number one, doesn't have authority over a particular city, you're simply a congressperson and you do national stuff in Congress, they are all and have been all to fund the police. Yeah. You didn't have back in. Now, you've had some forced to come over to the other side, but they're forced to do it because Austin, for example, more articles written on Austin.
Yeah.
And the insanity of what's going on because they decided to defund the police.
Right.
And now you've got more this doesn't work, we've got to move over. Well, it's only because reality hit. You realize you look like an idiot and you may not win election if you're somebody who's in the city council or whatever down there.
And they saw, by the way, what other blue areas are seeing, and that is the people with money can leave, and the people, there was an article on it, I think we touched on it a couple of months ago. A lot of people with money, well, I'm going to get out of the Austin area proper because I don't want to deal with all of this policy, the results of all these policies that are in place now. I can afford to move. I'll move out. And look, the Democratic Party, it's get on board or get out. That's where they are now. And you mentioned they're forced to do these things. Tim Ryan, wasn't too long ago. We've got to stop with the identity politics.
He backed off on that,
didn't he? He backed way down. And he wasn't the only Democrat at that time saying it. There were a few. But he was challenging Nancy Pelosi at that time for speaker. That didn't work out. Most people didn't believe it would. But the fact of the matter is the party had to get him back in line. And you have to get in line or get out.
We'll see where Fetterman goes long term.
Well,
it's short term to make an analysis of him based on what he ran on to begin with, which was liberal. And it's like, okay, is this a permanent change of mind?
Well, that's my question.
And with all due respect, is his mind coming back after the stroke?
Well, and
there's a lot of questions about him.
That was my point on him. It's hard to know how viable he is as a candidate going forward. As a senator and then candidate running again, we'll see. We'll see if this has worked for him or not.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Listen to Red Eye Radio wherever you are with the Red Eye Radio app. Available on Android and iPhone. Download it now from the App Store or by visiting us at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
When you drive a truck, pride makes its way into everything you do, including how you take care of your engine. If you want to treat your truck right, Shell Rotella is the only heavy-duty engine oil for the job. You'll get unrivaled protection and performance, plus up to $40 in digital gift cards when you buy today. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. Ends May 15, 2024. Terms apply. See Rotella.com/rewards for details.
Get ready for the 2024 Mid-America Trucking Show, the largest annual trucking event in the U.S. of A. Register at truckingshow.com. Thursday, March 21st through Saturday, March 23rd at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville, Kentucky. Experience the entire trucking industry with 1 million square feet of exhibits. Visit 1,000 manufacturers, suppliers, and service providers of the U.S. and abroad. Experience the latest trucking technology. Take part in hands-on demonstrations. Learn the latest at the MATS Pro Talk Seminar Series. Explore career opportunities and more. See elite custom show trucks with nighttime light displays and a parade at the 35th Annual PKY Truck Beauty Championship. Also returning this year is the highly anticipated Big Rig Build-Off, where 4 elite builders will showcase custom truck builds for a chance to win $20,000. The Friday MATS concert at Freedom Hall in the Kentucky Expo Center will feature the Steel Woods and Tony Justice. Presented by Bennett, Bridge Hall, and Ace Doran. It's the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in Louisville, Kentucky. Register now at truckingshow.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Todd Dills, editor of Overdrive, with a big congrats here to owner-operator Jay Hosty, current reigning champ as our Trucker of the Year. For the rest of you, join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show March 22nd for a chance to meet Jay and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs, to stay choosy about freight, a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years in business. Meanwhile, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. You can do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
In 1978, RentRight was founded by Jerry and Pat Adams with the vision to be an equipment and rental store that was focused on providing customers top-quality equipment rentals at the right price. Today, 46 years later, Jerry and Pat's son, Bill, still shares his parents' values of the right price and takes pride in the cleanliness and reliability of all equipment rentals to ensure that their customer satisfaction is guaranteed. RentRight is now an authorized Hustler dealership serving the southern Middle Tennessee area. They carry a large selection of new and pre-owned inventory. RentRight staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Stop in and see them today at 721 Buffalo Road. Come on down to RentRight. We can help you out.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities, where your dream floor is just a visit away.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Did you see where the famous picture, the victory kiss photo, the World War II photo of the sailor and the nurse, where the VA pulled that? And then the head of the VA found out about it and went, okay. 2 Republican lawmakers are calling for the removal of a Veterans Affairs official responsible for the since rescinded memo that directed the removal of the iconic VJ Day in Times Square photograph from VA healthcare facilities. Wow. Montana Senator Daines and Representative Zicki of Montana wrote to the VA secretary after an X account, End Wokeness, published a memo sent from the Assistant Undersecretary for Health Operations last week. In the memo, Nelson called for the historic photo of the Navy sailor kissing a woman in Times Square to be removed from all VA medical buildings because it doesn't foster a more trauma-informed environment that promotes psychological safety. The head of the VA saw that and said he was furious and rescinded that order immediately. Said he was never consulted on it. Well, they just want to wipe everything of anything to do with anything positive with the United States, and even in places where veterans are exclusive.
That's
they
what
want to pull it.
That represented victory.
Yep.
It was a momentary celebration.
Yep.
And consult the boss because it's your agenda. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Secretary McDonough overrode the memo in a statement on Tuesday. Let me be clear, the image is not banned from VA facilities, and we will keep it where it is.
Good.
Said he didn't know apparently until he saw the tweet.
Wow.
Had no idea. But this is the left today, and they're everywhere.
Well,
they're
it's
everywhere. They're embedded into government.
Exactly. We've been saying this for a while about how it's not this grand conspiracy. It's a culture. It's a mindset.
Yeah.
And it is everywhere. I don't have to consult my boss. And by the way, if you're the Secretary of Defense, I don't even have to tell my boss I'm going under the knife.
Oh, no,
I don't have to consult. I am my own boss. AOC said it. I'm the boss. Well, it's nobody's in charge. Do what you want to do, and if I decide to make a decision, if I decide to make a move, that's my decision, and I'm not going to consult anybody about it. It runs throughout, and it's pathetic.
Hey Cletus, I'm thinking about selling my place out here in the sticks and moving closer to town.
Well, then, Otis, you need to call United Country Southern Tennessee Realty. Them old boys got the know-how in advertising when it comes to selling farms, land, and homes out here in the country.
Sounds good, but how do I get a hold of them?
Just give them a call at 931-244-7126 or stop by the new office there on Highway 43 in Lawrenceburg. Tell them where you live and they'll come out, take a look, and let you know what kind of price they think they can sell it for.
Well, now how much does that cost?
That's the best part, Otis. It's free.
Well, if I decide not to list it?
Then there's no hard feelings, and they'll even give you a cap or one of them Bigfoot t-shirts just for letting them look.
Well, that sounds like a mighty good deal to me. What's the number again?
931-244-7126. Call United Country Southern Tennessee Realty.
Fred Webb here with United Country Southern Tennessee Realty. Reach out to us today. Thanks and God bless.
Join us every Friday evening from 5 to 6 p.m. for an exciting new program called Free Speech News.
Here on WDXE.
Brought to you by Chris Morris
and Lawrence Sutton, where we will discuss two things you are not supposed to talk about: politics and religion. Where we are not politically correct, but biblically correct, and we will bring you the truth in news.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise, and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm gonna do that.
You should.
A Moment in Real Estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time. And nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Tom Bodette here, thinking about all the goofy stuff you only seem to find at truck stops. Somebody must be buying all those alligator eyeballs that are really just marbles, but I bet they're just delirious from driving all night. Well, if you start to think a bobblehead cow seems like a good investment, wheel on into Motel 6. There's over 1,400 locations and many have truck parking, so you can sleep on it before you buy that commemorative mud flap. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you're looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a 12-week comprehensive health and wellness program for all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Health Habits for the Long Haul is a free interactive program focusing on nutrition, hydration, movement, stress, and more. Drivers have free access to a health coach to develop healthy habits. Visit truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to register today. truckersfund.org.
You're listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. All right, what's the audio I want to play? Just to let you know what radical is.
Okay.
Let us go to, this is MSNBC last night.
All right.
And Rachel Maddow. And Jen Psaki is on, and they're talking about basically the border and illegal immigration.
Okay.
To them, it's a joke.
Yeah. No, it is.
Here we go.
I mean, if you look at some of these exit polls, I mean, I live in Virginia. Immigration was the number one issue. I mean, again, these could change in Virginia.
Well, Virginia does have a border with West Virginia. Very, very contested area.
Build the wall. Like, what?
It's a joke to them.
They absolutely don't care.
No, they don't.
Look, New York City is a border town.
Yep.
And we don't mean because New York borders Canada.
And so they have to throw in there a little joke. Oh, build a border wall, because basically they're trying to compare West Virginia.
Yeah.
We live in Virginia. Those West Virginia people, they might as well be illegal immigrants. Build a wall. Did you hear her yell, build the wall?
Or are they laughing at them and mocking them because they live in New York City and the problem is a million times worse where they live? Oh, you guys don't have a border problem. We're in New York City.
Who?
We have these liberals we just played.
She just said she lives in Virginia. She lives in Virginia.
Oh, she lives in Virginia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Making the Cape.
All right.
Right.
And who was the anchor?
Rachel Maddow.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And was she laughing?
Oh, they're all laughing.
Okay. Yeah.
Joy Reid, they're all laughing.
That's who I was thinking
like the fact that that the border is a huge issue to Americans are laughing at.
Yeah.
And even in Virginia it is. In Virginia.
West Virginia.
Well, it is because they want to keep the West Virginians out of Virginia. Like it's a big,
Yeah. No, I was only joking, by the way. This is the far left, again, ignoring the problems that everybody is dealing with, including their colleagues that do live in New York City.
Now, a couple things about California. First off, Steve Garvey in second place. So it's Schiff and Garvey, a Republican. And all predictions are Garvey will get slaughtered in California. That's what the predictions are, because he's a Republican.
Right.
Schiff was up by I think 9 over him. Katie Porter, even more insanely liberal than Schiff. She's not in. Schiff gets all of her votes. Garvey's not going to get those votes.
No.
And so the thing is, why do Republicans do it? Well, because that is a draw to bring Republicans out. And they say when Republicans are on in a Senate race, because you know how it goes in California. Their primary, Republican and Democrat, are on the same ballot, and the first two are the ones that fight it out in the general election. And so it's, Garvey, the Republican, former baseball player, against Adam Schiff. And what good comes from it? Just another Republican slaughter. No, the point is more Republicans are drawn to go and vote, which helps the House races.
No, it's a great point.
Can turn House races the other way. So that's the key there. But just to show you how radical California still is, Adam Schiff lied to the American. Said they use it as a badge of, they use it as a badge of honor. He lied to the American people about what intelligence said about Donald Trump.
Yep, for years.
For years, he lied about it to the American public.
Yep.
And he was the head. That's why he was kicked off of the Intelligence Committee, because he lied.
Right.
He lied about American intelligence, what we had, what they, he claimed they had on Donald Trump. They didn't have it.
Right.
And so he should be a landslide winner. Now, is there any hope? Well, maybe not in that election, but I saw this. Over 60% of San Francisco has just voted to pass Propositions E and F. Proposition E gives police more powers to fight crime, pursue suspects, and allow drones for catching commercials. Proposition F will require single adults on city welfare to be screened for drug use. What? Was there a proposition on $5 million in reparations in San Francisco.
I didn't hear about it. Ooh. Which drugs? I mean, obviously, illegal drugs would be on there.
Well, what if you're drunk all the time? Should you be able to collect welfare? Is it a illegal thing, or is it drugs in your system?
Okay,
and you can't because
you make the point basically that there are still ways to illegally use legal drugs. We all know that. Oh man, I got to get into that. What is the? I want to get into the heart of how they're going to write that. If it goes anywhere, do we have the results on that?
All of a sudden it appears to have passed, and it's over 60%. Right. I just read.
Yeah, 60%.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then the next step is going to be, devil's in the details, writing this thing. Because then you got to come together on the standard, right? Of the testing, of
here it
how
is.
You're going to enforce it.
Okay, San Francisco voters approved measure requiring drug screening 3 hours ago. Breed's Prop 8, an expansion of police powers wins. San Francisco Chronicle an hour ago. Channel 4, their propositions E and F appeared poised to pass in San Francisco 2 hours ago. So,
all right.
See here. See if they have. I'm just trying to see what it's. What is in. Okay, sorry. I tried to do it. I went to a page, and the ads are just killing me.
They're getting worse.
I know. I can't get to anything. I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
Let me see if anything is here. Hang on. But it'd be interesting to see. I just happened to see it before we went on the air. So if I sound unprepared, it's because I am, because I just saw it as we were coming down the air. I saw the tweet.
Well, and we don't follow every prop that's on every ballot in every state or local area.
Okay, here it is. Public safety ballot measures would increase police powers and crack down on illegal drug use. We're leading in the politically liberal city of San Francisco, reflecting voters' frustrations over crime and a drug epidemic. Proposition F would compel treatment for adult welfare recipients who use illegal drugs, or else they would be denied cash assistance. Prop E would expand police powers, granting officers greater leeway to pursue suspects in vehicles, authorize police use of drones and surveillance cameras, and reduce paperwork requirement, including in use of force cases. Exactly the opposite of what's going on in New York City.
Yeah.
Mayor London Breed. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? A centrist Democrat who was in a tough re-election battle. Well, she was forced to move on these issues. Placed both measures on the ballot. She faced 3 serious opponents who say her administration has failed to deal with drug crimes, vandalism, and theft. There is no primary in San Francisco. Voters will rank all the candidates by preference in the November election.
Look, she sees everything that we see, and we don't even live there, and that's people leaving, corporations leaving. That'll continue unless you get a grip. Now, we've been talking about these blue cities for a long time, saying they're not going to change leadership. She's not a centrist. In San Francisco, they're always going to vote blue. But clearly the backlash is there. And this is the people voting. So what is it? 62% on E and 65% on F?
Yeah, I just saw the 65% on F. I don't have E here.
Yeah. That's according to Yahoo. Let me see when this was published. 62% of
well, I have to ask this question. Did
E.
any what percentage am I looking at here? Okay, I don't know.
So this is a couple hours old. But, yeah.
Because I'm looking, I don't know, I have the percentage. It says yes, 52,000, no, 27,000. If that's 100% of the vote in, nobody voted.
Yeah, great point.
So I'm assuming that was just, that was early on. I'm going to have to guess. We'll find it for you, though.
Yeah.
I just saw it when we were coming on the air, and whoa. So a lot of times on these nights, though, when you're trying to get results, we're actually doing things on the fly because the numbers are coming in.
Yeah. Trying to see where. And, okay, so they got it. Yahoo got it from KRON.
I have no idea.
Which is a local TV station. And they're saying 62%. Again, 2 hours ago, 62% in favor of Prop E.
Okay.
65 for Prop F. Wow. But as you point out, not a massive turnout.
Well, I don't know. That could have been could have been with 10% of the vote in. I don't know.
Yeah, if that were 100%, but yeah. But what do you? There's nothing else you can do. Well, look what they're doing.
Okay, here it is.
In Oregon, they're reversing the policy where we're going to decriminalize, pretty much all drugs, and then it's like, hey, this isn't working. Well, San Francisco had to change. It's going to be an empty town. If you don't change now, you can just watch people. Boom. Pointing their cars in the direction of Texas and getting out. Corporations. If you're a mayor, that's a nightmare when major corporations are saying, it's not safe to stay here anymore.
I have a friend of mine I talked to yesterday, and she moved to Florida, about 2 years ago. And she said, it was she was making good money and could hardly make it in California.
Yeah.
She was making good money.
Right.
And I talked to her today, and she has her own home. She couldn't afford a home.
Right.
Nice 1,100.
Oh, yeah.
A nice
west.
1,100 square foot home.
Yeah.
Loves living in Florida.
Yeah.
Said, I am so glad that I got out of that. I'm so glad. And I would tell everyone, you need to move to a red state. You need to get out of California.
Right.
It's changed my life completely.
Yeah, she's not alone.
I know. 866-90 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Earn personalized savings on commercial truck insurance with Smart Haul from Progressive. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Not available in all states or situations.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
DTNA Parts, the one-stop solution for Freightliner and Western Star trucks and the people who drive, manage, and care for them. With more than 900 locations and seamless online shopping through Accelerator, DTNA Parts keep trucks singing and businesses humming. For a customized experience, speedy delivery, and comprehensive selection of over 175,000 quality truck parts, go to DTNAparts.com. DTNA Parts. Parts that move you.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. we've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the 1,000,000-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1,000,000 miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio 1,000,000-Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Tuck's Bar is at it again, consistently bringing you great artists to enjoy. And Friday, March the 22nd, they are bringing you Shelby Lee Lowe.
She's on her own. She don't need saving. She's patching the holes on a heart that keeps breaking. It's hard to go on. She just keeps praying. You wouldn't know she needs a miracle. She thinks she's broken, but she makes broken look beautiful.
From 8 until 12 with no cover charge. You don't want to miss this fun night. So Saturday, March the 22nd, mark your calendars to come out to Tuck's Bar starting at 8 to see Shelby Lee Lowe. Tuck's Bar is located 4397 Salem Road in Minor Hill. Come and enjoy great music along with amazing food and watch Shelby Lee Lowe.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and to be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our St. Joe location with lead campus pastor Adam Cross, or our worship gatherings starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Crony, and I'm Gary McNamara. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, because I did some research here, updated 31 minutes ago. Only like 10% of the vote is in. So when you saw those numbers, we went, wait a minute.
Yeah.
The San Francisco Measure B, police staffing, 10% in. And then when you get down to the police policies, that's 60-40. That shows 1% reporting in. That's it.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know whether they've extrapolated out, because the media is all stating that it looks like that, they're both passing. So,
yeah.
That's
and that's it. I mean, if KRON, the one TV station there in the Bay Area, is I don't know if they're the word they used was poised.
Yeah, but they
yes, but
no, right here, San Francisco voters approve measure requiring drug screening.
Okay, all right, there you have
it. And the headline is San Francisco voters send clear message supporting more
There you have it.
more aggressive here.
Yeah.
Hang on here. More aggressive response to drug crisis.
Right.
So, the thing is, though, because one thing we're talking about, well, pot. If you're smoking pot,
right.
Well, pot probably isn't the problem. It's fentanyl.
Yeah. Illegal drugs.
The illegal drugs, is what's really causing it.
And then they would be compelled to go to drug treatment. All right. I mean, I'm just curious about the enforcement mechanisms of each of those items along the way. We'll see.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Are you a trucker struggling with IRS problems? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has a full team of CPAs, enrolled agents, and tax attorneys who are ready to fight for you and resolve your tax matters. They'll file any missing tax returns for you. And if you owe money to the IRS, Allies Tax Relief will negotiate your debt, protect your wages from being garnished, and keep your bank accounts from being levied.
Before calling Allies Tax Relief, I feared the IRS would take all of my assets. I owed them over $562,000. Thankfully, I was referred to Allies and called them for help. Allies negotiated my giant tax debt to an unbelievable $1,500.
For your free consultation, call 800-214-6871. That's 800-214-6871. Or go to alliestaxrelief.com.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road. Like that overly cautious student driver who takes the name of the slow lane much too literally. While they learn the rules of the road, you learn a lesson in patience. Look, we can't save you from new drivers, but we can help safe customers save over $2,700 on average when they share their ELD data with us. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Safe customers based on FMCSA inspections, driving history, and other data, or for higher transportation. Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, it's Todd Dills here, editor of Overdrive, urging any owner-operator who hears this to take a close look at our Trucker of the Year competition for 2024. Ongoing for owner-operators of up to 3 trucks. If you've controlled cost in a time of huge inflationary pressures and with demand on the decline in many segments, you're no doubt a worthy contender. Nominate yourself or the singular or successful owner-operator you've admired for solid business via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker. And here's a big congrats to owner-operator Jay Hosty, the current reigning champ as Overdrive's Trucker of the Year. Join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show March 22nd in Louisville for a chance to meet owner-operator Hosty and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs. Do that, and you can stay choosy about freight. It's been a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years now in business. Like I said, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. Do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a free CDC-based diabetes prevention program to all Class A over-the-road drivers. This 12-week program utilizes weekly live webinars focusing on nutrition, exercise, stress management, and more. This program focuses on ways drivers can prevent diabetes and its devastating effects. Visit truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Chaos in the Utah caucuses. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. All the Super Tuesday races have been called, with President Biden and former President Trump winning all but one of their races.
President Biden nearly swept the Democratic contest, but he did lose to entrepreneur Jason Palmer in American Samoa. On the GOP side, ex-UN Ambassador Nikki Haley did win Vermont, but former President Donald Trump didn't mention that or her in his string of wins.
We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent.
Former President Trump will likely seal the Republican nomination when the primaries of March 12th are done. President Biden will clinch before the month is over. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
In Utah, the Republican Party chose to hold caucuses rather than a primary, and that caused chaos and confusion and delayed results until moments ago. Voter Lynn Parker explained the problem.
I would say most of these people are over the age of 60, and some of them don't have phones. Nobody's here to tell them how to do it.
AP now projecting that former President Trump won the Utah GOP caucus. In California, former baseball star Steve Garvey grabs the Republican nomination to compete for the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein.
What you are all feeling tonight is what it's like to hit a walk-off home run. Kind of like San Diego in '84.
He'll face off in November against Democratic winner Congressman Adam Schiff.
You helped us build the biggest grassroots campaign for Senate in California history, and I cannot thank you enough.
In North Carolina, it will be Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson versus Democratic State Attorney General Josh Stein for the governor's race in November. America's listening to Fox News.
Interesting people are talking to Will Kane.
I said, what do I call you? I call you Dwayne. I call you The Rock. He said, now that I own it, I can call you The Rock.
Yes, I own it now. You can call me The Rock.
Our next guest needs no introduction. It is Dr. Jordan Peterson, my old friend and frenemy, Stephen A. Smith.
What is going on here? I see the Will Kane show in the background. I see the microphone.
Watch it live at noon Eastern, Monday through Thursday on FoxNews.com. And get the podcast 5 days a week at FoxNewsPodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to FoxNewsPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
New York City is about to resurrect an old policy designed to curb subway crime.
New York Mayor Eric Adams announcing Tuesday that the city plans to resume random commuter bag searches in response to a string of violent incidents on the city's subways. Adams also says he wants to deploy more police officers on the city's trains and platforms. His announcement met with mixed reactions from subway riders. Some welcomed the measure as a way to ensure safer travel. Others expressed concerns about personal privacy and possible racial profiling. 3 people have been killed in the subway this year. Earlier this week, a man was shoved onto the subway tracks but survived after a Good Samaritan pulled him to safety. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
U.S. forces airdrop aid to civilians in Gaza.
Pallets of food float through the sky, dropped into Gaza for a second time by the U.S. military. Inside, more than 36,000 meals for hungry Palestinians, including some of Gaza's most vulnerable residents. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs warns of a growing humanitarian disaster inside Gaza that will only be made worse as the conflict continues. 151 days into the war, Hamas representatives are meeting with mediators in Cairo to continue ceasefire talks. After 2 days of discussion, it was decided to extend the conversations as President Biden calls for an end to the fighting.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez faces more charges in an expanded corruption indictment.
Democratic Senator Bob Menendez and his wife were already facing charges of accepting bribes to help businessmen with a multi-million-dollar deal with a Qatari investment fund, as well as a deal with the Egyptian government. But now they're facing new charges of obstruction of justice.
Fox's Jill Nato. And I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
When knee, hip, back, shoulder, or muscle pain rob you of your mobility, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski for compassionate, individualized care. From sports medicine to joint replacement, we address the pain and keep you moving. Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Pulaski. Count on us. Take our free joint pain assessment at southerntmpulaski.com.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. You ready for this? All right. Let's see what they were talking about on Good Morning America yesterday.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Ready? Here we go. I mean, Biden brought it up.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Biden,
Right.
because the whole thing is, and the media is following, Biden's going to fight shrinkflation, which is corporate greed that is causing the inflation that we have today, which is a load of horse manure.
Yeah.
And so they've got the Cookie Monster on their side, and the president talked about, you know who's on my side? The Cookie Monster. Yeah. God is my witness. We've talked about this. You know, we tear apart the issues. We also like to, just sit back a little bit at times and look and say, okay, if I'm a political consultant, what would I think of this what's going on?
By the way,
and
didn't he change to the Veggie Monster several years ago?
Did he?
No more cookies. Remember that whole scene?
Yeah. But when Biden starts talking about shrinkflation, and you know who's on my side? The Cookie Monster. I went, my God, the Democratic Party is not serious about really winning. This is how desperate they are. But here's Good Morning America yesterday. Here we go.
Now to the economy and the outcry over shrinkflation, with one Sesame Street character speaking out against high grocery prices. Trevor Alt is here with the details. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Michael. Yeah, we're hearing from one of the great economic minds of our time, the Cookie Monster, who is venting about paying more for less. And actually now some politicians are weighing in, too. We know the cookies are shrinking. Is it corporate greed or is it bad policy? This morning, the Cookie Monster has had enough.
Chocolate chip cookie important to me, too.
His beef with shrinkflation is getting attention on Capitol Hill after he posted, quote, "Me hate shrinkflation. Me cookies are getting smaller." Senator Sherrod Brown responded, "Me too, Cookie Monster. People in my state of Ohio are fed up. They should get all the cookie they pay for." Shrinkflation is when companies make the size of their products smaller without cutting prices. A report from Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey found the size of some Oreo cookies has decreased by 6% since 2019, and a family size of Wheat Thins has dropped 12% in weight.
Try new Charmin Mega Roll. It's 4 times the sheets in one.
Even some Charmin toilet paper rolls now have 20 fewer sheets. President Biden recently took aim at shrinkflation, calling it a ripoff.
Give me a break. The American public is tired of being played for suckers.
Last week, Senator Casey introduced a bill that would give the FTC and state attorneys general authority to crack down on shrinkflation. Even though inflation is down considerably from 2 years ago, a report on prices released last month was worse than expected, fueling new worries on Wall Street. Now, Republicans argue this is actually the fault of the president and Democrats' economic policies. You may have also noticed some shrinking happening with a lot of other products, cleaning products, coffee, frozen food.
There you go. At least they said Republicans disagree, but you notice no names, no Republicans at all. No, nobody to sit there. And we've always talked about media bias, and it's like you had Brown, Democrat of Ohio, mentioned. You had Bob Casey, Democrat in Pennsylvania, and Democrat president with an audio cut of him. No Republicans.
No response whatsoever. I guess the Republicans were too busy. I guess they tried to call them. No, because the Republicans would have destroyed the whole thing. Shrinkflation is inflation.
Yeah, there is no difference. They're trying to say we have inflation and shrinkflation. They're both the exact same thing.
By the way, this is further proof the left believes you're stupid.
Yeah.
They believe they can sell this to you that you're stupid. Not that you don't see the smaller packages. But they want you to believe it's the corporations that are responsible for inflation. They're mocking you in the intro we just played for Good Morning America when they were introing that piece. They're mocking the American people. Take a hike, America, is what they should change their name to. You guys are silly with your complaints about the rising cost of goods. What you don't know, and you're too stupid to see, is it's the corporations that are responsible for inflation. That's what the left wants you to believe, and the media, ABC, Good Morning America, carrying the water right there. That was 100% propaganda. 100% propaganda. Carrying that water. Oh, and it's also 10% less water than it was in 2019. Because shrinkflation, the whole Cookie Monster thing, that sounds so stupid. Children. This is what they think you are.
Yeah.
They think you're children, and they argue like children. Look, we know the whole Sesame Street leftist narrative has been around, well, since the beginning.
No, I think it's a great point. I mean, the president brought it up. He's been bringing up shrinkflation. The Cookie Monster brought it up. Why did the Cookie Monster bring it up? Why did that come up? What's the tie-in? Let's see if there's a memo where they are calling if there's a memo that exists somewhere between whoever produces Sesame Street now and the White House to see if they're now calling these corporations who produce cookies domestic terrorists.
I thought there was something wrong with the Cookie Monster's voice there. It sounded more like Jake Sullivan to me. This segment, by the way, the segment of Red Eye Radio is brought to you by the letter S for stupid.
No, but you made the best point by Biden and the Democrats using the Cookie Monster. They believe you're a child.
Yes.
They believe you're an idiot. We've always said this. Democrats believe that the people that vote for them are complete morons and idiots, and they can sell you anything. And when was the first over the last couple of decades? The first example of that was when Obama lied to you about health care and Obamacare, and you bought it. And remember, that became the lie of the year. What was it, Newsweek or one of the magazines?
Right, yeah.
The lie of the year where you can keep your doctor, you can keep your insurance company.
Yeah.
Because he believes you're an idiot. And Gruber said it.
Yeah.
We're selling this to the stupid American voter. Well, they weren't selling it to Republicans.
Nope, there were no Republicans on board for that.
Republicans weren't on board.
Yep.
They look, if you're a Democrat voter, they look at you and they believe you are an idiot. You're a child. You cannot run your own life. But then again, remember, New York City.
Yeah.
The whole soda, what do they call it? The soda reduction? Or,
the soda cup size ban.
Rather, the cup size ban. And when 42%.
Yeah. That's more than half.
42% of New Yorkers polled agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. It's a good thing.
They voted that way. Or was it a poll?
It was a poll. It was a poll.
That's right. Yeah.
42%. And then we were getting phone calls from New York from people telling us it's a good thing because we can't control what we do.
Well,
people were admitting we're children. Yes. Please lead us.
Remember trans fats? Which has nothing to do with sports in school, to be clear. Or how people identify.
Is it real fat?
That's and then salt with Mika.
Oh, yeah, Mika.
Oh, well,
yeah.
no, we need them to do this because I know I can't control my salt.
Yeah, I'm an adult child. I'm a woman child. I can't control myself.
I just sit with a salt shaker at restaurants. Right. I unscrew the lid and just pour the entire container on top of my food.
What do you think, Joe? Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Whatever you want, dear.
She's
yes, dear.
Right.
Yes, dear. Whatever you want, dear. I used to be a Republican. I used to be more conservative. And now whatever you want, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, Mika. Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
Yes. Here's my freedom card and my backbone.
Right. Oh, and here's my man card, too, Mika.
Yeah.
Take my man card.
I was going to say a couple other things, but there's the thing. I didn't.
You didn't.
The production staff is looking at me.
You didn't.
I didn't say it.
But you did because I laughed.
A couple of other things. I didn't. But that's exactly it. That right there, that segment puts everything that we have been saying about the left right into one little package. A puppet. Cookie Monster. Are you kidding me? I'm with you on that. That's a great question. Pete Ducey, somebody. Get on this. Breitbart. All you folks, find out if there was there's got to be a memo. They didn't do this at Sesame Street and go, Cookie Monster is upset about shrinkflation. Why? Because all of the toddlers, that's all they talk about is shrinkflation.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's number one on American playgrounds. It is the number one topic, shrinkflation. No. Now I've got to know.
Well,
now I've got to know. Somebody's got to do the homework on this.
Which, again, makes us ask the question, in that memo, does it say the cookie manufacturers are domestic terrorists?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, by the way, we just went full circle here. The soda cup size ban was about what? You're fat. Then they give you fewer cookies. Hey, they're ripping me off. Which is it, liberals? Make up your mind.
I just ate my chocolate chip cookie. I think the chocolate chips are 8% smaller.
And by the way, we want to put a 50% tax on sugar on those chocolate chip cookies. But don't you dare shrink the package.
Oh, my God.
You can't. We can do this all day.
I know.
It's so easy. Because the children here are the left. The children here are those minds that you just heard in that audio cut just now. They argue, debate like children. They have no idea what they believe. We want to put a massive tax on sugar. Hey, Nabisco, you're giving us fewer cookies. Which is it?
It should be the celery and carrot monster.
They should be, exactly. Shouldn't they be mandating shrinkflation when it comes to sugary products?
You would think so, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You can't, because that's what they were doing. How is the soda cup size not shrinkflation? I mean, it's not inflation, but they're shrinking the size that you could purchase because you're too fat. Why are they not on board with Cookie Monster seeing it the wrong way because of his googly eyes? He can't see things straight. That always bothered me as a kid. Just looked weird.
I did look at his eyes, and they did look a lot like the Colorado Secretary of State.
They did. Actually, they did. Oh, my gosh, the entire week is coming together, and it's only Wednesday. Wow. What's next? Elmo?
Right, you should be happy
because I support Fonnie
Willis.
Because of shrinkflation.
I think she's great.
Forget about what I was going to say. That was too funny.
I want to give Bonnie Willis a hug. She needs a hug.
Thanks, Elmo. Now back to the White House. I mean,
Give her a cookie.
yeah. She need cookie.
When I saw her on the stand last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, Bonnie Willis needed a cookie.
Well, and here's the other thing. Cookie Monster's been on Sesame Street for 50 years and hasn't learned to speak correctly? And you want to tell me that's educational programming for children?
Oh, my God.
This segment is brought to you by the letter S for Shut Up.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret.
Hi, I'm Jen Loomis, a transport safety expert at J.J. Keller, and I'm here to share a tip on compliance, safety, accountability. Compliance, Safety, Accountability, or CSA, is the FMCSA Safety, Compliance, and Enforcement Program. Its goal is to hold motor carriers and drivers accountable for highway safety and to reduce crashes, injuries, and fatalities on our roads. CSA does this by assessing the safety performance of motor carriers and drivers based on data collected during roadside inspections, crash reports, and FMCSA investigations. Based on the data that is compiled, motor carriers are assigned a score. The carrier is then grouped with other carriers who have had a similar number of safety events. Carrier scores within the group are then ranked to determine intervention priority. Low scores are better, so carriers with the highest scores are those that are most likely to be targeted for intervention by the FMCSA. Interventions range in severity and may include warning letters, roadside, off-site, or on-site inspections, civil penalties, or operation out-of-service orders. This tip was brought to you by J.J. Keller & Associates. Visit us at jjkeller.com.
Coming up, more with Gary McNamara and Eric Harley. It's Red Eye Radio.
Check out all the latest in news, events, trucking information, and podcasts at Red Eye Radio's website at rediradioshow.com. That's rediradioshow.com.
Working outside has its ups and downs, especially when temperatures plummet. What fuels me when my face is frozen? Football, flannels, family. What fuels my equipment? Cenex Wintermaster Premium Diesel. Its enhanced additive package maximizes performance in weather as harsh as 30 below, in the field, on the road, and in the extreme cold. Cenex Wintermaster, fueled by innovation, powered to perform.
Get ready for the 2024 Mid-America Trucking Show, the largest annual trucking event in the U.S. of A. Register at truckingshow.com. Thursday, March 21st through Saturday, March 23rd at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville, Kentucky. Experience the entire trucking industry with 1 million square feet of exhibits. Visit 1,000 manufacturers, suppliers, and service providers of the U.S. and abroad. Experience the latest trucking technology. Take part in hands-on demonstrations. Learn the latest at the Matt's Pro Talk Seminar Series. Explore career opportunities and more. See elite custom show trucks with nighttime light displays and a parade at the 35th Annual PKY Truck Beauty Championship. Also returning this year is the highly anticipated Big Rig Build-Off, where 4 elite builders will showcase custom truck builds for a chance to win $20,000. The Friday Matt's concert at Freedom Hall in the Kentucky Expo Center will feature the Steel Woods and Tony Justice, presented by Bennett Bridge Hall and Ace Doran. It's the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in Louisville, Kentucky. Register now at truckingshow.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Todd Dills, editor of Overdrive, with a big congrats here to owner-operator Jay Hosty, current reigning champ as our Trucker of the Year. For the rest of you, join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show March 22nd for a chance to meet Jay and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs, to stay choosy about freight, a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years in business. Meanwhile, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. You can do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
Why would you buy or sell a home without a realtor? Would you go whitewater rafting without a life jacket? Let me protect you with all things real estate. Hi, I'm Teresa Flora with Flora Mid-South Realty, and you can reach me at 931-271-5790. Let's see how we can work together. Catch us on Tuesday mornings from 8 to 9 on 105.3, 95.3, or online at FloraRockstars.com. Flora Rockstar Power Hour, brought to you by Flora Mid-South Realty, rocking the real estate news and all things local.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Hi, this is Donna Rawson with the Bank of Frank Ewing. Sorting through terms, rates, and programs can be overwhelming. Bank of Frank Ewing wants you to focus on finding the home of your dreams, and we'll help with the rest. Our lending experts are experienced and trained to make the process as easy as possible for you, while making sure you get the best rate and terms. Give our local lenders a call at 931-762-6800. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. By the way, that if you heard, we played Good Morning America talking about the Cookie Monster, and for example, Senator Brown of Ohio used the same thing. You used the Cookie Monster. So did the president yesterday. We played it earlier, but a lot of people are waking up. So if you didn't hear it, here's the president using the.
So stupid.
I know, it's just so stupid. Here we go.
In fact, some of the small snack companies, you won't and think you won't even notice what they're doing when they charge you just as much for the same size bag of potato chips, only has a hell of a lot fewer chips in it. I'll tell you who did notice: the Cookie Monster. He pointed out his cookies are getting smaller.
Bizarre. If somebody look, okay. It was all planned. There were probably a few phone meetings or Zoom meetings. Who knows? They may have flown the writers from Sesame Street to the White House to meet with the president. He doesn't care if you're the chief of the U.S. Border Patrol. But, hey, if you're one of the writers on Sesame Street, getting things done.
Yeah, but who is Sesame Street trying to cater to?
Well, the
children.
The idea is
children
but
and,
of course,
and Democrat adults.
Yeah, exactly. You don't see, because, we could talk about the far left liberal bent of Sesame Street for how long now?
Well, did Cookie Monster talk about the increase in prices of cookies when cookies went up in price?
Yeah, before
shrinkflation.
Right.
Was the Cookie Monster talking about that?
Right.
This goes to our conspiracy theory that there were memos between the White House and the writers of Sesame Street on this.
I think you're dead on this. I think there had to have been multiple meetings. Hey, can we get the Cookie Monster to, mention shrinkflation? Yeah. Because the kids are all talking about it.
And I do want to look at that memo to see if they call cookie makers, those little elves in the tree, domestic terrorists.
Exactly. The Keebler elves.
are domestic terrorists.
They're up to something.
When you think Quick-Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick-Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick-Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat@strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Did you know that Rent Right in Lawrenceburg has a service department? They do, and they are waiting to serve you. When you are invested in making sure your equipment stays in great working condition for years to come, you need knowledge and skill you can count on. Whether it's warranty work or day-to-day maintenance, Rent Right has you covered. Rent Right is proud to carry a wide selection of parts and accessories in stock, and if they don't, their knowledgeable parts staff are happy to find it for you. They are committed to making sure you get the maximum value you demand from your hustler. Rent Right staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Give them a call or stop by and talk to their qualified parts staff to help determine just what you need. That's Rent Right, located at 721 Buffalo Road in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, 931-213-7654. Come on down to Rent Right. We can help you out.
Are you tired of what's going on in our country? I am too. This is Kip Capley, so let's talk about it. Join me every Monday from 5 to 6 p.m. on WDXE Radio for Talkin' Tennessee. Call in, ask questions, and let's have a real conversation about what's actually going on in our country. Thank you, Lawrence County. It's an honor to serve you in the 71st District. Listen to my show every Monday at 5 p.m. on WDXE, your local talk radio station.
The conversation using the Shell Rotella hotline, 866-907-3339. Red Eye Radio at Shell Rotella. What matters is inside.
In order to keep your diesel vehicle moving this winter, you need to make sure that you have the products you can trust. Howe's Diesel Treat has long been the #1 product on the market to prevent gelling. But what if you forget to treat your fuel and find yourself stuck? Reach for Howe's Diesel Lifeline, the only emergency rescue product available that's 100% alcohol-free, fast-acting, and easy to use. Diesel Lifeline is your security blanket on the road. Visit howesproducts.com.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free flu, pneumonia, and shingles vaccine vouchers for all uninsured over-the-road truck drivers with a current Class A CDL. Vaccine vouchers can be used at any Walgreens or Kroger store. A copy of your Class A CDL is required with your voucher to receive your vaccine. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to get your voucher today. Again, that's truckersfund.org.
Autonomous individuals in unison. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley on Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Download our Red Eye Radio app today. You can listen when and where you want. All right, here it is. Mm-hmm. And we had said this for the longest time. I don't know how many of our great listeners have sent us over the last 6 months the fact that at the last minute, Michelle Obama is going to run.
Yeah,
and
we've
she's
heard it
going to
a
run.
lot.
And we have said
She's
that
running.
We have said that. Look, I don't know her.
No.
You don't know her. None of us know her.
No.
But anybody who knows her has said from the very beginning, when Obama held, state legislature office, she didn't want him there.
Yeah.
When he became a senator, she didn't want him there.
Nope.
When he became president, she did not want him to be president of the United States.
Right.
She may be, I saw this the other day, well, she's a political person. Well, there's a lot of people that are political people that don't wish to be in politics.
They don't like the gig.
Yeah,
the gig of doing
Right.
it. And by the way, that was also said about him. Remember, Chris Matthews, at the end of his first term, Obama's first term, Chris Matthews and others were speculating he may not run again because he doesn't like the gig.
It was way before the end of his first term.
Yeah. No, it was 2011. It was summer of 2011, right? So you're right. It was.
But I thought it was like a year and a half in he was saying it.
I thought it was
when they
I thought it was summer of 2011 when they were saying that.
Well,
I may be wrong.
Because
Neil Cavuto was also
right. We'll agree on this.
Addressing that,
we'll agree on this. It was Chris Matthews that came out and said he doesn't like the gig.
Right.
He just wishes to be president.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to meet with members of his own party, foreign dignitaries. He doesn't like any of that.
Right.
He doesn't like the job.
I remember he doesn't like the gig.
Right.
Doesn't like. And did Peggy Noonan also write a column on it? Well, the only reason you might not want to use Peggy Noonan as an example is because I don't know how she votes, but she writes for the Wall Street Journal, and most people perceive her as a moderate Republican, or a moderately conservative.
Mm-hmm.
But Chris Matthews, you can't say that. He's on MSNBC, and he was like, look, the guy doesn't like the gig. He doesn't want to be there.
Right.
Or he likes to be there for the ceremonial stuff and, to fill out.
He loves being a rock star.
Is Biden going to fill out? Is it bracket time for Biden yet?
Oh, man, I want to see that. Oh, please make that happen in long form. Seriously, an hour special of Biden trying to fill out a bracket. Oh, my gosh, I'll pay for it.
Biden has filled out his bracket, and the winner of the Division I NCAA basketball championship, according to Biden,
cornflakes. He thinks it's voting on food.
I was going to say the Baltimore Ravens, but that was even better. Cornflakes. I was going to pick a football team, and you said cornflakes. Because and you're more correct than I am, because the cornflakes makes absolutely no sense at all.
Right. At least with the Ravens, he would have still been in sports.
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
Michelle Obama will not launch a bid for the White House amid rumors that the former First Lady was eyeing a presidential run, according to her office. As former First Lady Michelle Obama has expressed several times over the years, she will not be running for president, said her director of communications in a statement provided on Tuesday. Obama supports President Biden and Vice President Harris. Her office said. Fox News Digital reached out to Obama's communication team. Rumors of Obama's candidacy came as questions about Biden's mental capacity continued to swirl. The rumors began to circulate after some Republicans floated the idea that she could replace Biden on the November ballot. And we had always stated, look, unless something's changed in her life, it's always been the fact she hates. She may be a political activist behind the scenes,
but she doesn't want the job.
She doesn't want the job. She doesn't want the gig.
You know, she can do an interview, make a speech. Right. Are they still doing something on Netflix? Are they still doing that? I don't know.
You have Netflix.
I have Netflix, and I have no idea. You know why? Because I'm not even curious enough to even look. I have Google sitting right now, within inches of my hands, and I'm still not curious because I don't care. But that's they love the rock star thing.
Yeah.
Netflix all day. They don't like the job. They don't like the gig. And I say they because, again, you know, the sentiment was out there with Obama during his first term that he doesn't like the gig. And Chris Matthews, as you point out, not somebody on the right. And also, I don't know if you said it, but if you did, I'll repeat it. A Washington insider for a long time. So his sources were telling him that, and he was saying it at that time with confidence. He doesn't like the gig. So that's, you know, they love hanging out with George Clooney and then just talking. They're the cocktail socialists, right?
Yeah, we coined that term for Obama, cocktail
exactly.
socialist.
You know, they can be around lots of friendly people and talk, you know, and we can have a discussion about blah, 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 blah. No. Been there, done that. Yeah. We don't like the gig. We don't want to be a part of it.
It takes a certain personality, you know, to run for political office.
It's unbelievable.
This goes back over a decade ago, but there was an opening once. I won't go into where or whatever, but there was an opening once for Congress.
Right.
And
the district was going to include Sesame Street, by the way.
Right. It was the Cookie Monster District.
Yeah.
And the Republican Party were putting out feelers. It was not here in Texas, just so you know.
Right.
And I actually, you know, got an email wondering if I would ever consider, you know, have I ever thought about.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Well, yeah, I did, and it was no.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to run for Congress. I like where I am. I've wanted to be in radio since I was a kid, since I heard the announcer tell the school kids it's a snow day.
Right.
And by the way, that's the reason I chose radio.
I want that kind of power.
I wanted the joy. I didn't know that half the people. I didn't know I was going to end up in a place where half the people hate you because you give your opinion. No, but that was another thing. That was the difference. That when I was in music radio, there's a great thing that everybody likes you.
Yeah, popularity is key.
Yeah, you were popular. Right. You didn't get any negative, you know, feedback.
Right.
You were playing the hits and talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that a little bit of a puking voice there?
Jumping Jack Watson coming at you. Hey,
right. And, but you were liked, and I know a number. I was one of them, and you were. Because you were first in music radio. And I know a number of, there's a Rush.
Yeah.
Rush was in music radio.
Right.
For the longest. And he actually used that. Remember when he would say, which one did he use? Did he use, half my brain tied behind my back? I don't think he used that when he was on music radio. But there was one of the quotes that he used. Yeah. I think excellence in broadcasting he was still using back when he was a music DJ. But it's interesting to hear him do the music stuff. And by the way, I did go on YouTube once, and there's an old station that I used to work at. It's only a 2-minute feed, and it's me doing music radio. But I don't say my name in it, but I recognized it was a station I used to work at.
Oh.
I ran the radio. It's where I was a manager.
Right.
And there was my voice, and I went, this goes back to 89. I must suck. And I went, okay. I wasn't total suck back then. 10 years before, I was really horrible.
Yeah, somebody submitted a tape, this was several years ago, to this kind of archive thing that they were doing. And they said, hey, we want to submit this. Are you okay with it? And I listened to it, and I was like, do I really have to listen to it? Do I really? And then I listened to it, and I was like, okay, that wasn't horrible.
Yeah, it was
all right.
For me, it was just introducing weather, and I just read some kind of story or something. And
Right.
I went,
I
okay,
mean, I
that's
sounded
cool.
like I was having a good time. So,
Yeah, same with me. And so it was a little thing, and I went, okay, good. There's good. It was a good memory, and I was actually led to it by a friend of mine who said, haven't you ever listened to it? And he worked for me at that station, and I just recently talked to him, and it's been on there for like 10 years. I had no idea.
Right.
It's like, oh, okay, yeah. But that's one of the things you go through. When I was forced to be a radio talk show host, I didn't want to be a talk show host. I didn't want to give my opinion.
Right.
On just dumb opinions. I know. I still give the dumb opinions today. But there was that fear, and it is a fear. It's a panic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not anymore, and that's the best part about it. Once you get through the panic, and once you feel free on the air, that's the most wonderful thing, to be able to give your opinion. But there is quite a transformation to go from a music DJ to doing this. And it's sort of like if you're a political activist, you can do what you want all the time, and there's really no pushback, or the pushback you can ignore. You get into politics, you can't ignore it anymore.
Right.
And so we always highly doubted the fact that Michelle Obama would run. And everything that you would hear from anyone inside or anyone who knew her be the fact that they were conservative media, liberal politicians, conservative politicians. Every one of them who knew her and the family said, no way, she will never run.
Right.
And so who's left? If it's not Biden and it's not Harris and
Newsom's not performing, at least for now, he's not.
In those 3 state polls of the three battleground states,
right?
North Carolina, Colorado, and Arizona. She beats him. She beats him in some cases, Kamala Harris, by double figures.
Yeah,
I mean, it was amazing when you and I looked at that about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We looked and went, "Whoa!" It was like the one day I saw North Carolina, the next day it was Colorado, and the next day was Arizona. 3 days in a row, they were all the Harvard Harris X poll,
right?
Which is not a conservative poll, and you're like, oh, my God, Newsom. And maybe that's the little bright spot, because the one thing that irks us is, I don't care who it is, a Democrat or a Republican buying into BS. And the BS and the slimy way that Newsom does it.
Yeah.
With his Pat Riley hair.
Yeah.
And his teeth.
Yeah,
he's got the teeth.
Yeah, he does have the teeth.
He's got the hair. He's got the teeth.
Right.
And you're like, oh man,
a little bit of makeup. He's the Joker. But
he can throw the same old socialist crap at people, and they're going to buy it. And to see, at least in those 3 battleground states, not only are they not buying it, but they'd rather buy Kamala Harris than Newsom, which may just be just as bad though.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, man, we walked right into it again.
Yeah, I know.
No.
That's what happens when you analyze Democrats.
But don't change the topic. We were talking about Newsom. Yeah. But no, we talked about Newsom when, in the past and said, look, you step outside of California, this big blue bubble that he lives in, and you get on the grand stage, it may not work out for you. And so far, that's the case. But it could be the rock star thing isn't working anymore. The far left wants more radicals. You got to be more radical than Gavin Newsom. And if you followed his career from sitting on the city council in San Francisco, all the way to governor, then you know how radical he is. They want more and more radicals. I don't think they want the slick rock star person out there running anymore. And they run the narrative.
So are you saying that vote for Joe Biden, hope and change 2.0 probably wouldn't work?
Probably not.
866-90 Red Eye.
Lines open for your calls. 866-90 Red Eye on Red Eye Radio.
If you like listening to Red Eye On Demand, we have more of Eric Harley and guests for you. Download RER's Extra Mile podcast. More topics and issues discussed.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul.
DTNA Parts, the one-stop solution for Freightliner and Western Star trucks and the people who drive, manage, and care for them. With more than 900 locations and seamless online shopping through Accelerator, DTNA Parts keep trucks singing and businesses humming. For a customized experience, speedy delivery, and comprehensive selection of over 175,000 quality truck parts, go to DTNAparts.com. DTNA Parts. Parts that move you.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities, where your dream floor is just a visit away.
Hey, Cletus.
Yeah, Otis.
Reckon how them old boys at United Country Southern Tennessee Realty sell so many properties around here?
Well, I reckon it has a lot to do with their advertising and marketing.
Well, what does that mean?
It means they figure out how to put properties like ours in front of thousands of buyers by putting pictures and videos on these specialty websites designed just for rural properties, and then them folks with computers can look at them.
What if they're like me and don't have one of them computers?
Them old boys got that figured out too. They also advertise in newspapers, magazines, and even have a big old color catalog they can send to folks all over the world. Heck, they even got us advertising for them here on this radio. If y'all thinking about selling, give them a call at 931-244-4174. You'll be glad you did. And remember, if they can find Bigfoot, they can find you a buyer.
Join us every Friday evening from 5 to 6 p.m. for an exciting new program called Free Speech News.
Here on WDXE.
Brought to you by Chris Morris
and Lawrence Sutton, where we will discuss two things you are not supposed to talk about: politics and religion. Where we are not politically correct, but biblically correct, and we will bring you the truth in news.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carney, and I'm Gary McNamara. And so when you look at it, it says, well, look, since Michelle Obama isn't going to run, they don't want Kamala Harris. Newsom is polling so bad. How about the Cookie Monster? Cookie Monster against Trump.
Joe and Cookie 20. Cookie and who would be the?
Yeah, because Joe would be out.
Yeah, Cookie and Elmo. 2024.
Or
Big Bird?
Miss Piggy.
No, it's Muppet. Don't cross paths.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, Disney, does Disney own all of them now? I think
wait a
Disney
minute.
owns everything now, so I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
That's as bad as when we worked for Disney.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I got my 5-year pin for working for Disney, and I went on the air with my 5-year pin, and I said, look, I got a Goofy pin for 5 years, and someone says, it's Pluto. It's like,
wrong one. Wrong one.
See? Not up to date on all this stuff. That's 50 years old.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shop at iowa80.com for the best selection of everything for your truck: bumpers, fenders, toolboxes, lights, interior, and more. iowa80.com, your trucking accessories superstore.
Are you a trucker struggling with IRS problems? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has a full team of CPAs, enrolled agents, and tax attorneys who are ready to fight for you and resolve your tax matters. They'll file any missing tax returns for you. And if you owe money to the IRS, Allies Tax Relief will negotiate your debt, protect your wages from being garnished, and keep your bank accounts from being levied.
Before calling Allies Tax Relief, I feared the IRS would take all of my assets. I owed them over $562,000. Thankfully, I was referred to Allies and called them for help. Allies negotiated my giant tax debt to an unbelievable $1,500.
For your free consultation, call 800-214-6871. That's 800-214-6871. Or go to alliestaxrelief.com.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road, like that temporary road construction that's been going on permanently. Every time those orange cones appear, the redder you turn. We can't save you from never-ending construction, but we can get you back on the road fast with our heavy truck roadside assistance, available 24/7 year-round. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Optional heavy truck roadside assistance provided by third party and subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, it's Todd Dills here, editor of Overdrive, urging any owner-operator who hears this to take a close look at our Trucker of the Year competition for 2024. Ongoing for owner-operators of up to 3 trucks. If you've controlled cost in a time of huge inflationary pressures and with demand on the decline in many segments, you're no doubt a worthy contender. Nominate yourself or the singular or successful owner-operator you've admired for solid business via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker. And here's a big congrats to owner-operator Jay Hosty, the current reigning champ as Overdrive's Trucker of the Year. Join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 22nd in Louisville for a chance to meet owner-operator Hosty and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs. Do that, and you can stay choosy about freight. It's been a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years now in business. Like I said, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. Do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund's Rigs Without Cigs program is a free tobacco cessation program available to all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Rigs Without Cigs participants receive free tools to help them quit, along with support and accountability from a certified tobacco cessation specialist. To learn more, you can go to truckersfund.org and look under the Health and Wellness tab and sign up today. That's truckersfund.org.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Racking up the delegates. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country.
Former President Trump and President Biden win all but one of their Super Tuesday races on their way to cementing a rematch in November.
Donald Trump's more than 60% of the way to securing the Republican nomination.
Our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's.
And one of the big questions now, how long will Nikki Haley stay in the race? Her campaign offered very little clues in a statement saying, quote, "We're honored to have received the support of millions of Americans across the country, including in Vermont, where Nikki became the first Republican woman to win 2 presidential primary contests."
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, Nikki Haley with an upset victory in Vermont last night, adding to her D.C. primary victory on Sunday. Meantime, a mostly unknown businessman, Jason Palmer, topped President Biden in American Samoa. The president issuing a statement about the increasingly likely match with his predecessor.
Warning that former President Trump is determined to destroy our democracy.
Fox's Jill Nato. In California, the top 2 vote-getters advance in the November election to replace the late U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein. Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff, one of the winners.
It looks like we're going to the general, ladies and gentlemen.
And the other candidate is Republican and former baseball star Steve Garvey.
I'll say tonight it's the first game of a doubleheader. The second game is going to be daunting.
In Texas, Congressman Colin Allred wins the Democratic primary to take on GOP Senator Ted Cruz this fall. And the 2 candidates in North Carolina for governor are GOP Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson and Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for my brand new podcast, Perino on Politics. Listeners of Everything Will Be Okay will gravitate toward this podcast too. Every Monday, I'm going to talk to people I trust in politics as they tell me what they're seeing and thinking in the 2024 election cycle. As they prep me to cover the upcoming election, they'll prep you, the voters, too. Make sure you subscribe to this series on FoxNewsPodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts and leave a rating and review.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey there, it's me, Kennedy. Make sure to check out my podcast, Kennedy Saves the World. It is 5 days a week. Every week, we check in with Jimmy Fallon, bring in authors for the book club, and even treat some of your favorite Fox personalities to a very special happy hour. Download and listen at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast.
Kennedy Saves the World. America's listening to Fox News.
With his country in turmoil, Haiti's prime minister reappeared in Puerto Rico.
Ariel Henry hadn't been seen for several days. Violence broke out in Haiti while the prime minister was visiting Kenya. Armed gangs breaking thousands free from prison, then trying to take over the main airport to stop Prime Minister Henry from landing. The leader of the gangs wants the PM's resignation, warning the country is headed for a civil war, which he says would lead to genocide. Local media reports Ariel Henry's plane was forced to divert to Puerto Rico after it was turned away from Haiti and its neighbour, the Dominican Republic. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
A temporary ceasefire and hostage exchange may be on the horizon in Gaza. That is if Hamas will agree to an offer that is on the table. Meantime, a Democratic congresswoman faced anger from pro-Palestinian protesters.
Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez faced pro-Palestinian protesters while leaving a Brooklyn movie theater. The congresswoman addressed the demonstrators and appeared to claim she's already accused Israel of genocide. In 2020, the congresswoman defended protesters, calling to defund the police, tweeting, quote, "Popular support often starts small and grows. To folks who complain protest demands make others uncomfortable, that's the point. Ocasio-Cortez is just the latest Democrat to face political pressure over the Israel-Hamas war. President Joe Biden faced protest in New York while visiting last week and at his hotel in San Francisco weeks ago.
Fox's Nate Foy. Target plans to offer paid memberships. It's called Target Circle 360 and will, among other things, offer free same-day delivery for orders of more than $35. And Dow Futures up 82 points at this hour after big tech tanked stocks yesterday. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm going to do that.
You should.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we are Red Eye Radio. Welcome and good morning. He's Eric Harley and I'm Gary McNamara. Things were tense last night. Okay, I'm lying.
It got down to the wire.
for Super Tuesday. We went through some of the numbers earlier. I thought it'd be interesting just to bring up some overall numbers that in the polling that exist now that isn't really talked about a lot, but I think are really key things that should be brought up. And this comes from William Galston's column in the Wall Street Journal.
All right.
Where he talks about the fact that Mr. Trump leads Mr. Biden by between, I'm reading directly from his article, Mr. Trump leads Mr. Biden by between 2 and 5 points nationwide, and the inclusion of minor party and independent candidates modestly expands Mr. Trump's margin. Now, polls are snapshots. They're not predictions. But the correlation between current results and final outcomes will increase as we near the election. Even if there are surprises along the way, and it would be shocking if there aren't any, we can assess the strengths and weaknesses of the major party candidates as the opening gun sounds. Broadly speaking, the coalition that gave Mr. Trump 47% of the vote in 2020 remains intact, while Mr. Biden's winning coalition has frayed significantly, according to the New York Times Siena poll. 97% of those who voted for Mr. Trump 4 years ago intend to do so again in 2024. Because the Never-Trumpers weren't voting for him in 2020.
Right.
All right, so 97% who voted for Trump 4 years ago intend to do so again in 2024, compared with 83% for Mr. Biden. 10% of Mr. Biden's former supporters, according to the New York Times Siena poll, say they will switch to Mr. Trump. This helps explain the top-line numbers. You and I, in fact, we did it in a pre-show meeting. I remember you went, whoa, 10% of Biden's voters, according to the poll, will vote for Trump?
I thought I heard it wrong.
I know. That helps explain the top-line number. Mr. Biden outpolled Mr. Trump in 2020 by nearly 4.5 points, but now trails him by 2.1, a 6.6 point swing. Now, the 2.1 is an average of all the different polls, not just one poll.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe it is. No, I think that's the average of the polls.
Okay.
Key blocks in the Democratic coalition have eroded. In 2020, Mr. Biden won 18 to 29-year-old voters by 24 points. His lead now, less than half. He won in the suburbs by 11 points, but leads only now by 2. His lead among black voters has fallen from 84 points to 43, and it would be a historic shift if Mr. Trump comes anywhere near the 23% support the poll found.
Wow.
So that isn't that all those the black voters that fell from 84 to 43. That's his favorability rating. But what they're saying is Trump now polls 23% approval of black voters.
Okay.
And that's what he's saying. If that is the case, that would be historic. Mr. Biden prevailed among Hispanic voters by 21 points in 2020, but now trails by 6.
Wow.
The results for Hispanics may seem hard to believe. Well, look, when I see that his support for black voters has gone from 84 to 43, I mean, you look at that and you say, well, that's a 41-point swing. Well, you notice Trump isn't picking up 41 points.
Right.
They may not be favorable towards him, but the majority are still going to vote. But if it increases from what probably the mid-teens to 23% support for Trump, if that actually mirrors in the election, that in itself would be huge. The result for Hispanics may seem hard to believe, but it's consistent with other findings. Only 16% of Hispanics say that economic conditions are excellent or good, compared to 84% who rate them as fair or poor. Only 31% approve of Mr. Biden's performance as president. 67% disapprove. A tougher approach to immigration is no deal breaker. 45% of Hispanics favor making it harder to seek asylum at the southern border. Nearly as many as the 47% who oppose it. Ideologically, Hispanics are now to the right of the Democratic Party. Only 20% of them describe themselves as liberal, 44% as moderate, and 30% as conservatives. The fraying of Mr. Biden's coalition is evident in the swing states as well. 4 years ago, Mr. Biden prevailed in 6 of the 7 swing states, losing only North Carolina. Now he trails in 6 of them. According to the Real Clear Politics polling averages, leading only in Pennsylvania. Mr. Trump leads by, and by the way, there's a poll out there, one of the most recent polls that shows Trump was leading. Did we bring that up a couple of days ago in Pennsylvania, I believe?
Yeah, we did.
Mr. Trump leads by 7.7 points in Nevada, 6.5 in Georgia, 5.7 in North Carolina, 5.5 in Arizona. Wisconsin remains within reach. Mr. Trump's edge, 1 point. This leaves Michigan, which may be pivotal. Biden carried it in 2020 by 2.8 points, but now trails 3.6. If he loses in the South and the Southwest, he will need Michigan to prevail. If he can't overcome the current discontent in Michigan over his support for Israel's campaign in Gaza, Hamas's brutal attack could end up returning Mr. Trump to the Oval Office. You know, another point is, and I've seen a couple of people bring that up and say, you know, you may be making too much of that erosion. Not that it wouldn't be important in Michigan, but they say the real problem in Michigan is EVs.
Yeah. Okay.
Is a unions as he
we talked
right.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day, and that dynamic. And I said, look, I think there's something else going on in Michigan, and I guess we'll see in November. But all of this is horrible news, and we're still 8 months out for the Biden campaign, and we're still 8 months out. Wow.
They say if the inflation rate continues to fall, triggering interest rates cuts, and now that's a bigger if than it was even 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
As we run up some of the numbers, right?
You and I were talking about it the other day. You're not hearing that talk as much.
And one of the reasons is you may have other products going down, but the products that people buy, as we've talked about,
Right.
food, which is why he's doing the whole shrinkflation thing.
Yeah.
But when there's a problem that people know is attached to Biden, and he attempts to repackage it, he attempts to repackage it and blame someone else, when you think about that on the border, when he tried to blame Trump, it failed.
Drastically. Blaming Trump for an open border.
On inflation.
Yeah.
When he because this isn't the first time. He's repackaging it with shrinkflation, trying to make people think that inflation and shrinkflation are two separate things when they're the exact same thing.
Right.
They're both caused by inflation.
Right.
When he tried to blame, remember, he brought up the greed of corporations. Remember, that's what all the surrogates were saying when inflation started to increase.
Oh, yeah.
They were blaming.
And they're gouging.
Right. Nobody bought it.
Nobody bought that. That didn't work. So now they jump on the shrinkflation thing, which is, of course, inflation.
If the inflation rate continues to fall, triggering interest rates cuts, the recent improvement in the public's assessment of the economy could accelerate. That's always a possibility. That's not where it's headed right now. The president could announce a bold new policy that staunches the bleeding at the southern border.
Yep. Right.
An executive order proving that Trump was right. He may be able to engineer a ceasefire in the Middle East that takes the pictures of death and destruction off the front page. The House and the Senate may come to an agreement on further aid to Ukraine that would salvage a pillar of the president's foreign policy. On the other side of the ledger, a torrent of Democratic attack ads could remind tuned-out swing voters why they booted Mr. Trump out of office after one term. His conviction of a felony could swing the election to Mr. Biden. This leaves the president's age, a focus of much recent polling, and agitated discussion by Democratic insiders. Only Mr. Biden can get rid of this concern. He must deliver a forceful State of the Union address, campaign vigorously, accept media interviews he has ducked up until now, and debate Mr. Trump this fall. By declining to stand down at age 81, Mr. Biden has assumed a historic responsibility to his party, his country, and the world. The cost of failure would be
what?
Basically, you couldn't calculate the cost of the failure. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing that will overpower the arrogance of Joe Biden. These are all things that he thinks, yesterday you saw the clip going around. And, I'm leading in 5 polls. 5 polls. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. By the way, with as many polls as there are out there right now, I thought, okay, that sounds bad. If you're a wonk, you're going, you're only leading in 5? But the thing is, it wasn't 5.
That's not the truth.
No. Yeah. Well, if you go back to summer of last year.
Well,
5 polls. Just show him the polls from last summer. He'll believe he's in the lead. And because the whole thing, the Michelle Obama thing was based on the other narrative that some people are still on. He's not going to be the nominee. He's not going to be the nominee. He's not going to be the nominee. Well, today he is. I don't see his arrogance declining whatsoever. There may be some declines, but that's not one of his declines. He's not going away anytime soon. And
I found it.
What do you got?
I found the audio cut you were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Mr. President, what's your message to Democrats who are concerned about your poll numbers?
Our poll numbers, the last 5 polls you guys don't report, I'm winning 5 in a row.
5 polls, 5 in a row.
Yeah.
What is he talking
What is he
about?
looking at? Did Sesame Street take a poll? Because there is, by the way, if you're not following along, if you're not a wonk and you don't look at the polls on a regular basis, like a lot of people do, yesterday had people looking, going, oh, I wonder which 5 polls he's
there
talking
was
about.
the tip poll that we brought up the other day that he was up by 1,
Mhm.
and then the morning consult poll where he was up by.
And
by-
how?
by
And
one-
when were
by-
those?
by 1?
When were those?
The last few days.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All registered voters.
Yeah. Yeah. And as you mentioned earlier in the show, it bears repeating here, we're going to start seeing more and more likely voter polls.
Yeah, the New York Times likely voter poll,
Mm-hmm.
which is always viewed as more accurate.
And by the way, in that same moment that we just heard,
has Trump up for.
Yeah, he mentioned at one point with that reporter, you guys are always, you're just paying attention to the New York Times. Well, it's a likely voter poll.
Yeah.
And it's the liberal New York Times.
When you see since the middle of, let me see, the beginning of beginning polls that are into February.
Okay.
Trump leads 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yep.
10, 11, 12,
What I was
13,
mentioning
14,
earlier. Yep.
15, 16, 17,
Yep.
18.
Yep.
18 polls. Biden leads in 3. And the 1 was back in the middle of February.
Okay.
Of the last, since the middle of February, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 polls Trump leads, Biden leads in
Yep.
2. And the ones that Biden leads, both are +1.
Yeah.
And so that's where you look at it and you say, okay, that's why the average is.
And again, we're
right.
8 months out.
Yeah.
We're looking at, you and I always, we don't, the polls aren't gospel, but when we see movement that shows something in one direction or the other, that's what you pay attention to, the movement in the polls. And as I said earlier, when you look from February on, that's where that movement, that positive movement for Trump started happening. And, of course, Biden wants you to believe he's 5 polls.
Well, without any bias here whatsoever, I think the most accurate poll that was taken was last September 15th through September 20th, the ABC News Washington Post poll, where Trump is up by 10.
Last September, he was up by 10?
Up by 10, yeah.
Wow.
Now, if you look in that...
I got to see the methodology on that one.
Oh, I know, but if you look through September and October, Biden is up, and that's
Yeah.
what you see.
Yeah.
Trump, not that Trump doesn't win any of the polls, but Biden is up in the majority of polls.
Right.
Back in last September and October.
Right.
And that's when you see the shift. That's where you see the shift happening.
Right. Yep.
And again, these are
And
all
people
registered
are making
voters
their
polls.
decision now based on the fact that it's coming down to the 2 more and more. The GOP field is all but done.
Well, and the other thing that you got to take into context is if you add the other candidates, Trump is up by more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the
thing.
other candidates that aren't GOP. Yes.
Right, that are actually running.
Right.
And will be on the ballot.
Right.
In most of the states on the ballot. 866-90 Red Eye.
This morning's USDA Farm Report is brought to you by House Products. Tested, trusted, guaranteed since 1920.
Those vicious wildfires have burned over 1 million acres in the North Texas Panhandle. However,
we are looking at some improvement coming as firefighters continue to work around the perimeters of those fires. There's still a few hot spots burning.
but USDA meteorologist Brad Rippey says firefighters may get some help from the weather this week.
We are looking at a cooler weather pattern spreading southward across much of the country. That includes the southern Great Plains. So we will see temperatures returning at least to normal levels, and it looks like the winds will stay down a bit, humidity a little bit higher.
Brad says in some areas, though, there is still a lot of vegetation that could burn.
But at least for the next several days, it looks like the threat of any additional wildfires will be fairly minimal across that region,
Giving farmers and ranchers a chance to assess the damage to their farms and to their livestock. Gary Crawford for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
This report brought to you by Cenex Fuels and Lubes.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Listen to Red Eye Radio wherever you are with the Red Eye Radio app. Available on Android and iPhone. Download it now from the App Store or by visiting us at redeyeradioshow.com.
Working outside has its ups and downs, especially when temperatures plummet. What fuels me when my face is frozen? Football, flannels, family. What fuels my equipment? Cenex Wintermaster Premium Diesel. Its enhanced additive package maximizes performance in weather as harsh as 30 below, in the field, on the road, and in the extreme cold. Cenex Wintermaster, fueled by innovation, powered to perform.
Get ready for the 2024 Mid-America Trucking Show, the largest annual trucking event in the U.S. of A. Register at truckingshow.com. Thursday, March 21st through Saturday, March 23rd at the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville, Kentucky. Experience the entire trucking industry with 1 million square feet of exhibits. Visit 1,000 manufacturers, suppliers, and service providers of the U.S. and abroad. Experience the latest trucking technology. Take part in hands-on demonstrations. Learn the latest at the MATS Pro Talk Seminar Series. Explore career opportunities and more. See elite custom show trucks with nighttime light displays and a parade at the 35th Annual PKY Truck Beauty Championship. Also returning this year is the highly anticipated Big Rig Build-Off, where 4 elite builders will showcase custom truck builds for a chance to win $20,000. The Friday MATS concert at Freedom Hall in the Kentucky Expo Center will feature the Steel Woods and Tony Justice. Presented by Bennett, Ridge Hall, and Ace Doran. It's the Mid-America Trucking Show, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in Louisville, Kentucky. Register now at truckingshow.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Todd Dills, editor of Overdrive, with a big congrats here to owner-operator Jay Hosty, current reigning champ as our Trucker of the Year. For the rest of you, join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show March 22nd for a chance to meet Jay and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs, to stay choosy about freight, a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years in business. Meanwhile, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. You can do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
A moment in real estate with my dad, Jeff Luke.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time, and nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart Pharmacy.
The vision for Thousand Hills Cowboy Church was birthed in the summer of 2007. We simply wanted to reach cowboys, cowgirls, and anyone else that loves the outdoor lifestyle. With Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, we hope to create an atmosphere of worship that you can feel when you walk through the door, with sermons you can understand, and to be able to create not only a church, community, but a family, a place where anyone can come and hear God's Word. Join us at our Etheridge location with lead pastor Nathan Duncan for our worship gathering starting at 10 a.m. Just come as you are, no need to dress up, and bring the whole family. For more information, check out our website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com, a church for everyday people.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Coming up, this has gone viral again. Not just viral online, but, I mean, everywhere. The study that came out a couple of years ago, electric vehicles release more toxic emissions and are worse for the environment than gas-powered cars. It's a study that came out a couple of years ago, but it's been brought back to life this year. And remember, Governor Hochul of New York said, don't worry, we're not going to be going after other businesses besides Trump. Wrong.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Wrong. Wait till you hear this.
Right.
And she's also threatening a lawsuit against Nassau County, saying you must allow men to play in women's sports.
Wow.
When it comes to your family's health, you can count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. They're focused on keeping you at your best with annual screenings and preventative care. Having a family doctor helps you stay healthy, so our Southern Tennessee Medical Group makes it easier to find one. Call 800-424-DOCS, 800-424-3627, or visit southerntnlawrenceburg.com to find a primary care physician.
Hi, this is Sandra Fritchie with Flora Mid-South Realty. As the winter season settles in, it's the perfect time to turn your real estate dreams into reality. Let me guide you through the journey of finding your cozy haven. With my expertise and unwavering commitment, I'll ensure a seamless and hassle-free experience, just like the warmth of a crackling fireplace. I'm Sandra Fritchie. Call me at 931-236-2815 for all your real estate needs.
Let the gang at Flora Mid-South Realty help you out. Call 931-762-4247 or online at floramidSouthRealty.com.
This is Brandon Taylor, chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, and I want to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. as we talk about what's going on in our county with local elections, statewide elections. All the other radio shows are only going to be talking about what we're actually doing.
I compared a vending machine to a voting machine. Just because when you go up to vote, it's very similar to going up to a vending machine. You go up to a vending machine, you can get Pepsi or you can get Diet Pepsi. And that's what I've noticed through the voting machines. You go up there and you start to vote, it's like, well, you've got one here, one's just got a little more sugar than the other.
And call in and be a part of a real political action committee. I'll see you Wednesday at 5.
Are you ready for some home improvements? Or maybe you've been dreaming of creating your own personal oasis in your backyard. This is Donna Rawson with Bank of Frank Ewing, and we want to help make your dreams come true. Call us today at 762-6800 or stop by and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. I look forward to being your friend in banking. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Prochowski with Prochowski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
When you think Quick Mart, don't just think great savings at the pump. Think about great savings on breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dang, that's tasty.
Quick Mart has great biscuits, Texas Pete potato wedges, and chicken sandwiches. Quick Mart will be sure to fill your tank and your tummy and get you back on the road in no time. Don't forget to download their Quick Club app to save you some money all at the same time. Wait, I forgot to tell you, they also have freshly made in-house desserts. Enough said. Everyone needs to stop at Quick Mart today.
Truck insurance with Smart Haul from Progressive. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Not available in all states or situations.
Are freezing temps putting the brakes on your diesel engine? For unbeatable protection against diesel fuel gelling, trust the experts at House Products. Stock up on House Diesel Treat, the nation's most trusted anti-gel. And to be safe from the harshest winter conditions, make sure you have House Diesel Lifeline on hand. The fastest acting gelling rescue product. Available nationwide, House products are designed to keep you rolling through the toughest conditions. House, tested, trusted, guaranteed. Visit houseproducts.com. So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free at-home cancer screening kits to Class A over-the-road drivers. Getting to a doctor for preventative appointments can be difficult. The St. Christopher Fund wants to help make it easier. Currently, prostate cancer screenings are available, with colorectal and cervical cancer kits becoming available soon. Get your free kits at truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab. That's truckersfund.org.
You're listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
Red Eye Radio, he's Eric Crowley, and I'm Gary McNamara. We did the story a ways back, I think in 2022. Electric vehicles release more toxic particles into the atmosphere and are worse for the environment than their gas-powered counterparts, according to a resurfaced study. The study published by the emissions data firm Emissions Analytics was released in 2022, but has attracted a wave of attention this week after being cited in a Wall Street Journal op-ed piece on Sunday. It found that brakes and tires on EVs release 1,850 times more particulate pollution compared to modern tailpipes.
It's the weight of the vehicle.
Yep.
The weight of the vehicle puts so much on those tires and the brakes. I don't know at what rate they go through tires, but it's a lot faster than gas-powered engines.
So it found that the brakes and tires on EVs release 1,850 times more particulate pollution compared to modern tailpipes, which have efficient exhaust filters, bringing gas-powered vehicle emissions to new lows. Today, most vehicle-related pollution comes from tire wear, as heavy cars drive on light-duty tires, most often made with synthetic rubber made from crude oil and other fillers and additives. They deteriorate and release harmful chemicals into the air, according to the emissions analytics. And they say because EVs are on average 30% higher, brakes and tires on battery-powered cars wear out faster than on standard cars.
Yeah.
Emission Analytics found that tire wear emissions on half a metric ton of battery weight in an EV are more than 400 times as great as direct exhaust particulate emissions. Wow.
Okay.
Half a metric ton, 1,100 pounds.
Did they compare? Did they include any tire emissions from gas to go along with the? I know they're comparing the emissions of gas-powered vehicles from the tailpipe, but if you were to measure not only the, I guess my question would be, what is the impact of tire emissions on gas-powered vehicles?
Well,
and would you add that to
they're
tailpipe?
Yes, they're adding both. They
are.
I don't
adding
have
both.
it specifically here that I'm looking at, but yeah, they add both.
Okay, because we
Right,
talked about
because-
other studies. I don't know if it was this one or not, but that show the emissions overall were still higher with EVs. And by the way, this is during use. We've talked about the delivery of the vehicles. By the time they get to the lot, what it takes to build an EV and the emissions there.
Right.
You have to add that into it.
But we're talking particulate matter, and the whole point they're saying is these cars aren't zero emissions.
Right.
They're saying, well, zero emissions from the tailpipe. Yeah. No, you're not saying that. You're saying it's a zero-emission car, and it's not a zero-emission car.
It's not.
And we've stated this over and over again. That's lying by omission.
It is.
You know, it was the same thing. Remember, was it, I can't remember, was it the hybrid or electric vehicle? Remember they were looking at the plug-in hybrids.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got an electric, you've got the gasoline motor in, you can still plug it in.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying it gets 300 miles to the gallon of gas.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Because you're not counting the energy. If you were counting the energy of it being run just by the gasoline engine, and then how the gasoline engine through the generator charged the batteries, well, then you can make that claim.
You need to factor the equivalent.
Right, because all of the power is coming from the gasoline engine.
Right. They stopped doing that, by the way, because they were called out on it.
But as soon as you plugged it in, you can't make that. They were called out on it. We called them out on it.
Right.
That goes back, like 12, 13, 14 years
Yeah,
ago? When they were doing that?
I think the one example we used was what they were promoting for the Chevy Volt at the time. I think that was our example then. Or just one example we used. But, yeah, they changed that practice because they got way too much pushback. Well, here's the thing. Politically, the left with, all of this technology and the mandates behind it, they think, okay, we've won over the activists. Now the activists are in our corner. They're the loudest. Well, the activists keep going. Net zero is not zero. Greta, you talk like you're going to do something. You're not actually doing something. The point being, it doesn't matter what mandate you put into place. Number one, we're never going to be able to reach the mandate on EVs. That's not going to happen. But number two, the goalpost is moving every day with environmentalists. There's always something in play with them. So now it's lithium and silver and cobalt mining and everything else it takes. By the way, that, we kind of pointed out from the beginning, hey, are you including everything in the equation of the mining of the materials, the delivery of the finished product to the destination point, the retail level? And then on top of that, the life of what the emissions is, the life usage of what the emissions is going to be. Well, no, they weren't. Why? Because you can't. Because we're not going to get off this blue marble without leaving a footprint.
I think one thing they have to Google, because I've gone through 3 articles here. I went to Google because you make a great point that you need to, in these articles, point out that the tailpipe emissions plus the particulate matter that comes from the brakes and the tires, the entire amount of the gasoline vehicle, and then compare it to an EV.
Because my new truck is heavy. The reason, you and I talk about it, we want to be, look, let's do the real science here. I don't want to leave I don't have an agenda here. I just want to get to the truth. I don't believe this technology is going to be available to us on the wide scale in terms of a grid and everything else we'll need. The materials that will need to be mined in such a short period of time. We want to talk about the facts. We go back to ethanol. The farm to pump is what we focused on, and eventually Al Gore got around to admitting that he lied when he ran in 2000, that ethanol was not a good thing. It took him 10 years to do that, but he did it. And so I look at it and, my new pickup truck has it's pretty heavy. And so if you're doing the science, then you would have to include all the emissions from the gas-powered vehicle, including tires.
The fact is, with the new filters, what they're saying is that, they actually compared hybrid. The electric car weighed about 1/3 more than the hybrid and emitted roughly 1/4 more particulate matter because of tire wear. Total direct emissions went up, not down, when the electric car was driven. But when California's analyzed the effects of its ban, it used a model that assumed both kind of cars have the same tire wear, which it doesn't. And they're saying that the particulate matter that comes out of the tailpipe, because of the new catalytic converters, filters, and everything else, is like 1 1/1000th of a gram per mile driven, that it's so low that it's almost negligible.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they're saying is that because you produce a hybrid, still has batteries
right
in and
Yeah.
all that,
Right.
still has tire wear, how does it compare to a gasoline car?
Right.
You've got to make that. But I think what they're trying to say is if you've got now again, you can have a plug-in hybrid will have do all hybrids have batteries?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I just thought about it. Okay, so you've got that extra battery weight there, but in
it's not the same weight as an EV,
right.
but yeah.
Which they say that electric car weighed about 1/3 more than the hybrid, emitted roughly 25% more particulate matter than because of the tire wear. So they didn't even check brakes wear on this for that particular one.
Right.
But they believe, again, the brake works harder because it's heavier.
Right.
And so there are hardly any particulate matter coming out of the tailpipe, which is why they're making that assumption.
Right.
Because if it's a quarter greater than hybrid, it's greater than gasoline-powered cars.
Right.
Which means there's more particulate matter coming out, which really, when you talk about smog and air pollution, that's what air pollution was.
Well, you and I have been focused on this for a long time because particulate matter has been a big deal in the trucking industry with Class 8 engines and the evolution of Class 8 engines going back to 2002 and changes there with EGR and then SCR, Common Rail, and everything else, that got us to where we are now. And all of those things are, at first they were about emissions. Then it was, fuel usage and efficiency, and, you just keep moving the goalpost. Well, when it comes to emissions, even Class 8 engines, the particulate matter coming out of those engines, if they're operating properly, is very, very, very low.
And very quickly here, this was Wall Street Journal editorial board. Letitia James anti-business model. The New York AG sues a meat company because it sells too much meat. New York Governor Kathy Hochul declared the state would not target businesses with political cases after winning the $454 million judgment against Donald Trump. That vow didn't last long. Last week, the Attorney General charged the world's largest beef producer, JBS USA, with misrepresenting its carbon emissions. Quote, the JBS Group has profited from its fraudulent and illegal business activities across New York State, the AG claims in a lawsuit filed in state court. Pray tell, how? Her argument is that eating beef is bad for the climate and that JBS duped customers.
Yeah.
Look at this. JBS duped customers into buying its products by making overly ambitious pledges to cut emissions. Seriously, that's the case.
Wow. And it's fraud.
Yep.
Breaking the law. Illegal, she says.
Beef has the highest total greenhouse gas emissions of any major food commodity. The lawsuit notes, and livestock production contributes about 32% of the methane emissions each year. JBS says it plans to become net zero by 2040.
Not zero.
But Ms. James complains that JBS didn't quantify its so-called Scope 3 emissions from suppliers and customers. Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
In any case, neither New York nor federal law says companies must disclose their greenhouse gas emissions.
Doesn't matter. We say it's fraud. It's fraud. We're coming after you. We'll shut you down.
So they're saying this is our goal. Well, you're not keeping up with your goal. That's fraud.
Yep.
There you go.
Told you.
By the way,
that didn't take long at all.
By the way, JBS USA, all I have to say is Fort Worth, Texas.
Come on in. Cowtown. That's what they call it. We know what beef is all about.
No self-awareness that you're going to drive businesses right out of
It's just unbelievable.
And then
if she goes forward on this, this will be it. Because this demonstrates a pattern. After, as you mentioned, Governor Hochul saying, oh, no, we only hate Donald Trump. We don't hate every business, just the Trump business. Wrong.
866-90 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Weigh your truck on a cat scale. All right, we're gonna do bench presses and curls for upper body today. Sound good?
I'm just so tired after driving a truck all week. I feel like I don't have enough time.
Have you downloaded the Weigh My Truck app from CatScale? It can save you tons of time when checking your weight.
Speaking of weight, can you spot me?
Your time is money, and nobody knows it better than CatScale. That's why we offer the Weigh My Truck app absolutely free. Now you can complete your entire weigh without ever leaving your truck. You can see your weights on your mobile device, and scale tickets are automatically emailed to you. Best of all, weighing with CatScale means you're backed by the CatScale guarantee. Remember, time is money, so get weighed and get going with the Weigh My Truck app. Visit WeighMyTruck.com to find out more about how this app can revolutionize how you weigh your truck. That's WeighMyTruck.com.
Forget misaccuracy. Weigh your truck on a cat scale.
When you drive a truck, pride makes its way into everything you do, including how you take care of your engine. If you want to treat your truck right, Shell Rotella is the only heavy-duty engine oil for the job. You'll get unrivaled protection and performance, plus up to $40 in digital gift cards when you buy today. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. Ends May 15th, 2024. Terms apply. See rotella.com/rewards for details.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com. That's RedEyeRadioShow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and CatScale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioShow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Hello, everyone. Roy Williams here, the host of today's Health Update. I'd like to say thank you so much to all our listeners for tuning in to WDXE to learn how to live a longer, healthier, and more fulfilling life. Our feedback proves that the public loves the issues we talk about. We strive to cover the truth concerning physical, mental, spiritual, and even political health. So if you're one of those people who really do want to know the truth, then plan to tune in on WDXE from 4:30 to 5. That's Monday through Friday. Listen to today's Health Update. You'll be glad you did.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
In 1978,
Rent Right was founded by Jerry and Pat Adams with the vision to be an equipment and rental store that was focused on providing customers top quality equipment rentals at the right price. Today, 46 years later, Jerry and Pat's son, Bill, still shares his parents' values of the right price and takes pride in the cleanliness and reliability of all equipment rentals to ensure that their customer satisfaction is guaranteed. Rent Right is now an authorized Hustler dealership serving the southern Middle Tennessee area. They carry a large selection of new and pre-owned inventory. Rent Right staff are prepared to make sure your experience is amazing, from assisting you in your initial purchase to ongoing maintenance. Stop in and see them today at 721 Buffalo Road. Come on down to Rent Right. We can help you out.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. And then A.G. James in New York threatens a lawsuit over Nassau County over girls' sports. The New York Attorney General is demanding that Nassau County stop protecting girls' sports from boys.
Wow. Stop.
The order's immediate effect is to force sports leagues to make it an impossible choice, discriminate against transgenders, and you're in violation of New York law, or find somewhere else to play. A cease and desist letter was sent. So now New York wishes to, as do all Democrats on a national front, wants boys to compete against girls in sports. These people are insane.
Title IX is over.
Yes.
Done.
These people are misogynist or self-misogyny in the case of James.
Yeah. Right.
They're misogynist.
Yep.
What else? Oh, femophobia.
Yeah,
they're femophobes.
There you
I
go.
got to have the phobe in there.
Yeah.
They're femophobes
Because you
and
can't have
misogynists.
feminists these days.
And they're against all women's rights that they claimed for decades they were for.
She's acting against it.
Yep.
It's not just a threat. Think about this. Wow.
Plus, the whole point is there's no difference between boys and girls.
Right. Yeah.
They're insane.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Eric Harley for Valley Chrome Plating. Drivers, are you looking to outshine everyone rolling down the road? Look no further than Valley Chrome Plating, your one-stop shop for premium chrome and stainless bumpers, plus a huge inventory of stainless accessories for all makes and models. Valley Chrome will always outshine and outlast the competition. Their products are made with the highest manufacturing standards, made right here in the USA. Family-owned and operated, Valley Chrome Plating has been putting the shine on America since 1961. Check out valleychrome.com today, valleychrome.com.
At Progressive Commercial, we know a trucker's time is money, and, well, there's a lot that can impact your time on the road. Like that driver who's too busy belting out show tunes to realize the light turned green 2 choruses ago. Yeah, that's not a call for an encore she's hearing. We can't save you from singing drivers, but we can get you back on the road fast with our heavy truck roadside assistance available 24/7 year-round. See if you can save at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Optional heavy truck roadside assistance provided by third party and subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. If you've logged as many highway miles as me, you've seen billboards claiming the world's best something or other, like the world's best peach pie, chicken gravy pancakes, or the world's best or least worst truck stop bathroom. Well, believe me when I say the world's best night stay is at a Motel 6. Many even have truck parking for all you world's best drivers out there. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Hey everybody, it's Todd Dills here, editor of Overdrive, urging any owner-operator who hears this to take a close look at our Trucker of the Year competition for 2024, ongoing for owner-operators of up to 3 trucks. If you've controlled cost in a time of huge inflationary pressures and with demand on the decline in many segments, you're no doubt a worthy contender. Nominate yourself or the singular successful owner-operator you've admired for solid business via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker. And here's a big congrats to owner-operator Jay Hosty, the current reigning champ as Overdrive's Trucker of the Year. Join us at the Mid-America Trucking Show March 22nd in Louisville for a chance to meet owner-operator Hosty and learn a little from him about ways to rein in costs. Do that, and you can stay choosy about freight. It's been a bedrock contributor to his success through 40-plus years now in business. Like I said, get involved in this year's Trucker of the Year award program by nominating your own owner-operator business or that of another exceptional owner. Do that via overdriveonline.com/toptrucker.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a 12-week comprehensive health and wellness program for all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Health Habits for the Long Haul is a free interactive program focusing on nutrition, hydration, movement, stress, and more. Drivers have free access to a health coach to develop healthy habits. Visit truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to register today. truckersfund.org.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
This is a Fox News alert. 14 more Trump victories. I'm Dave Anthony.
They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one.
The former president celebrating all his Republican primary and caucus victories over Nikki Haley, putting us